The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Marlo Stevens from Global Village Academy, North Glen, Colorado, the guest of Representative Wilford.
Please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Amabile, Armagost, Bacon, AML Bacon,
Excused.
Byrd, Bockenfeld is excused, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Clifford, Representative Clifford,
Excused.
Doherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, Degree Kennedy's excused. Duran, English, Epps, Evans, Frizzell, Froelich. Is that her talking to Linstead? Garcia, Hamrick, Hartsook, Hernandez, Herod, Representative Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip, also there, Leader, Representative Leader,
Excused.
Lindsay, Linstead, Luck, Lukens, Lynch, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Marvin, Morrow, McCormick, McLaughlin, Ortiz, Parenti, Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rootenell, Representative Rootenell,
Excused.
Sirota, Rep. Sirota,
Excused.
Snyder, Soper, Story, Rep. Story, Story's excused. Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, Representative Young,
Excused.
and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 58 present, 7 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, you thought you got rid of me, but I'm still here, and I am going to get us an aye vote again today. So, due to the levity and us seeing each other so frequently this week, I move that the Journal of Sunday, May 5th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Assistant Minority Leader Winter. Announcements and introductions, folks.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Just to let you all know that the Colorado Farm Bureau is having their end-of-session burger bash. They want to thank us all for 120 days of hard work, and it'll be May 6th at 3:30. It'll be served in the basement, first come, first serve. Gluten-free and vegetarian options will be available. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for Representative Catlin. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So the thing that the Assistant Minority Leader forgot to say is the burger bash is today. Today, downstairs, some of the best Colorado beef you can get, and also, regrettably, some ultimate burgers for those that don't like that great Colorado beef.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I just want to clarify that today is May 6th. Thank you.
There he is. Representative Catlin. Members, I'll ask you all to take your seats. Members, may I have your attention, please?
Thanks.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I need a moment of personal privilege.
So approved.
Thank you. Members, today would have been my dad's 92nd birthday. He passed away in December, on December 10th last year, and it just didn't seem right to come down here and start the session off by mentioning what happened in my life. So I decided that I would put it off until today. I don't know if that was a good thing for me or not, because I'm kind of rattled right now. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about a guy that started out in the San Luis Valley and left the San Luis Valley when he was 17. And he was running around with a lady from the valley. And his dad told him, now listen, boy, we're moving. If you want to take her with us, go marry her. So they ran away to Taos, New Mexico. They got married. Their honeymoon was driving truck back and forth over the Monarch Pass from the San Luis Valley to the Montrose. I think they made 49 trips. He ended up driving one of those old Farmall M's over Monarch Pass, and took them 2 days to get there. They had to camp out in the mountains and wait so that they can drive on down. But anyway, that's where they started. He was a quiet guy. He was well thought of. He was chairman of the CWCB for 2 terms, which is pretty astounding for somebody from our country. And you know, he was a leader, quietly, and he did a lot of amazing things in his life. I just wanted a moment to tell you a little bit about him, and I think that story about he and my mom probably tells you everything. If it needed done, he did it. If you needed help, he helped you. And he was never one to tell you what he had done. Probably the best story that I can tell you about, when I was 17, we were digging beets, and it was a really hard harvest. He drove up to me because we were having to harvest at night when the ground was frozen so we didn't stick in the mud. He said, I need you to take you and your crew and go over to Forrest Tinkler's property. I said, for what? We're going to go pull his beets. In other words, harvest his beets. I said, Dad, let's do it when we get done with ours. He said, no, you go now. I said, why is that? He has a broken leg and we don't. Go now. We finished his beats, came home and finished ours. That was the kind of thing that he did. You know, I've tried pretty hard to keep my feet close to his footprints, not exactly in them because I was too stubborn to do that. But anyway, I wanted to mention his name and put it in the record of the state of Colorado. His name was Keith Catlin. That was my dad. And thank you so much. I'm sorry to make you stand, but thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I am so sorry for your loss. Representatives Weinberg and Woodrow. Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As many of you know, it is Yom HaShoah, Holocaust Remembrance Day. Colleagues, it is an honor to serve with you. I want to thank Representative Weinberg and for everyone standing. You may be seated. As some of you may know, I have never taken a moment of personal privilege. I generally leave it to you all to let your voices be heard day to day, debating the matters that come before this body. And I think we can all agree that's a good thing. But some moments are what they are, and so here I stand, the proud father of a recent bar mitzvah. Brady, you were absolutely incredible. As well as the grateful son of Jews, fortunate enough to be born, of all places, in Detroit, Michigan. Indeed, my grandparents immigrated to the United States from Poland, Eastern Europe, and Russia before the start of World War I. They watched their offspring live out the immigrant story of the American dream. Their cousins, our relatives who stayed behind, were far less fortunate, meeting their fates at the hands of 20th century extremists. This summer, I was lucky enough to travel with Representative Valdez to Poland, where we visited, among other sites, Auschwitz and Birkenau. I had studied the Holocaust most of my life. I had visited Yad Vashem in Israel and the Holocaust Memorial in Washington, D.C., yet I was woefully unprepared for the size and scale of what I saw. The intent was unmistakable. Exterminate as many undesirables, Jews, Poles, Roma, homosexuals, and others as efficiently as possible. We walked through the chamber at Auschwitz and through the barracks at Birkenau. The luggage, the eyeglasses and shoes, the prosthetics and cookware. You can still see crematoria 4 and 5, where thousands upon thousands were gassed. They're bombed out, but they're unmistakably there. It's estimated that 1.1 million people perished there in 5 years. The memory I carry from that day is overwhelmingly humbling and almost indescribable humility. My pride baked to ash 1,000,000 times over. Of course, Auschwitz was not the only camp. Under Operation Reinhard from 1942 to 1943, Nazis murdered approximately 1.7 million people in just 3 camps, Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. At one point, the death toll at these camps averaged 14,700 people per day for 90 straight days. The scale of the genocide is simply staggering. The question, of course, colleagues, are what lessons are we to learn? What do we mean when we say never again? It's not lost on us standing up here, the timing and context in which we are here. Although this is an annual resolution or an annual topic, this year it hits different. It has been tense all session. We acknowledge the terrible war in Gaza, the carnage, the death and devastation, the painful and unacceptable loss of life borne by everyone, but primarily, overwhelmingly by Palestinians. Some of those closest to me insist the blame lies entirely at the hands of Hamas terrorists who brutally attacked Israel on October 7th and who to this day are still holding hostages. Others Former friends won't speak to me anymore, insisting that anything short of an outright condemnation of Israel and Zionism as a concept, as an expansionist settler colonialist project, means I am complicit in decades of ethnic cleansing and genocide. Friends, present and former, what I learned this summer, stripped of my pride, leads me to beg of you, all of you, stop. Please stop. Stop insisting one side is so clearly right while the other is so clearly wrong. Stop the moral absolutism. Stop saying and assuming the worst about each other. Stop denying the complexities and nuance. Most of all, stop refusing to see each other's humanity. Instead, I beg of you to start listening, start making space, start conceding the limitations of our own knowledge, prejudice, and experience. Start acknowledging and accepting responsibility for our part and the part of those who may have come before us. Start admitting our flaws and our blind spots, and start finding ways to celebrate and cherish each other. Start showing the empathy we so desperately wish we'd be shown. What I learned on that cloudy day outside Krakow was the price of absolutism. Peace will not come to us. We must go to peace. I'm ready to start. I hope beyond hope to someday meet you all there. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, General Assembly 74. Today is Yom HaShoah, which means Holocaust Remembrance Day. Very simply and in very short words, this was when Auschwitz-Birkenau was liberated by the United States Army in World War II. As we drove home last night, while we were working in this building, I don't know if you caught it like I did, but there was a sunset. And we were lucky enough to leave this building to where we could still see light when we walked through our doors at home. That was the start of Yom HaShoah. And will go all the way until today's sunset nightfall. I want to first and foremost say how grateful I am for my Republican colleagues that stand with me unanimously in support of the Jewish culture and the Jewish religion. Unwavering through tireless attacks, they have been my crutch, and I'm grateful for all of them. This day is deeply significant to my family and me. And for those of you who weren't here last year, Daphne Michelson-Janae, then representative, kind of sprung this day on me. I didn't know we did this type of thing in the House as a freshman, and I lost it. I didn't know I would ever get a chance to honor my Saba Samech and Savta Sylvia, who are both victims of World War II and the atrocities of the Nazi regime. Saba Samech was lucky enough to see the writing on the wall and escape, went to Russia, literally fought on horseback against tanks with probably one bullet in his gun, as he would mention quite frequently to me. And my Savta Sylvia wasn't so fortunate, had both her parents shot in the back of the head in the street of Poland, and her brother thrown into an oven. My name is Yaron Yechiel Weinberg. My father is Yoram Yaakov Weinberg. And my son is Yonatan Yoram Weinberg. We are descendants of one of the greatest atrocities this world has ever done. And if it wasn't for luck, my grandparents wouldn't have survived, and I wouldn't be standing before you as an immigrant House representative Jew, first Jew in northern Colorado today, to sit as a House representative. Today marks the 79th anniversary of the liberation of the camp of Auschwitz on January 27, 1945. The reason the dates are mixed up is because the Jewish calendar of Nisan. This is the quote from the death camp as you're walking in. "Forever let this place be a cry of despair and a warning to humanity, where the Nazis murdered about 1.5 million men, women, and children, mainly Jews from various countries of Europe. As the world pauses to remember the greatest tragedy in human history, we must commit ourselves to opposing the murderous and racist ideology of anti-Semitism, which led to the genocide and death of over 6 million and 5 million others murdered during the Holocaust, and to tell the world that we will never forget. Today we remember the lives lost during this incredible dark period in human history. During the Holocaust, on average, 3,000 Jews were murdered every day for 5.5 years. Jewish children of my generation, including me, grew up seeing dark numbers etched into the arms of friends, neighbors, and family. We heard stories directly from survivors about families they loved and lost, the unspeakable brutality that endured, and the freedom they felt so lucky to have secured in the greatest country of the world, which is this United States. It is our responsibility to keep their voices alive, to tell their stories, to be certain they know this history, and most importantly, to absorb the lessons of the Holocaust so we can prevent future evil, inhumanity, and brutality. It is critically important that we have come together to commemorate this solemn day, not just to remember the victims of the Holocaust killed by the Nazis in gas chambers, ovens, and concentration camps simply for being Jews, but also because history teaches us that we have a responsibility to confront bigotry, hatred, and intolerance wherever it seeks to exist. When we remember the Holocaust, we look backward and forward. We look backward to remember those who perished, 6 million Jewish men, women, and children, every one of whom has a story, and loved ones who may have survived the horrors of the Holocaust, but were left with searing wounds of their losses. At the same time, we must look forward. We can't simply pledge never again. We must live never again. We cannot and must not ignore the stunning rise in anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial across Europe, around the world, and increasingly here in the United States, including the violent anti-Semitic attacks we are experiencing on our college campuses. General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who at the time was the supreme commander for Allied forces in Europe, understood this responsibility.
Representative Weinberg, you have 1 minute remaining.
Upon receiving news of the concentration camps, he quickly visited for himself, stating, "The things I saw beg description. While I was touring the camp, I encountered 3 men who had been inmates and by one ruse or another had made their escape. I interviewed them through an interpreter. The visual evidence and the verbal testimony of starvation, cruelty, and ruthlessness was so overpowering as to leave me a bit sick. In one room where there were piled up 20 to 30 naked men, killed by starvation, even General George C. Patton himself would not even enter. He said he would get sick if he did so. I made the visit deliberately in order to be in the position to give firsthand evidence of these things if ever in the future there develops a tendency to charge these allegations merely for propaganda." After his visit, General Eisenhower ordered the concentration camps to be visited by thousands of soldiers stationed off the front lines, as well as hundreds of German civilians, journalists, Allied forces, and members of Congress to ensure the truth reached the public. By the end of the war, the Nazi regime had succeeded in murdering one-third of the Jewish people in Europe. Its capacity to perpetuate absolute evil and hatred was on a scale never seen before by mankind. Today, the hatred continues to manifest itself in different contexts and ideologies. We all have an obligation to teach future generations about this evil and to pledge never again. If we held a moment of silence for every victim of the Holocaust, we would be silent for 11 and a half years. Only by remembering the lives lost and speaking out against intolerance in our own time can we live up to our legislative promise of never again to anyone.
Representative.
Never again shall we march like sheep to the slaughter. Never again shall we sit and take orders. Never again leave our sons and daughters stripped of our culture, robbed of our names, violated freedoms, and thrown into flames. Forced from our families, taken from our homes, moved from our God, and then burned of our bones. In the face of darkness, I ask you all to be the light. Never again.
I'd like to invite members of leadership to the well for a tribute. Minority Leader Puglisi, Assistant Minority Leader. Members, we do have a tribute. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been thinking about property tax so much that I forgot that this was happening this morning, so I apologize for being a little bit unprepared. But I think it's exciting to be here this morning to recognize someone who many of us have gotten to know a little bit over the last several years, who has been a tremendous public servant, helping keep us safe, helping organize our sergeants at arms, and this year has announced that this will be his last year as our Chief Sergeant of the House. And so with that, we would be honored if Mr. Schiebel would read this tribute to our Chief Sergeant, John Judson.
The House of Representatives convened in the 74th General Assembly hereby extends congratulations and sincere commendations to John Judson. John Judson has worked for the Colorado House of Representatives as a Sergeant-at-Arms since 2012, serving under 7 different speakers: the Honorable Frank McNulty, Mark Fernandino, Dickie Lee Hollinghorst, Crescenta Duran, Casey Becker, Alec Garnett, and Julie McCluskey. John has been an invaluable asset to the House Sergeant-at-Arms staff, making sure all representatives are well served and happy, and being an excellent liaison between the public and the legislators. He has earned the considerable respect of his colleagues and the legislators by taking on any task that was asked of him and doing it with a smile. Mr. Judson's exceptional knowledge of the legislative and committee process will be missed in the House. The members of the Colorado House of Representatives are proud to pay tribute to John Judson and wish him much happiness in his retirement. On request of Speaker Julie McCluskey, Majority Leader Monica Duran, and Minority Leader Rose Puglisi, given the 6th day of May, 2024, State Capitol, Denver.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, John. The smile part is the part I love the most about your tribute, because every morning you welcome us all with a smile, no matter how late we were here the night before or early that morning. But we do appreciate your kindness and your service to this chamber. So thank you so much. You'll be sorely missed.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to echo everything Minority Leader Puglisi said, and I just have one special request. Can we hear that banjo one more time before you're out of here? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
John. John, public service comes in many forms, and your commitment to this state, your guidance of all of us in this chamber and those outside of this chamber, and your dedication have meant the world. Thank you so much for your contributions. We adore you. Members, we're going to stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Members, I'll invite you to take your seats. We do have third reading of bills. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move House Bill 1472 to the end of the third reading calendar.
House Bill 1472 will be moved to the end of the third reading calendar. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move Senate Bill 229 to the end of the third reading calendar.
Senate Bill 229 will be laid over to the end of the third reading calendar. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, Mr. Schiebel.
Yep.
Please read the title of Senate Bill 230.
Senate Bill 230 by Senators Fenberg and Cutter, also Representatives McCluskey and Velasco, concerning support for statewide remediation services that positively impact the environment.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 230 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Colleagues, I come down because this does go to a fundamental issue that in my district that allowed me to come down here to join you all. Good or bad, I think, for some people. This is an excellent policy, and I fully support the policy. The policy to impose an assessment or tax upon an industry that does pollute and use the revenue for good purposes, but it is a tax. I represent a district that's only 21% registered Democrats. And after being elected, I had town halls where many people came, and I had very angry constituents who are like, you're just gonna go down there and keep imposing more taxes upon us, and taxes upon us, and taxes upon us. And my response was, that's impossible. We have Tabor, and we have a balanced budget amendment. There's no way we can impose additional taxes. They look me in the eye very angrily and say, well, you're just down there and you call taxes a fee, and then you just impose them. And I argued with the individual and said, no, they have to be enterprises. They have to be a fee for service in an enterprise. But we've come a long way from that concept. I have an August 2022 memo from nonpartisan staff that laid out the history of our state government enterprises. And in the very first part of the definition for an enterprise is a government-owned business that receives revenue in return for the provision of a good or service. There is no service being provided to the payers here. And in the history of these enterprises, when Tabor was enacted, there were 4 enterprises in place. Over the next 25 years, 14 more were created, and the ones that were created were such items as the capital parking structure, where people would pay to park, and it would go towards the lease payments for building that structure. It was for toll roads, where people would pay the fee and be able to use the road. It was for the state fair they turned into enterprise, so we wouldn't be putting any more state tax revenue and be able to take that off the books for Tabor purposes, but people would pay a fee and be able to go to the fair. All those make sense. But then from 2019 to 2022, we had 11 more enterprises created, and it's starting to get very attenuated from what the revenue source is coming and any kind of provision of fee or service to the payor. So in this bill, I see 3 issues that really concern me in terms of a structure issue. And again, people say, oh, it's a wonderful policy. Who cares about the law? But there is no fee for service to the payer that I can identify. And to get around Proposition 117, we split the tax or the fee between 2 enterprises that are already created. So the total revenue doesn't exceed the Tabor caps from Prop 117, but we can split it. That's almost too cute by half. And they're enterprises that already exist. And we make it so we reduce the revenue in the out year, in the 5th year, because we know the revenue already is going to exceed the Prop 117 cap. that the voters imposed upon us. But we're going to try and find a way around the law rather than just following the law. And then finally, there's contingent definitions, where knowing we're having problems, potential problems with the fees, we put in contingent definitions that will spring forward if a ballot measure passes, where the voters may be trying to rein us in once again, which implicitly implies we know this is not correct procedure. Because if it was, we would just make the definitions and rely on them, or we would make the contingent definitions the definitions now. Tabor is the law, and I know a lot of people don't like Tabor, and they call it into question all the time and try and imply it was illegitimate, saying, well, it didn't pass the first time, it took another time, and it only passed 53 to 47. Well, women's suffrage in Colorado didn't pass the first time. It got defeated by a 2-to-1 margin. And when it passed, it was by a 55-45 margin. And only 55% of the electorate even voted. No one calls that into question, and nor should they ever. The same with Tabor. If we want to change it, we need to change it forthrightly and not find ways around it. So this fee is a tax. And there's people who say, well, it's a difference of opinion. Well, if a dermatologist tells you you have skin cancer and you say, well, my cousin's a CNA and says it's not a difference of opinion. It is a difference of opinion, but which opinion would you take? This will likely survive any court scrutiny because of the court giving extreme deference to the legislature acting constitutionally and giving a presumption of constitutionality. But just because we can get away with something doesn't mean we should. So for that reason, I would have to be a no on this unless we send it to the voters. Thank you.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. Colleagues, here we are again. I won't belabor the point that I made yesterday on second reading. We've been having lengthy conversations about oil and gas and energy production in Colorado for a long time. The temperature on those conversations obviously went up around 2018, 2019 with Proposition 112 and then Senate Bill 181. And with Senate Bill 181, I don't know if you call it a prom, we'll call it a statement. A political statement was made that this would be the compromise point that would bring to an end the oil and gas wars in Colorado. But unfortunately, that has not been the case, and there's continued to be conversation around finding the balance point between energy production and ensuring that we are responsible stewards of our air, our land, and our water. And these two bills, because we know they're a package deal, 229, which I'll speak to when that one comes up, and then Senate Bill 230. These two bills are the result of yet another deal, yet another compromise that is yet again billed as bringing an end to the oil and gas wars, bringing an end to competing different issues and ballot measures to provide some regulatory stability for an industry that operates lawfully in Colorado, but to also provide assurances toward those folks who are concerned about the impacts on our air, our climate, our water. And so I rise today to once again place my concerns on the record. We've seen deal after deal change. We've seen goalpost after goalpost moved. We've seen time after time where the promised stability, the promised regulatory environment for an industry that is vital to Colorado, that is vital to our way of life, that a balance point was supposed to be achieved. And every year, it seems like those goalposts move again. The bill before us, Senate Bill 24-230, $285 million in fees over the next 2 years. $285 million in fees. And so I rise to put on the record that on the one hand, Policies. There's been over 100 pieces of legislation since 2019 introduced around oil, gas, and air quality. There's been over 30 rulemakings around oil, gas, and air quality. And so on the one hand, the policies that are pushed by this building take a very dim view of energy production in Colorado. But then on the other hand, $285 million in new fees for new projects is raised by that very industry, to say nothing of sweeping $69 million this year into the budget to balance the budget. The budget for the state of Colorado this year was literally balanced on the oil and gas industry. And so I rise in opposition to this. I hope the deal works. I hope that the balance point for the next few years that was brokered through this and its companion bill truly does last, so that the industry that is critical for our modern way of life can continue to provide the economic benefit that it does to our state, to our schools, to our roads, to the very folks who put food on the table and who get health care for their kids as a result of this industry, that contributes to affordable energy in Colorado to try to bring down our cost of living. You've all heard before, I have a kid with asthma. I want to ensure that we are also taking care of our environment. I hope this deal lasts. I'm concerned that if history is any indicator, I don't know, we'll leave that to the future. And so I will be a no vote on this. I will be a no vote on this, not only from the history that undergirds this, but also as a representative from the county that does produce 90% of the energy here in Colorado. Because when we talk about that $285 million worth of fees, about 90% of that is coming out of my county, my community. And we know how that fee is distributed. 70% to the local transit operations cash fund, 10% to the local transit grant program, and 20% to the rail funding cash program. Of that 90%, only about 10%, the local transit grant program, will be made available back to my community that will be footing the overwhelming majority of this fee. And I don't think that that is entirely fair. So I rise in opposition to this bill because of the broader policies and the continued encroachment on an industry that operates lawfully in Colorado, and also because of the disproportionate impact that the $285 million in fees that are being taken from my community but will not be made available back to my community will have. I'm a no.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 230 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Epps, Garcia, and Soper. Please close the machine. With 40 ayes, 18 noes, and 7 excused, Senate Bill 230 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machines. Madam Majority Leader. Sorry, our next order of business is third reading of Senate Bill 24-113. Madam Majority Leader. Oh, Mr. Shebo, please read the title. Sorry.
Senate Bill 113 by Senators Coleman and Exum, also Representatives Joseph and Wilford, concerning measures to make youth sports safer.
Now, Madam Majority Leader.
Assistant Majority Leader, I move Senate Bill 113 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader, I guess, in this context. Colleagues, again, I feel compelled to come and speak on this bill, and I don't like to have to be in this position, but again, I was told an opportunity would be given to have conversations about this bill, and that opportunity has not presented itself. And so I feel like I have to make it very clear what is happening right now on this bill. The amendments that were brought forward on Senate Bill 113 yesterday were drafted by the first floor, who made it very clear that they're adding this language to Senate Bill 113 so that they can veto House Bill 1080. I have heard that exact language from representatives from both the first floor and others who have been involved in the advocacy around this bill. Both chambers of this assembly drafted and stakeholded and had numerous conversations around House Bill 1080 for months. And it passed both chambers by wide margins. This is good policy that all of the members of this assembly had an opportunity to look at and weigh in on and comment on. And by adding this language that I was able to confirm this morning was not stakeholded with the industries who are most impacted by this language. I talked to the folks who represent the background checks industry. They were not informed that the amendment that came yesterday was coming. They have not had a chance to see that language. It contains the same language they had concerns about in the introduced version of 1080 that we amended upon their request. They believe, or I should say, I was told that in its current form, the language creates an unworkable situation for the background checks industry. They deserved to be part of that conversation, and they will be handed a law that they're not sure that they can implement. Meanwhile, given the message that we have received from the first floor, that they will veto 1080 and pass this bill instead, I think it's really important for us to review what we lose in that process. If this goes forward and 1080 is vetoed, as has been pledged, there will be a one-time background check upon hiring with no periodic review, ever. None. And this is not the same as schools, because school employees go into a system that automatically triggers if they have a law enforcement encounter. So school districts automatically get notified, but the youth sports organizations will not. So they're going to check them one time at hiring, and if there are problems after that, they will never be informed. And they will never go and look at them again. That is what this bill says. There's no time frame that has been put on the background check. This is the issue that the background checks industry has. And they have told us repeatedly that creates an unachievable standard for them. Again, I confirmed that with them this morning. It does not account for existing employees. So anyone who's already been hired by these organizations and never went through a background check can continue working without going through any kind of background check process. It does not contemplate that. It does not account for the uncomfortable reality that Americans are oftentimes jailed overseas for engaging in crimes like sex trafficking, child abuse, distribution and creation of child pornography. And when those Americans are released from jail, they are sent back to their country, even to states like Colorado, and a standard background check that is required in this bill is not going to find those crimes. It's not going to flag those people. They're going to be fine. We're going to be able to hire them. It also removes the first aid and CPR training requirements, which actually are important and will save children's lives by informing coaches on how to recognize the signs of heat illness, hypothermia, concussions, spinal injuries, cervical injuries. We push our kids hard on athletic fields, and we need to make sure that the people are around who can address who can handle an emergency when it happens. So yes, I am concerned about the procedural issues here, but my repeated objections to the way this bill went forward are not solely based on procedure. I don't think we should allow the first floor to manipulate us like this. I don't think that the chamber should tolerate that behavior. But also, we have an obligation to make sure that good policy goes forward. And the language that we put in this bill yesterday is actually not good policy. Is it better than we have now? Maybe. But it's not good policy. It was not communicated correctly to stakeholders. And talking amongst the executive departments themselves is not stakeholding. You have to go out and talk to the people who are providing sports in our community. And they will point out the issues that are in the language before us. I'm not going to ask you to vote against this bill. I think you should, but I'm not going to ask you to do that. But I am going to ask you to think about whether or not this is good policy for us to send forward when we know it's going to provide so many loopholes. And we know that it's going to be used to kill a bill that has been properly stakeholded and that this chamber and the other chamber have agreed was good policy that we wanted to see become a law. That is the choice before us this morning, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Representative Wilford.
That was a lot. Yesterday was a lot. And I understand that this situation is difficult. It certainly is difficult for me as a sponsor of 1080 and as a sponsor of 113. When I saw the bill that came back to us from the Senate, I was concerned. I was concerned about all of the requirements that continued to stack up, and I was worried about whether or not our youth sports organizations were going to be able to implement all of the requirements of that bill. And then I thought about my son's basketball coach, who works nights as a security guard so that he can be a basketball coach on the weekends with my son who's sitting in this chamber right now. And I know that he does not have the time to be able to do all of the mandated requirements in there that are frankly questionable as to whether or not they will keep our kids safe or not. When we learned that 1080 was not going to be implementable, when we learned about the threat of a veto, I put everything I had into making sure that this bill would be workable and would be implementable for these youth coaches and these youth sports organizations. I think it's very easy in the last 3 days of session to weaponize stakeholding. Frankly, I hope that all of us can agree to stop weaponizing that term. We talk to all kinds of stakeholders, and to think for a second that the departments that have to implement this policy are not a stakeholder is not being fair or truthful to ourselves. This bill establishes background checks for youth sports coaches who are paid or who are volunteering. It also requires that they go through a mandatory reporter training. That's it. Then the Office of School Safety and other departments develop a code of conduct for how parents and spectators and other coaches are expected to act when they're engaging in competition. One of the most favorite signs I have ever seen going in to watch my son play basketball is a sign that says, "Parents, don't forget, there are no trophies being handed out today. There are no scholarships being decided today. You are here to watch your kid play and engage in healthy competition." That is what this bill is about. It is about making sure that our kids are safe when they are around adults put in trusted positions. But it's also not intended to be burdensome, so that the parents who work during the week have to jump through a million hoops to coach their kids' soccer team. We absolutely had the conversation that my colleagues said we did not have. We had the conversation and asked, what would you like to see from 1080 in this bill? What are your concerns? And these were their concerns, right here. We took those concerns and we continued to have conversations. And when we walked back for the committee of the whole to be wrapped up, we said, here is where we are on progress. We have more work to do, and we are committed to doing that work. Please do not go down to the well and blow up our bill. And we were told it wasn't good enough. Members, we have done the work to build a good bill that will cross the finish line and will make a difference in keeping our young people safe. And we ask for you to stand with us and vote yes on this bill.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to speak before you on Senate Bill 113. And I'm deeply saddened by the process and what's been going on here. I just wanted to add, we did have to stakehold this bill with the departments. And that's the reality of the work that we do down here, that the governor's office is also a stakeholder on the bills that we run here in the chambers. We all have done, that's part of the process. They have not manipulated me in any shape or form, but every bill that I have brought before this body, they have reached out to us, as you know, to tell us, hey, this may not be implementable. Have you thought of this instead? So to me, that's not manipulation. That's working with the many stakeholders within the process. And everyone was given a fair shot to come in and contribute to this policy. And another thing that I wanted to mention just this morning, the drafter of the bill walked up to me, or we just had a quick chat, and he mentioned that the background check in our bill and in the good representative from Erie, there is no conflict. So at the end of the day, our bill, or this bill, actually, these are two separate bills, and these are two separate bills, and the reviser mentioned that there is no conflict between 113 and 10080. So we ask for a yes vote on this bill because we have done the work. What is going on in 1080 somehow is putting a dark shadow on 113, but these are separate issues that's been going on between the bill and the office of the governor. Please vote yes on this bill. We've done the work and we will continue to do the work. Thank you so much.
The motion before us, is the adoption of Senate Bill 113 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Catlin and Hartsook. Please close the machine. 40 aye, 18 noes, and 7 excused. Senate Bill 113 passes. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 150.
Senate Bill 150 by Senators Cutter and Michelson-Janay, also Representative Froelich, concerning requirements for the processing of municipal solid waste in the state.
Madam Majority Leader.
Assistant Majority Leader, I move Senate Bill 150 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Assistant Majority Leader. All right. Welcome to day 118 of This Constitution Won't Shred Itself. All right, this bill, there was a lot I was really hoping for in here, and I get to the point here, again, I mentioned yesterday, combustion is not considered recycling, renewable energy, clean energy, green energy, climate friendly, carbon free, biofuel, zero carbon, or any similar term for the purpose of a program established by state laws and or rules. And it does not meet a renewable portfolio standard. But what's really funny is what meets a renewable energy portfolio standard is something that takes more energy than it produces. So this was our paralysis yesterday, that we are promoting things that don't actually make sense. They don't. Now, in terms of the climate, what this is around is dealing with the superstition about CO2. We went through that. The sponsor verified it yesterday. Did an excellent job of reciting the damage, the individual carbon footprint being 1 part in 1 trillion, or 1 drop in a 20 Olympic swimming pools full of drops. Colorado in total being less than 40 millionths of the 10% of any possible greenhouse gas effect, whatever that might be. So that's what we're trying to solve with policies like this. But then what we do is we take the one part that makes sense and we specifically eliminate it. We don't only specifically, you don't just specifically eliminate it, you eliminate it and then you go through every possible avenue to make sure that it's eliminated and not covered in any other way, shape, or form. Yet something like reducing it to its molecular components via pyrolysis by using a great amount of heat, requiring a great amount of energy, which produces not just a net energy loss, but it still has the byproducts of waste, because those, whatever those elements were, they're not eliminated by, if they can be, by burning. A lot of times burning, oxidation reduces other things down to its ultimate components. Most of that is going to be carbon dioxide and water, and both of those are beneficial to the planet. Very beneficial to the planet. You're made out of carbon dioxide and water primarily. So when we have an energy policy that drives us to do foolish things and actually be counterproductive to the actual things that we're wanting, and then making that cost Coloradans more money, I don't really see the benefit. I mean, there's the virtue preening of it and saying, hey, we're doing something, we're recycling. But one of the things when we're recycling, and I just stopped my bin finally. I'll have to confess, I was a chronic recycler. I didn't really want to get rid of it. Did a lot of cardboard, did a lot of glass. I like that. But then you find out it's all going to the same place, or it's being shipped overseas. And then it's picked through there, and then it's partially recycled. And then you have a great deal of energy that is going into shipping waste around the world. And what happens to a lot of that waste? Well, a lot of that waste ends up getting dumped into the ocean. And then the ocean currents take it to that great garbage patch in the Pacific, where then we lament about the garbage patch. But what's doing that? Well, what's doing that is policies like this. Because those hydrocarbons, if you got over your hydrocarbon superstition about the individual being creating less than 1 part in a trillion. And again, for this, and we'll talk about this with carbon goals that's coming up, we have no carbon goal, we have no climate goals whatsoever. I've asked everybody who said we had scientific climate goals. We have none. Nobody can tell me what they are. None of the people that are on all of these bills, and I cored all of them, none of them can tell me what our climate goals are, other than carbon less, but nobody can link that causally to any sort of climate goal, which they basically admit does not exist. And that's essentially everybody in here, because anybody who signed one of those put their name on one of those climate goals, I cored. So something that would make sense is a waste-to-energy facility, because that can actually be used for something productive. And what a waste-to-energy facility does by oxidation, not heating not breakdown or anaerobic breaking down, is it releases energy from those hydrocarbons, breaks it down primarily to its constituent elements, which are back to carbon dioxide and water. That carbon dioxide and water then goes throughout the atmosphere and makes plants grow. Its effect on climate, effectively zero. Or lots of zeros behind the decimal before you get to any numbers. So effectively, statistically, zero. Now, it is an effective boogeyman because by being at about 400 parts per million, or starting when we started measuring at about 300 parts per million, when you get to 400 parts per million, you can breathlessly say that, oh, look, we've had a 33% increase in carbon dioxide. And that's all that means. So the only thing is, since the last mini ice age, we've had when people come out from the grip of freezing to death, not being able to eat because everything is dying, and plague, which for some reason we want to go back to, or I would say the carbonistas want to go back to, that would be the definition, that we are just spinning our wheels. So we have 1 million tons of plastic and garbage that we send overseas. A lot of it ends up in the ocean, and then we lament, and then we say we have to impose more austerity on ourselves. For what? What we could be doing with that material, instead of shipping it over, 1 million tons, think about it, 1 million tons going into ships and being shipped overseas to just end up in the ocean. How much sense does that make? Now, if you really wanted to, the next step back from this would be carbon sequestration, instead of going through all of the motions of pumping carbon dioxide, or turning grain, actually turning food, into a liquid ethanol and then pumping it into the ground, or pulling carbon dioxide out of the air, reducing it under great pressure to a liquid, and then pumping it via brine into the ground, literally pumping air into the ground, at the cost of millions of dollars. So a gigaton out of the atmosphere would cost probably about $500 billion. $500 billion out of the economy, out of the pockets of the globe. And it would accomplish less than 1 part in 3,000 of the atmosphere or of any carbon dioxide impact on the atmosphere. So yes, this is all incredibly foolish. And now we're going to have stuff about transportation. I'm pretty sure everybody drove here this morning. Maybe a couple took the bus. I commend you for being at least adhering to your principles. It doesn't help the climate at all. It probably makes it worse. So,
Representative DeGraff, if you could bring it back to the contents of this bill, and you have 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining.
thank you, Madam Chair. So anyways, I'm going to vote no on this bill. If we actually had a bill that dealt with pollution, as a former environmental manager that had some pretty good awards from the state, had my programs benchmarked by the other DoD facilities in the state, I have some experience in this regard, but I also have some study in this regard, probably even more so than your Colorado Energy Office president. But this is foolish, and we need to stop doing this. You need to actually study, and before, or give me the climate goals. I've been asking for a year. So thank you, vote no.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 150 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Ricks, please close the machine. With 41 ayes, 17 no, and 7 excused, Senate Bill 150 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 220.
Senate Bill 220 by Senators Pelton, and Hendrickson, also Representatives Winter and Lukens, concerning the administration of permits to operate extra-legal vehicle load combinations.
Madam Majority Leader.
Assistant Majority Leader, I move Senate Bill 220 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 220 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative DeGraff, Representative Young. Please close the machine. With 55 ayes, 5 noes, and 6 excused. Oh, I'm sorry, how many? Oh, I couldn't see it, sorry. 55 ayes, 4 noes, and 6 excused. Senate Bill 220 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 40.
Senate Bill 40 by Senators Danielson and Janal, also Representatives Wilford and Young, concerning reviewing the adequacy of the appropriation for state funding for senior services every 3 years.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 40 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 40 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bradfield, Hartsook, Ricks. Please close the machine. With 52 ayes, 7 no, and 6 excused, Senate Bill 40 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 210.
Senate Bill 210 by Senators Fenberg and Pelton, also Representative Sirota, concerning modifications to laws regarding elections and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 210 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I'm going to come up here and put myself in the category of deniers like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Stacey Abraham, and Hillary Clinton. But I'm going to make that risk and say that we have a problem with our election system, and that the only thing gold standard about it is the gaslighting around it. That is top notch. So,
Representative DeGraff, were you speaking about our sponsors?
No, I am not.
Thank you. Please proceed.
No, hardly. No, absolutely not. Thank you for allowing me to correct that. We have machines where key members of the operation of those machines are married to, in bed with, the manufacturer of those machines. We have key members that are involved in initiating a lawsuit to keep Trump off the ballot. Now, whatever you feel about that, but this is hardly a nonpartisan system, and it has a great deal of trust. Now, when an audit was done, and of a mechanical audit where the machines were taken apart, and of course the rules now preclude anybody examining the machines at all. And again, I would just like to note that it was Kamala Harris that herself said how easily these machines were hacked, that she watched them be hacked. Kamala Harris said she watched them be hacked. Joe Biden said they were easily hacked. So, anyways.
Representative DeGraff, to the bill.
Thank you. Anyways, the machines on which this entire election process, they were found to be full of Wi-Fi devices. They still use an operating system from, I think, 2016, not unlike our laptops. They are known to be completely hackable, and the ballot system that is in here has zero credible chain of custody. We heard in smart hearings, and these things were not addressed in this bill, and so that's why I brought them up yesterday. I brought up the fact that the USB devices that are part and parcel of this, all of the USB devices were disallowed, and anybody that's in the military should be able to attest to this. I think the Army uses, and the Marines still use computers, I'm not sure. But if you put a USB device in a government computer, it will lock you out immediately because all USB devices were found to be embedded with malware. Every single one. Every single USB device found to be embedded with malware. What are our gold standard machines based on? Well, they're based on the transfer of data by USB devices. And they have Wi-Fi capability, to the point where our colleague, is he on the wall today? But he ran a bill last year to require certification that the Wi-Fi devices, there were no Wi-Fi devices in them, which was would have been in line with what the Secretary of State had said, that there were no Wi-Fi devices. But the Secretary of State then came back and said, well, that would be too expensive to remove the Wi-Fi devices that we said were not in there. You can go back and listen to the record. So they're not supposed to have Wi-Fi capability, but they do. And the USB devices are the means by which data is transferred. So we have some rules here. They don't address the security issues. They make things a little bit easier. They pave over a little bit, but as far as making the voting system secure, they're not. We had a postal postmaster during the SMART hearings come in and testify to seeing large boxes of ballots just put over on the side of the warehouse where anybody could access them, because they're with no chain of accountability, no chain of custody. That's our gold standard. So I think what we need to do is actually develop and look at the standard that we have. You know, certainly you might like the results of the elections this last time, but you might not next time. And we have a system where you cannot prove that there was no fraud. So this isn't even a matter of saying that there's fraud. It's a matter of saying that you cannot prove that there's no fraud. The only way that you can prove that there's no fraud, well, you can't even do that, because since there's no chain of custody with the ballots, you can't prove there's no fraud even by doing a recount. Now, a hand recount. Now, you could possibly do a hand recount, but strangely, the Secretary of State's rules preclude doing a hand recount of the paper ballots that are purposed for doing a hand recount. So if you can figure out the logic behind that, and I think I can, then you recognize that we have a problem with our election system, a bill like this that is just kind of paving over little inconveniences, little efficiencies, acting like it's, and then we pride ourselves on this gold standard. The gold standard does not exist. So, yes, I would not find myself normally agreeing with Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, Stacey Abrams, Hillary Clinton. But when they are, but I find myself in this, I'm not an election denier. What I am is a security denier, and the security of this system is not there. When I have talked to hackers that do this for a living, that deal with top secret government programs, I ask them on the military side, what is their success rate? And their success rate was 100%. And that's hardened systems, not systems that are open to the internet, that have Wi-Fi devices embedded, multiple Wi-Fi devices embedded. 100%. And we even have our own computer systems in the state, like our personnel systems. E470 was hacked. So it always makes me wonder, it's like, why do we not use these Dominion systems when all of the other systems seem to get hacked, and yet we have this gold standard that we're being told is unhackable? Again, if you can figure out the logic there, and I think I can, then you'd recognize that our election system is not secure, and it cannot be secure the way it's configured. And when amendments to actually improve the security are rejected outright, that only tells me one thing. So I'm going to be a no on this bill because it does not address the underlying issues that make our election system secure. You can continue to pretend it's the gold standard, but it's not. It is anything but. And until we realize that, we are going to be at great risk of following in the path of places like Brazil, who are now scrounging through trash cans like other countries that are sending refugees here. So I urge you to vote no. I urge you to critically look at this system and stop pretending that it's secure.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues. In the famous words of Joseph Stalin, many of you may know him, I think the statement he made was, it does not matter how the people vote, but who counts the votes. Now, for the record, I am going to support this bill for one reason, and that is that the Colorado Clerks and Recorders Association are supporting this bill. And I listened to them, as we all should. Not the Secretary of State, Jana Griswold. No, I don't want to listen to her. I want to listen to people at the lowest level. You see, it should be a bottom-up process, and the clerks and recorders of all of the 64 counties are the ones that are doing, executing, conducting elections in those counties. Jana Griswold, let me give you a little advice. You're in a supporting role. The county clerks are in the lead role. That's how it should be. That should apply to so many things in public policy that we address in this Gold Dome. But now, let me talk about some other issues. And I hearken back to Joseph Stalin, not a great leader. In fact, I think he killed more people than the Nazis killed Jews in World War II in his country.
Representative Holtorf, to the bill, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. But just think about that a little bit. That was something we talked about earlier today, Madam Speaker. I won't bring it up again. Thank you for your leadership. I do want to talk about how in Mexico, they have voter IDs.
Representative Holtorf, let's talk about this bill in Colorado today.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This could be part of this bill. Modification to laws regarding elections. I think it's a great idea. It's not an amendment that came forth. Funny how south of the Rio, I would argue in some cases they have better policy with things like voter identification. But let me continue. Data management and data manipulation. My colleague from El Paso County spoke about it. There were times in 2022 where we were told there is no wireless connection. These things are not connected to the internet. That wasn't entirely true. Some people would call that a lie. I'll say it wasn't entirely true. I don't know why, but I won't call it a lie. I'll just say it wasn't entirely true. I think that's part of what should be in this as we modify laws to regulate elections. I think we need to do better. The confidence of the voters and electorate needs to be built up. The risk-limiting audit is not enough. The Secretary of State can beat on that little bell, make it ring. It's not enough to win the confidence of all the voters in Colorado. I'll also talk about voter rolls. I don't know if modifications to laws regarding elections include cleaning up the voter rolls, which are a dismal mess. Let me give you some examples. When a student goes off to college, their ballot in this state will go to their home of record. Are they here to vote when they're in college away? No. Have ballots been processed for students in college in some other state in a Colorado election? The answer is yes. How do I know? Because my clerk and recorder has told me such. And it's a good thing she was paying attention and caught it. How many are not being caught? Let me give you another example, speaking specifically, Madam Speaker, to voter rolls. How many people in the calendar year of an election have a spouse that passes away? Yet the ballot is still voted. How does that happen? Oh, it's happened, 100%. We have evidence of it in this state. Now, what did the widow or widower state about turning in that ballot? The comment, I think, to the DA's office was, well, I knew how my spouse was going to vote, so I took it upon myself. Was it prosecuted? No. Because DAs don't prosecute these things. Have people filled out more than one ballot? Yes. There's evidence of this. Now, the good thing is most of these things are getting caught and stopped. But is it being prosecuted? No. Not in all cases. I think that should be part of this. Modifications to laws regarding elections. If you commit voter fraud, there should be punishment. And it should be a maximum minimum. Because it's not okay. It's not okay to cheat. And it's especially not okay to cheat in voting. It should be one U.S. citizen voting one ballot in one election and nothing else. And there are still questions and concerns that have not been addressed and are not included in this legislation. If we really want to clean things up, let's clean up the House and get it in real order. Madam Speaker, those issues are not included in this. But I do want to remind the chamber I will be voting yes. But this doesn't go far enough. What about non-U.S. citizens voting? Is that going to happen? With this mass influx and invasion of immigrants on the southern border?
Representative Holtorf, that is not to the bill.
I'm concerned that this bill and these modifications to the laws regulating elections don't go far enough to ensure that non-citizens are not voting. Going back to one U.S. citizen, one vote on one ballot. And no data manipulation on the front end or the back end. I find it ironic, and I have a good colleague and friend of mine here from northern Colorado who was born in Mexico. We've even talked about it, and I used to live in Mexico, Monterrey in Nuevo León.
Representative Holtorf, please speak to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm speaking to modifications to laws regarding elections and how this was not included in this bill, and it should have been. There are so many things that are missing in this bill. I'm a big advocate of identifying and having identification to vote. You can't even get a hotel room. You can't even rent a car. And your fees are going up, by the way, after this session for that rental car. You can't even go to the bank and cash a check. There are so many things you can't do with an identification card. But you can vote without one.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
You have 1 minute remaining.
I'll try to use it wisely, ma'am. Once again, there could be included in this better data management provisions, as mentioned by my colleague from El Paso County. That data should not, in my humble opinion, ever leave this state. Voting in the state of Colorado should be a state function, and the data should never leave the state, and it should be in close custody. There shouldn't be malware. There shouldn't be any of that. There shouldn't be data manipulation, and we need to clean up our voter rolls. Once again, I'll close with this. It doesn't matter how the people vote, but who counts the votes. Joseph Stalin.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 210 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 9 no, 3 excused, Senate Bill 210 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1472.
We will proceed out of order to House Bill 1472. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1472.
House Bill 1472 by Representatives Brown and Puglisi, also Senators Mullica and Gardner. Concerning matters related to certain tort actions and in connection therewith, increasing the cap on non-economic damages, allowing siblings to bring a wrongful death action in certain circumstances, increasing a wrongful death damages cap, increasing the medical malpractice wrongful death damages cap, and increasing the medical malpractice non-economic damages cap.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1472 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, we move for permission to run a third reading amendment.
Please briefly explain.
Thank you. Since second reading, we have since caught a couple of additional issues with the bill as it was introduced. We're going to clean up some language related to the arbitration language again, as well as the effective date for the wrongful death cap. And create a limitation for employees who are public employees under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act. So we'd ask for an aye vote on permission.
Seeing no further discussion, the request before us is permission to run a third reading amendment on House Bill 1472. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Bottoms. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, 3 excused, permission is granted. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move L003 to House Bill 1472 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Again, as I mentioned in my remarks, this will help to clean up some of the language about binding arbitration and make sure it's in the right place in the bill. It also relocates in effect or redoes an effective date for the wrongful death cap, as well as creates an exemption to limitations for employees who are public employees under the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Minority Leader Puglisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a reminder that this has been very well stakeholdered, and we appreciate the stakeholders for bringing these changes, these fixes, and we appreciate the drafter for being able to do this so quickly so that we don't have to come back next year with a cleanup bill. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of L003 to House Bill 1472. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 61 ayes, 0 no, and 4 excused, Amendment L003 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the passage of House Bill 1472 as amended.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1472 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Catlin Hartsook Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 55 ayes, 6 no, and 4 excused, House Bill 1472 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 217.
Senate Bill 217 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning the repeal and reenactment of the law enacted by Senate Bill 23-228 that created the Office of Administrative Services for Independent Agencies in the Judicial Department.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 217 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 217 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 1 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 217 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 47.
Senate Bill 47 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Priol, also Representatives Young and Epps, concerning the prevention of substance use disorders and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 47 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 47 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 16 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 47 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 48.
Senate Bill 48 by Senator Priola, also Representatives Degree, Kennedy, and Lynch, concerning recovery from substance use disorders and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 48 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 48 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Hartsook. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 12 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 48 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 222.
Senate Bill 222 by Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Sirota and Taggart, concerning state funding to facilitate the relocation of 2 state entities to different state buildings and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 222 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 222 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 50 aye, 11 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 222 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 218.
Senate Bill 218 by Senators Hansen and Feinberg, also Representatives Duran and Brown, concerning measures to modernize energy distribution systems and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 218 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the sponsor working with me on this. Sorry we couldn't come to something of more of agreement. It is really imperative that our state figure out how to make our grid actually secure. And that is unfortunately something that I find missing in the bill. We have transformers. They're connectable to the internet. That creates a problem. We have transformers that have been found to have backdoors to foreign adversaries. We have foreign adversaries that have been after our grid for a very long time. And then we have the sun. If that wasn't enough, and if you'd like to read about the alt transformer that was discovered here in Colorado, sent off to Sandia Labs, it is a really, really big problem. And then we have we have the sun. And the sun, with certainly nothing malicious, it's one of the most stable stars in the known to man, but when it kicks out a geomagnetic storm, then a lot of havoc can be wreaked on our electrical grid. And the more we electrify, the more we rely on electricity, the more this problem will grow. A Carrington event, one that happened in 1859, is estimated that it could disable the electricity such to the point that it could kill 40 million people inside of a month. Not like wipe them out from disease or burns or radiation, but just simply the lack of everything that we rely on for electricity. So I hope we can, I tried to bring this bill up. Well, I brought a bill up to address that, to address a report, to develop a plan, because some of these things can be implemented rather easily, like grounding the transformers so that any additional overload of electricity can be sent into the ground where we would prefer it. and it can be done relatively quickly. It can be done with a warning from our own space weather in Boulder. If you'd like to get updates on space weather, you can email them, and they'll put you on their list, and you can find out when there's geomagnetic storms heading your way. Fortunately, they've been minor. There have been some severe ones that are indicated, but they're fortunately around, the orbit of Earth around the sun is rather large. But there is one that we missed in 2012 by the equivalent of, they think, about 9 days, so just about a week, that would have been a Carrington level event, and it could have, I think they estimated that it could wipe out the electricity for about 130 million people for who knows how long. So I won't go through the list again. I hope it's something that the National EMP Task Force is very concerned about. It has great implications on our ability as humans to operate, because we are increasingly reliant on electricity, and it also has big strategic impacts for us as well. So pretending that the sun isn't there is probably a bad idea. So hopefully we can get something done and move in the direction of securing our grid. And then also I would recommend not getting rid of other options, especially getting rid of options based on a superstition. So this is something that we seriously need to address.
Seeing no additional conversation, the motion before us is Senate Bill 218 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please. Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 218 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 75.
Senate Bill 75 by Senators Priola and Rodriguez, also Representatives Bacon and Ricks, concerning requirements for transportation network companies and a connection therewith, requiring transportation network companies to comply with transparency requirements and deactivation and suspension procedures, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 75 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 75 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. McCormick, Winter. Rep. McCormick. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 75 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 198.
Senate Bill 198 by Senators Fenberg and Michelson, Janelle, also Representatives Brown and McCormick, concerning measures to support the implementation of the state's regulated natural medicine program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 198 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 198 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Taggart and Young. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 19 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 198 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 189.
Senate Bill 189 by Senators Fields and Hansen, also Representatives Weissman and Soper, concerning gender-related changes to crimes that involve bias.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 189 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to note that we have increased by 250 parts per million of CO2 since this morning, so if everybody could just stop breathing, I think we'd solve that problem.
Representative DeGraff to the bill.
Madam, I'm trying to save the world. I just wanted to say that. I wanted to say that I'm trying to save the planet, and it would just help if everybody stopped breathing.
I appreciate
Thank you. All right.
that.
This is a wonderful bill for further balkanizing our country, dividing people up into ever smaller categories where we can. So this bill lists about everything. And the funny thing about listing the things of intersectionality is eventually you end up at the individual, which ironically is where the Constitution starts. That it's a recognition of the individual, that recognizes that each individual created in the image of God is endowed with certain unalienable rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, whatever you think about the characteristics of the bill that are listed in the bill, these degrees of intersectionality that I think last time when I looked at the degrees of intersectionality or the degrees of balkanization, there were about 10. And if you divide everybody by 10, you end up with the individual. So the purpose of government, when we go back to the founding, which was a very studied look at previous civilizations, which at the time were primarily the civilizations of the Mediterranean and the Middle East. So hardly a white guy form of government. But unless we're going to have one category in this that is a fair target for a discriminatory crime, then the entire bill is worthless. And so the purpose of government is to secure these rights. The purpose of government is not to secure the feelings. The purpose of government is not to secure the feelings and prevent somebody from saying something that somebody else doesn't like. It is to, and in this case, what we have is we have prohibitions about depriving somebody of life, liberty, or property without due process of the law. Life, liberty, or property, so anything. So let's go back. So why should a law enforcement officer need to go back and figure out all the degrees of intersectionality to see who is the biggest victim in a fisticuffs, to see who is going to jail, to see who has the highest degree of victimhood? Is that the way we want to do this? We want to continually divide everybody up into categories of victimhood so we can, and that's going to be our form of justice. That's what this bill leans towards. And then we'll come back when there's a new category because there was sexual orientation added at some point, and now there's gender identity for whatever reason. Then there's going to be gender, I think gender expression is in there. And again, everybody apparently has these characteristics. So there is nobody that's excluded from being in a crime from being considered a hate crime. Which makes sense because very rarely does somebody deprive somebody else of life, liberty, or property because they like them too much. So if we could get back to the recognition that of our Declaration of Independence had it solved, and it had it solved very well. You recognize that other people are endowed with certain unalienable rights. Among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And when you do that, when you deprive somebody of that, that is a crime, and that is a punishable offense. Otherwise, we just let it go. This is making law enforcement, putting law enforcement in to be the arbiter of people's feelings. That's a very dangerous place to be. We talked about it being weaponized, and no kidding, it's going to be weaponized because if a law can be weaponized against somebody, it will be weaponized against somebody. And if it can be weaponized by an individual against somebody else that they're opposed to, it will be weaponized. What this does is this creates an arsenal to be weaponized of citizens against other citizens. I'm just not for violating somebody's life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness in any way, shape, or form. But some of these things that we're classifying as hate crimes they're not a deprivation of life, liberty, or the pursuit of happiness. And unfortunately, sometimes things get said, and then, that's not good. I'm not endorsing it, but if somebody can get your goat, hide your goat. Don't make a new law so everybody can dance around your feelings under the penalty, especially when we're in a position where we're worried about the over-criminalization and the over-policing of the country. Every time you create a new law, every time you add a new law, you add to over-policing. So don't complain about over-policing and then create the mechanisms for over-policing. And stop balkanizing the country. So instead of e unum pluribus, where we take one country and turn it into all kinds of little factions, we go back to e pluribus unum, where we take out the many and create a society of one, where we can all get along together instead of looking at how each other hurts the other's feelings. So I recommend a no vote on this, and I recommend, well, there's lots of stuff I recommend, but I recommend a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 189 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Degree Kennedy, Froelich, Marshall, Valdez. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, that's a, $75 fine? You're volunteering. Representative Valdez, care to match that? No. All right, $7.50. How's that? Please close the machine. With 45 ayes, 17 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 189 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 200.
Senate Bill 200 by Senators Marchman and Winter-F, also Representatives Bacon and Harrod, concerning, Senate Bill 200 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Coleman, also Representatives Bacon and Joseph, concerning ways to address equity, diversity, and inclusion disparities in Colorado's child welfare system.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 200 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 200 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 18 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 200 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 162.
Senate Bill 162 by Senators Marchman and Winter-F, also Representatives Bacon and Harrod, concerning best practices for responding to discriminatory conduct in schools and in connection therewith, developing training consistent with the best practices, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 162 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 162 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 18 no, and 3 excused, Senate Bill 162 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 201.
Senate Bill 201 by Senators Michelson, Janae, and Smallwood, also Representatives Lindsay and Puglisi, concerning an increase in the hours of work in a massage therapy program required for licensure as a massage therapist.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 201 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 201 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. DeGraff and Frizzell. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 9 no, 3 excused, Senate Bill 201 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 229.
Senate Bill 229 by Senators Winter-F and Priola, also Representatives Bacon and Wilford, concerning measures to mitigate ozone pollution in the state and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 229 on third reading and final passage.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, as we talked about, this is the second bill in the two-bill package that this time, hopefully, is truly, hopefully, going to bring about some stability in the tension in the space around oil and gas and energy production here in Colorado. And so I just want to put on record the legislative declaration for the bill. Oil and gas activities are among the largest anthropogenic contributors to ozone precursor emissions in the ozone non-attainment area. And then the bill continues to talk about how oil and gas is, or the blame for our air quality is largely laid at the feet of oil and gas. So I just want to make sure that my comments on the record on this matter are very clear. And actually, they're not my comments. They are the comments of the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division. So I'm looking at their graph right now. They do these things called ozone emissions inventories. If you don't know, we have a constellation of different ozone monitoring sites across the state of Colorado that monitors not only what the ozone concentrations are, but they can actually reverse engineer that and figure out where this stuff is coming from. So that is called an ozone emission inventory. So if we look at the ozone monitors in Colorado, I will tell you which monitors right now are in attainment for the 2023 cycle. The data for 2024 obviously won't be complete until the end of the year. Typically along the front range, we see an ozone spike in the summertime. So 2023 is the last year for which we have complete data. There were 5 ozone towers that were in compliance. The Welby Tower, the Greeley-Weld County Tower, the Platteville Tower, which is also in Weld County, Fort Collins at CSU, and La Casa, which is in Denver. We had 5 towers that were in attainment in 2023. All the Weld County towers were in attainment in 2023. Which towers were not in attainment? Well, basically the rest of them were not in attainment. The ones with the highest out of attainment were Rocky Flats North, Chatfield, and then there was a tie for third place, one of those being the NREL Tower. So I will read you the ozone's emissions inventory from the NREL Tower. Boundary initial conditions. So when the modeling happens about where's all this ozone coming from, anything that's boundary initial conditions means it's coming from outside of Colorado and it's outside the scope of the model that was used to generate this. Boundary initial conditions, 51% of the ozone in Colorado, per our very own Air Pollution and Control Division, comes from outside the state of Colorado and is outside the scope of their model. Naturally occurring ozone, because this stuff naturally occurs in Colorado, 10%. You can't control the naturally occurring ozone in Colorado because, oh, that's right, it's naturally occurring. Fire caused by outside of Colorado human activities, another 10%. In other words, 71% of the ozone in Colorado, per the emissions inventory by the Colorado Air Pollution Control Division at the NREL Tower, which is one of the highest out-of-compliance towers in Colorado, 71% of that is outside of Colorado's control. Of the remaining 29% that is in Colorado's control, about 8% on-road, about 8% non-road, about 8% point, about 2% area, and then 3 to 4% oil and gas. I'll give you a breakdown of the Platteville Tower because obviously NREL is not surrounded by oil and gas, even though it is one of the highest out of compliance monitors that we have. The Platteville Tower, which is surrounded by oil and gas and also, by the way, is in attainment, along with every other tower in Weld County that monitors ozone. At the Platteville Tower, methane enhancements over the Front Range decreased by 52% from 2013 to 2019. That's verified by NASA data. And then ethane, which is a unique molecule that's pretty much only produced as a result of oil and oil productions. Ethane dropped 65% between 2013 and 2019, again, at that Platteville Tower. So, why do I say this? Whenever we have these conversations, the blame for Colorado's air quality is usually laid at the feet of oil and gas. But as I've just read to you, that is not scientifically the case. And I've read that to you from data, from our own CDPHE Air Quality Monitoring Division, from NASA, from towers that are in Weld County. Again, all of the towers in Weld County are in attainment. And then I've read to you the emissions inventory from the towers that are outside of Weld County that are not in attainment, that show about 3 to 4% of that total ozone is a result of Weld County. I said it yesterday, I'll say it again. Excuse me, not Weld County, oil and gas. I'll say it again. The chair of the Regional Air Quality Council said it this way: there is no one solution. If we went to zero driving today, we wouldn't achieve the summertime ozone standard. If we shut down the entire oil and gas industry, we wouldn't achieve the summertime ozone standards. There is no one magic bullet. That's why it's important to look at everything comprehensively. And so when I see pieces of legislation like this that are aimed directly at one sector and trying to lay the blame for Colorado's air quality at the feet of one sector, I, of course, have to rise in opposition to that because the science does not bear that out. I'm a no.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I was just looking online for some information about this, and I came across something you guys might find interesting. I guess it's new information, I don't know, but I just came across it. The amount of change that you can make is one drop in 20 Olympic swimming pools. Write that down. One drop, 20 Olympic swimming pools. Mic drop.
Representative DeGraff.
I got nothing after that.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 229 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. I think she'll be back. We'll give her a second.
Dream. You're free to go home. You can go home. Oh, happy to excuse you. Ozone committee or something. Yeah, that's what it was. Ozone committee. We're waiting for people in the bathroom? That's what we worked out. $1,000 for Loveland? $1,000 for Loveland, I'm hearing.
We'll keep it open.
There's McLaughlin, no.
Representative McLaughlin is excused. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 18 no, and 4 excused, Senate Bill 229 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits of committee recommends the following. Senate Bills 716 is amended, 80, 111 is amended, 120, 126 is amended, 142, 174, 214 is amended, and 223 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be made special orders on Monday, May 6th, 2024 at 12:36 p.m. Senate Bill 168, Senate Bill 170, Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 185, Senate Bill 182, House Bill 1247, Senate Bill 227, Senate Bill 226, Senate Bill 16, Senate Bill 126, Senate Bill 78, Senate Bill 192, Senate Bill 199, Senate Bill 32, Senate Bill 207, Senate Bill 76, Senate Bill 167, Senate Bill 216, Senate Bill 141, and House Bill 1178.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on Monday, May 6th at 12:36 p.m. Representative Mabry. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Mabry will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a bill to be read at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 168.
Senate Bill 168 by Senators Robertson, Simpson, also Representatives McCluskey and Martinez, concerning remote monitoring services for Medicaid members and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 24-168 and the appropriations report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
Or correction, I move Senate Bill 24-168.
To the bill.
Members, this is an issue that really has a place in southern Colorado, rural Colorado, with access to your providers. So this bill allows for remote monitoring for those that have diabetes. And we think that this is going to be a great way to get the need out into rural communities, to be able to get them the assistance that they need, and also getting reimbursement for those visits through Medicaid. I think that this is going to really be a really broad and expansive program that's really going to affect a lot of people that previously don't have the help that they need. The San Luis Valley is definitely in need of this and have been supportive of this. Our medical providers have been, and we hope that you will too. So I'll keep it short and sweet and say that we request an aye vote.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Madam Speaker.
Members, I am very delighted to bring before you today Senate Bill 168. This bill focuses on supporting our most vulnerable, underserved communities in rural parts of Colorado, and also individuals who currently use Medicaid to cover their health expenses. Remote access to remote patient monitoring, RPM, is a terrific way for folks who live in the far reaches of this state to access high-quality advice, counsel, and guidance from their health professional. In so many of our communities, we are losing healthcare providers. This is a way to broaden that access and ensure that people take care of themselves early and often. Prevention makes a difference. I also want to lift up that my dear husband is a type 1 diabetic. And when he was diagnosed 30 years ago with the disease, we faced a lot of challenges. And in those early years, without continuous glucose monitoring, it was very difficult for us to address the highs and the lows of his blood sugar levels. But since the advancement of technology, his health is better. He uses a continuous glucose monitor, and it is so critical that we make sure that all people in Colorado, particularly those from low-income backgrounds who are underserved, have access to this tremendous technology. I urge an aye vote on 168.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 168. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 168 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 170. Senate Bill 170.
Senate Bill 170 by Senators Enzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representative McLaughlin, concerning the America 250 Colorado 150 Commission. Senate Bill 170 by Senators Enzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives McLaughlin and Byrd, concerning the America 250 Colorado 150 Commission.
Representative Byrd.
I move Senate Bill 170 and the State and State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee report.
To the committee report. Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, on the committee report, we just had some technical details. We had to increase the number of people on the committee because of a Senate bill that came through, so we did that.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative McLaughlin.
Okay, here are some big vocabulary words for you. Semi-quincentennial, sesquicentennial, and sesquisemicentennial. Yay, thank you very much for understanding what in the world I'm talking about. Yeah, so next year we are celebrating, 2 years. In 2026, we are celebrating the 250th party for America, the 150th celebration for Colorado, and together it's called the sesquisemicentennial. It's the combined celebration. So this is getting the financing to organize all this and to make sure that Colorado is having a statewide celebration.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Byrd.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so pleased to join my co-prime sponsor here from Durango and lift this up. And a key portion of the bill was just adding members to the commission and making sure that this good commission is able to finance its activities and good work to plan so that we can celebrate the beginnings of our state and our country. We ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 170. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 170 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 80.
Senate Bill 80 by Senators Fields and Hawkes Lewis, also Representative Young, concerning health insurance carrier price transparency requirements and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Young.
I move, it is an honor to serve with you if I haven't mentioned that before.
It is an honor to serve with you, Representative Young.
I move Senate Bill 24080.
To the bill.
This bill is very simple. It's about healthcare price transparency. The intent of this bill is to ensure the necessary transparency for consumers so they can make informed decisions about their health care, and for policymakers so the state can continue to help save people money on health care. As many of you know, many Coloradans struggle to afford their health care, but patients often lack access to useful price and quality information that could help them find low-cost, high-quality care. As a result, in 2021, CMS, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, along with several other federal departments, released the Transparency in Coverage Rule, which requires insurance carriers to provide more information to consumers regarding price and benefit information. This bill implements those federal rules. There are two distinct elements to the bill. The first concerns a price transparency tool for consumers that carriers are already required to have. This bill is not creating a new tool. The second part of the bill provides the division with price transparency data, such as carriers' in-network and out-of-network negotiated rates. This is data that carriers are already required to submit to the federal government. This bill is simply about requiring carriers to provide such data to the states in a way that they are accessible. In creating the federal regulation, CMS emphasized that a key aspect of transparency and coverage is to make healthcare pricing information more accessible and useful to consumers. That is the aim of this bill.
Members, it is getting pretty loud in here. If we could keep it down so we can hear the conversation happening in the well. Thank you. Representative Marvin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. As my colleague mentioned, increasing transparency in our healthcare system will allow consumers, researchers, regulators, lawmakers, and other stakeholders to strengthen our healthcare system and give these groups the information they need to make or assist others in making informed decisions about their healthcare purchases. I also wanted to mention the prescription drug transparency pieces of this legislation. This bill will make available the negotiated rates and historical net prices for prescription drugs and aggregated information on prescription drug trends. Good, unbiased data on prescription drug pricing is very difficult to find, even though prescription drug costs are some of the largest cost drivers of increased healthcare consumer spending. This information will be instrumental in informing policymakers as we continue to look for ways to make healthcare affordable for all Coloradans and give stakeholders, both individuals and institutional, meaningful and actionable pricing information in an effort to contain the growth of healthcare costs. The Division of Insurance worked with industry stakeholders in the Senate and offered several amendments to bring the carriers to neutral on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, and thank you to the bill sponsors. Just a question I wanted just clarified and confirmed. You guys took out the part of the bill that said a medical estimate had to be honored, correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that is true. It was taken out in the Senate.
Okay, so if a doctor prescribes an MRI, but they end up having to have a CT scan or something different, they're not held liable for the estimate that was given if something were to change. Like in surgery, if they go from an ACL to repairing an ACL and an MCL, that medical estimate is not going to hold the doctor liable, correct?
Currently in the bill, that language is not present.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 80. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 80 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senator Fenberg, also Representative Amabile, concerning protections for unleased mineral interest owners in the pooling of mineral interests by the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission and in connection with making appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
I move Senate Bill 185.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty simple bill. It just allows counties to keep their mineral rights and not to be forced pooled. And it adds a couple of other protections in the forced pooling process. And I ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to run an amendment, L008, and ask that it properly be displayed.
Can I ask you to move the amendment?
I move amendment L008 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is a proper motion. It is displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment changes the date that an operator shall not drill or extract minerals from the drilling unit before a pooling order is entered by the Commission from January 1st, 2025 to January 1st, 2026. And it also asks to add a petition clause to the bill. And with that, I urge an aye vote.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L8 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? The motion, seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 185. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 185 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 182.
Senate Bill 182 by Senators Gonzalez and Bridges, also Representatives Hernandez and Velasco.
Okay.
Concerning the requirements to issue an identification document under the Colorado Road and Community Safety Act to an individual who is not lawfully present in the United States and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 182 and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you so much. In committee, we just added an amendment that was asked of us from the Department of Revenue so that they were able to update their systems and be able to implement this policy.
Further discussion on the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, we rise today with Senate Bill 182 because this is a really important way to meet the demand of what our communities are currently facing and what folks who are undocumented have been facing for a very long time in our community in Colorado. I'm really excited to bring this bill along with Representative Velasco because right now the average wait time for folks who might be potentially undocumented to get a driver's license is between 12 and 30 months. That 12 to 30 month period is still a time in which parents have to still take their kids to school. They still have to get up in the morning and drive to work, but right now they don't have access to a driver's license. So we're asking for an aye vote to make sure that folks can, we can remove a barrier and support our communities.
Further discussion on the bill. Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 182 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The bill is adopted. Madam Majority Leader. Nope, just kidding. Just passing through. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1247.
Bradley's not in here.
1 second, sorry.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to lay over House Bill 1247 to the end of the calendar.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1247 will be laid over until the end of the calendar. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 227.
Senate Bill 227 by Senators Bridges and Peltonar, also Representative Young, concerning removing the authorization for a public school to refuse a donated automated external defibrillator if the donated party does not agree to be responsible for the upkeep of the automated external defibrillator.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 227.
To the bill.
My co-prime just left the room. What the bill is doing is recognizing that a law was passed in 2005, which was named after David Brooks, who died in 1995 at the age of 12 while at a camp. His parents were told that an AED probably would have saved their son's life. And their work inspired our current statute about allowing schools to accept donations for AEDs. Up to now, what the statute has said is that schools could refuse this gift if the donor wasn't going to take responsibility for maintenance and training, and as a result, we've decided to really make sure that the law reflects what the original intent was, which was to make sure that schools were accepting these donations, which leads to life-saving equipment being in the school, and allowing schools to be in charge of the training when they want to do it, and I urge and I vote.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. And thank you to my co-prime who graciously allowed me to jump on this bill. Very important to me. I have a friend whose son has Marfan syndrome. In schools with AEDs, 70% of students survive sudden cardiac arrest, which is more than 7 times the overall survival rate for school-aged children. Survival is estimated to decrease by 10% every passing minute until a shock from a defibrillator is applied. The use of an AED within 5 minutes after sudden cardiac arrest is more effective at not only saving a life, but the quality of life and function, brain function as well.
Excuse me, Representative Bradley. Members, it is getting too loud in here. We cannot hear the conversation happening in the well. Please keep it down.
Thank you.
Yes. Continue, Representative Bradley.
Each year, sudden cardiac arrest claims the lives of over 2,000 children in the U.S. and accounts for 3 to 5% of all deaths in children aged 5 to 19 years. It can be fatal if not treated in minutes. It's the leading cause of death in athletes, and no underlying signs and symptoms are presented. So I would like to urge an aye vote on this very, very important bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 227. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 227 is adopted. Mr. Sheeple, please read the title to Senate Bill 226.
Senate Bill 226 by Senators Svenberg and Marchman, also Representatives Harrod and Brown, concerning modifications to the college Kickstarter account program.
Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 226.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, this bill makes slight modifications to the college Kickstarter program, including expanding eligibility from 5 to 8 and ensuring the advisory board has more representation. We ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say what an honor it is to join my good colleague from Denver on her last bill. It has been an honor to work with her and to serve with her. This is a good bill to be a last bill, and I really just appreciate the work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 226. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 226 is passed. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 16.
Senate Bill 16 by Senators Zenzinger and Smallwood, also Representative Snyder, concerning qualification for state income tax credits for charitable contributions to nonprofit organizations and in connection therewith authorizing a taxpayer to make a charitable contribution for which the taxpayer may claim a state income tax credit to a charitable recipient organization through a qualified intermediary that forwards the contribution to the charitable recipient organization, allowing a tax credit certificate for the Colorado Homeless Contribution Tax Credit to include only the last 4 digits rather than all digits of a taxpayer's social security number, and making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you, sir.
It's an honor to serve with you as well.
Thank you, and with that, I will move Senate Bill 16, the Finance Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
So in Appropriations, we took an amendment. It turns out the DOR has a unique certificate identification number, so we were struggling with how people could make these contributions through intermediaries and be identified for tax purposes, but be anonymous as was their want. So this works out great. It will also lower the fiscal note. And that's what we did in Appropes. And with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Finance, actually, we just pushed out the date 1 year, and that allows for the Department of Revenue to get their act together and make a list of those qualifying organizations. It also lowered the fiscal note, and I would ask for a yes vote on the Finance Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Finance Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, folks, this is really a simple bill. Intermediaries are those kinds of organizations like Colorado Gives, or down in my neck of the woods, the Indie Give. They are very convenient, especially for seniors and other people. They want to do helpful, good things, but as you may have read recently, approximately over $3 billion was bilked out of seniors, oftentimes under the guise of charitable contributions. So this allows people to make a contribution to one of these intermediary organizations and say, look, I really want to help out with a homeless situation. I don't know who to trust, and they leave it up to these folks to find the right place to most maximize their contribution. So what we're doing here, intermediary donations really used to be eligible for tax credits, and a change in rule made that so that's not the case. We're just bringing that back. So if you make a contribution to an intermediary and there's a tax credit available, you have that opportunity.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It is a
and I
privilege
just
to serve
came
with
down
you.
to support my colleague. Good bill. Vote yes.
Great. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 16. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 16 is adopted. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to Senate Bill 126.
Senate Bill 126 by Senators Will and Winter F., also Representatives Lukens and Lynch, concerning the Conservation Easement Income Tax Credit and in connection therewith extending the Conservation Easement Oversight Commission and the Certified Holder Program indefinitely, increasing the limit on conservation easement income tax credits available to donors in 1 calendar year, allowing multiple transfers of conservation easement income tax credits and making an appropriation.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 126, the Agriculture Report, the Finance Report, and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Committee report, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Appropriations Committee, we decrease the appropriation and we ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Agriculture Committee report.
Oh, he's bouncing around.
To the Finance Committee report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. In finance, we discovered that there was some conforming language that made this not work real well with the IRS, and so we ran an amendment that fixed that, and I would ask for a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on the adoption of the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Finance Committee report is adopted. To the Agriculture Committee report, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Agriculture Committee, we brought an amendment that clarified the process of impacted agencies such as DOR and the Attorney General's office after their final review of the bill. There was some cleanup that needed to happen, and we asked for a yes vote on the Agriculture Committee report.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Agriculture Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Agriculture Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since 2000, conservation easement tax credit has been an important tool to incentivize landowners to put their lands in conservation easements, which will benefit their families, our wildlife habitats, the climate, and promotes rural resiliency. This bill that we have brought forward is a continuation and an expansion of that successful program. I had the privilege of touring a number of conservation easements in my own district during the interim, many of which are where nonprofits have their location as well, and they do tremendous advocacy on behalf of our wildlife habitats in my district, and we will be asking for a yes vote on Senate Bill 126.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is my last bill that I'll ever run. So I often say a lot of times in Ag Committee that nobody moves to Colorado because they want to live in the concrete jungle of the Denver-Boulder corridor, and it is not everyone. These sort of programs help preserve what is Colorado, the natural beauty. It does that through creatively allowing folks to stay on land, whether that's ag land, whether that's land that they just want to keep in their family to preserve for natural habitat. And it's programs like this. Unfortunately, we're not able to get it expanded as much as we would have liked, but we did move the ball forward in expanding this program. Just some interesting statistics if you didn't know this, but since 1965, Colorado Land Trust and their partners have helped Colorado families conserve over 3.3 million acres here in the state of working farms, ranches, and private lands across the state. For the past 23 years, Colorado has proactively invested in conservation through conservation easement tax credits. This is a great program. I would encourage a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In Agriculture Committee, we had one of my constituents out of Lamar, Colorado, make some comments on the mic that was really hard because in the early 2000s, there was a lot of ranchers in southeastern Colorado that got burned pretty bad by the state. And even though she's in support of these easements, I'll have to give her credit because what her and her family have went through and the disingenuousness of that time was really hard. But what I really like about this is we've moved forward and this program has totally changed. It's not the program of the early 2000s. But I committed to her that I would run an amendment here on the floor I told her in committee that I would, so with that, I would like to move L019 and ask that it properly be displayed. And it can't be, it's a multi-page. So I'm just going to go through the first few paragraphs. It is the intent of the General Assembly to provide relief that will repair the harm caused by the Department of Revenue's disallowance of Colorado conservation easement tax credits to landowners who in good faith subject to subsection 6 of the section conveyed conservation easements to qualified conservation easement holders between January 1, 2000, December 31st, 2013. State Representative Kimmy Lewis from House District 64, who passed away in December 2019, worked tirelessly during her career as a legislator to provide help to landowners who had conservation easement credits arbitrarily disallowed. Lewis's work was preceded by State Representative Wes McKinley's efforts and was since resumed by numerous legislators, including Faith Winter, Dylan Roberts, Jerry Sonnenberg, Cleve Simpson, Kerry Donovan, and Perry Will in the bipartisan pursuit to relief for law-abiding taxpayers across the state of Colorado who were harmed and have been denied tax credits for nearly 20 years after their donations. In recent years, the above-noted legislators led efforts and sponsored bills to incorporate the recommendations of the legislatively appointed members of the House Bill Working Group and resolution of the harm by allowing a landowner to claim a tax credit or pursue extinguishment for conservation easement donation that was accepted by Federal Internal Revenue Service and conveyed in good faith subject to subsection 5 of the section, but ultimately denied by the state will end the nearly 2-decade-long conflict over Colorado's conservation easement tax credit program, restore the integrity of the program, and allow the program to move forward to continue the good work of conserving Colorado's increasingly limited open space and natural resources. I just had to read that for the simple fact is there's a lot of people that have worked hard on trying to fix this issue, and I thought that it was only right, number one, for Kimmy Lewis to get up here and speak about it, and number two, all the legislators that had worked so hard to try to fix this problem that happened between ranchers and the government. With that, I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Kimmy Clark Lewis was my state representative. I knew her well. I had a great affection for her leadership, and she was greatly respected in my home county of Washington County. The reason I'm here today is because of Kimmy Clark Lewis. I had the privilege of representing House District 64 after she unfortunately succumbed to her battle with cancer. A private battle that she chose to fight privately in her own family, not even knowing how advanced that disease had progressed. This was one of the issues that Representative Lewis was very passionate about. The harm that was done to agriculturalists all across eastern Colorado, not only in southeast Colorado, but also in northeast Colorado, was an impact that was tens of millions of dollars. Some people estimate 30 million, 40 million, 50 million. Because the Department of Revenue, the Colorado Department of Revenue, didn't like the assessments and the appraisals that were done and discounted and disregarded those. And actually did not honor those credits, even if they were taken. They were then withdrawn. This caused a great deal of hardship. There are still farmers and ranchers, not only in House District 64, the 9 counties of that previous district, but now in my current district, House District 63, that still have yet to be compensated for the damage that was done in the early 2000s. I stand with Representative Ty Winter in this declaration. Now, this is a multi-page declaration, and I will tell you, there's a lot of very important language in here. It has been unfortunate in the 5 years that I've been here that the governor's office, the General Assembly, has failed to make whole those farmers and ranchers. The hypocrisy of spending hundreds of millions of dollars on everything else, grants a go-go and all the other bull beep that has passed through this chamber is an insult to my former colleague who has passed. And I will say it's an insult to every farmer and rancher in eastern Colorado who still to this day has not been made whole. And to the farm family that testified in the Ag Committee that Ty and I know personally in Prowers County, it is troubling that this General Assembly, who will offer tax credits everywhere and anywhere this session that they can think of, in a time where Tabor is being incurred upon and infringed upon maybe more than any other year, that nobody can find a way to pull out, and there's legislators in here that have spent over $1 billion, hundreds of millions, tens of millions.
Representative Holtorf, can I ask you to keep it to this bill, please?
Yes, sir, I will. But we can't find the 30 to 50 million to fix this problem. I will leave my service in this chamber and look at those producers, and all I can do is apologize for the failure of the governor's office and legislators to do right. This amendment will not get accepted by this bill sponsors. It may not even be fair to ask them to do this, but the ask is a legitimate, honest, and noble ask, and it should have been done years ago. Years ago. I suspect this can will continue to get kicked down the road until it is long forgotten. But the families of eastern Colorado that signed up to the beginning of conservation easements, and the appraisals were done, the tax credits were offered, and then Department of Revenue withdrew those and caused them great financial harm as they had to make adjustments and pay back. It's not right. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's okay. If I had the ability and I was in the majority, this would be fixed. This would be fixed. But that's not the case. So yeah, this is very near and dear to my heart. It was very near and dear to Kimmy Clark Lewis's heart too. And she was a champion of rural Colorado and farmers and ranchers all over the state, but specifically in southeastern Colorado. My respect for her will extend to the end of my life and the impact she had to agriculture and the tenacity and fight that she had near every day, despite her last year struggling with cancer. And even constituents would say, "Where is Kimmy? I don't see her in the chamber." Well, she was silently getting cancer treatments and was unable to be here to vote in some cases. And I have a mind to read this document in its entirety, but I'm not going to. I will only read the first paragraph of the last page, because this is where you put your money where your mouth is. Beginning January 1st, 2025, and for each tax year thereafter, $30 million of the annual cap shall be first applied to the previously harmed taxpayers pursuant to this section until all applicants of harmed taxpayer credits have been restored and resolved. That is what should be done. It's not too late to do it. That's why I support this amendment 110%. And I walk away shaking my head shamefully, having spent the last half a decade here, knowing that those people have had very little, if any, consideration, only platitudes, hyperbole, and even when they formed a commission that made a recommendation on how to settle this, the Gold Dome and the governor's office gave them very little credence at all. So I'm a yes on this amendment.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It's a privilege to serve with you as well.
Thank you. Members, I'm here this afternoon to talk about this amendment. At the time I got to the state legislature, it was already aflame. But I had a number of people in my district that suffered through that first stage of conservation easements. That first stage put a crack in the foundation of a good program. Conservation easements do have a place and can be used to the benefit of people that I know and trust. But the people that were part of the original set of conservation easements didn't get what they thought they were bargaining for. Now, you'll hear that some of those appraisals were way sky high and people were trying to cash in on it. I can't speak to that because that wasn't the case in my district. But in my district, there were families that thought this is some way that we can continue to farm. And the state of Colorado had 5 years from the time the easement is signed until it could be accepted by the state of Colorado. 5 years. In the meantime, their tax credits were delivered to them. So in order to stay farming, they sold those tax credits to people that could use them, that have enough income that they made sense. So they were buying them. So they sold them. That money came to those outfits. They operated on those outfits for those 5 years, almost 5 years. But at the end of the 5th year, at the end of the time period where the state could accept them and we would go on into the future and into the sunset, they got notified by the state of Colorado that they were denying those tax credits to those ag operators. And in order to make themselves whole, they had to go borrow money to pay back those tax credits to the state of Colorado. It broke a number of them. In other words, bankrupt them. Generational farms and ranches were lost because the state of Colorado decided they wouldn't accept those appraisals. Somebody tipped them off, they're too high. But at the end of 4 years and 364 days, the notice came. Folks, that's not how we do business out in rural Colorado. If you make a deal, you live to the deal. A handshake is as good as 15 different signatures on any document that you can have out there. The people in my district still feel that they were not dealt with fairly. This amendment will go a long ways to fixing some of the problems in the foundation of the program. As I said earlier, the program has grown into something that is working. But the holdover from what was happening to begin with, when I suppose the state was inexperienced, the people who are signing the documents are inexperienced, Maybe that's had a problem with it. But the other thing that I want every one of you to realize is even though they paid back the tax credits, they still have a conservation easement on their place. They don't own the title free and clear. It's still encumbered by a conservation easement that won't allow them to do some of the things that they think are necessary for the operation of their ranches. They have to ask permission if they can do this or they can do that. For example, build a new fence on their boundary line because the holder of the conservation easement doesn't like what that will make it look like, because it won't look like it was when they took the easement. So after the rancher had brought the bulldozer in and was clearing the place for the new fence, the conservation easement holder said, no, we don't like it. These are the kind of things that happen out there in rural Colorado. They don't happen here. We don't even talk about that here. But those are some of the problems that are trying to be addressed by this amendment. Now, we have tried for 4 sessions to address that issue. This amendment is the latest in trying to address it. Whether it fits this bill, I'm not going to say. The point I'm trying to make is that this issue is still out there. The program is working great. I've had calls from all kinds of folks selling massive tracts of land to conservation easements. But the ones that I worry about are the people that really can't use the tax credit. They have to sell them. But the people that move into your country or land their jet and buy the ranch and within 6 months apply, I wonder about. But that's a conversation for later on, maybe another session. But this amendment goes back to the origins of a program that's working today. But it still has a crack in its foundation that will stay there until the state of Colorado figures out some way to deal with it. This amendment is a valiant attempt at fixing that crack in the foundation. Please vote yes.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much to my colleague from Southeast Colorado for bringing this amendment. And I want to very respectfully acknowledge that there was real harm done in the beginning of this program, which is why there is now a very well-regulated program that has been in place since 2014 with strong oversight from DOR and DORA, which is why we are going to respectfully ask for a no vote on this amendment and recognize that now conservation easements are used for multiple purposes, including creating wildlife habitat, stream restoration, wetland protection, larger open space, and economic resiliency. And we're grateful for the acres that have been, the 2.3 million acres that have been conserved since this program. And again, respectfully request a no vote on this amendment, but I'll also acknowledge that there was certainly harm done, and we have lessons learned over the tenure of this program. Thank you.
Representative Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues. You know, this program didn't start off very good, to be honest with you. And it has evolved because of this lesson that we've learned here. Unfortunately, I think this is a bigger bite of the apple than we can do in this bill, but I think it's legislation that is past due to make these folks right, make them whole for really the state pulling the rug out from underneath them. So though we're a no on this amendment, we've got some conversations already started about how we can put this into a standalone piece of legislation to make it right for those folks.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is not the intent of my colleague from House District 47 to blindside the bill sponsors. It is not our intent to disparage the conservation easement program as it is written today, despite concerns and reservations that may occur. Something I think that is very important is there was a bill, House Bill 19-1264, that established a working group. Members of Eastern Colorado, farmers and ranchers, sat on that working group, and they came back in 2020 with a report. They came back and said, if the state of Colorado will do this, we will feel like we have been made whole. Unfortunately, as I understand it, the governor's office rejected it, and the General Assembly also rejected it. Rejected the recommendation of the working group. That was so unfortunate. In my humble opinion, that just added insult to injury and made rural Colorado have less trust in the General Assembly and departments, particularly the Department of Revenue. I think the opposite should happen. We should build trust between the citizens of the state who we all work for and the departments also work for. Everyone in state government works for the citizens of this state, not for themselves or their own self-serving interests. So, it is my hope that in future time, this issue can be readdressed and the recommendations of that working group can be revived, and this can be fixed so we can close the rural-urban divide. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L19. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Amendment L19 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us. AML Winter. Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very important bill, and I'm only sad that it came so late, even though it started quite early if you look at the number on the bill. And I'm very saddened that the dollar amounts came down. In my region of this state, we have a tremendous number of ranches, tremendous number of farms, orchards that create the best peaches in the world, and vineyards that produce the best wine in Colorado. These, in many cases, are family heritage. I should put the S on the end of that. We need to protect those families. We need those farms, those ranches, those orchards, and those vineyards to stay in families, to continue to be productive. But those costs of running those operations is getting more and more expensive. And it's too easy for somebody to come in and say, I will offer you XYZ for your property, and the next thing we know, some of the greatness of our agriculture business in Colorado goes away piece by piece. I hope you will support me on this, but I would ask you for another support. I want to co-prime with the Assistant Minority Leader a bill, one of our first 5 bills next year, to right this wrong. This is not right. This is not what this state stands for. I agree with my colleague that I'm going to lose, that I have so looked up to here from Montrose. I agree this has gone way too long. and we need to, in fact, make sure that we solve this next time, hoping that I come back. Thank you. Please vote yes, and please support that bill next year.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that commitment, sir, and I will work with you on this. Conservation easements have changed a lot, and I want to make it clear that this is a good bill. It's come a long way. But I want to echo the sentiments of my good colleague from Grand Junction. As money came into this chamber, agriculture took the biggest haircut of all. We feed and clothe this state, and we drive money into this economy. And we do not get the respect we deserve. These families, have you ever heard married to the land? These families are married to the land. As a kid, I think we went on one vacation from the time I was born until I think I was 18 years old, because there is no day off. On Christmas, you know who ate first breakfast? The animals ate first. Same with every other holiday. Because you take care of those that take care of you. Even to the point when we raise our children, and I'm going to stray a little bit, but when you raise a butcher calf in the pen and you go in and you pet it every day and you feed it and you love on it, and then you have to tell your kids it's time to go to market. But you know what you teach your kids? You take care of it that whole time, and you love it and you care for it, because it's going to take care of you. It's going to get you through the winter, and it's going to get you through the spring. And these are the hard lessons that we learn in rural Colorado. And we are married to this land. Blood, sweat, tears, drought, hail. As a kid, remember my dad come home, hail ran through, knocked a whole hay crop out. And there's people that watch TV and really think the farmers and ranchers of this state are Yellowstone ranchers. And that's the most egregious thing you can think of. Because most of these people are land rich and money poor. And they struggle every damn day of their lives to make sure that they're able to keep that 4th, 5th, 6th generation farm and ranch going. They deserve our respect. And there is a crack in this foundation. And it's got to be fixed. We talk about regaining the trust of people all the time in this chamber. We need to regain the trust of rural Colorado. I represent House District 47, and they feel like they are constantly under attack. And this is one time we can really work at fixing this issue. So next year I will come back with my good friend from Grand Junction, and we will run a fix to this. And I ask you all to remember today, May 6, 2024, and the conversations we had as we move forward with fixing an issue that happened to rural Colorado. I see you all eating now. I see you all enjoying a nice lunch. Don't forget where that came from. With that, I urge a yes vote on the bill.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to rise in support of this bill. I come from Douglas County, where we have some of the most extensive use of conservation easements in the state. Conservation easements are two different things. One, they have preserved family ranches for recreation use rather than being developed. I don't know if you've ever noticed, but Douglas County is typically the top of the charts, sometimes even nationally, for growth. We have a lot of open space. We have a lot of ranches. When I first came to Douglas County when I was 12 years old, my parents moved there from North Glen, and I thought I'd landed in the middle of nowhere because there was nothing there. It was all ranches and farms, all of it. And it's grown, and it hasn't just grown because, you know, it was something that, you know, people wanted to move to Douglas County. We had a lot of land, and we had a lot of land that could be developed, and we had a lot of ranchers who were tired of ranching, and so they sold off. This isn't like, as my good colleague has described, this is not something you get rich off of. And their kids didn't want to live in the middle of nowhere, Douglas County anymore, and they didn't want the ranch, and so they sold. And so that's why we have as much growth as we have. But the great thing is some of these historic properties are preserved now. If you're driving south on I-25, south of Castle Rock, south of Larkspur, it's all open space, all the way to Monument. And that's because the No family executed a conservation easement, and the county helped out a lot, and some of the land is now owned by the county. But on the east side of the highway, it's conservation easements. It's really important to this state that we are able to, one, support our farmers and ranchers and do it right, so I advocate any fixes that need to happen. But these aren't people who are rich who are getting these conservation easements. Sometimes it's keeping them in ranching and farming. It's the only thing they have because they are land rich, but otherwise they're dirt poor. So I wanted to offer my perspective because I'm not from rural Colorado, but I'm from a place that used to be rural Colorado. It's not anymore. But we were. And that preservation of our history is really, really important. That preservation of our history for recreation is also really important. So I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 126. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate Bill 126 passes. Mr. Sheba, please read the title to Senate Bill 78.
Senate Bill 78 by Senators Marchman and Priol, also Representatives Joseph and McLaughlin, concerning including outdoor nature-based preschool programs as a type of child care center in the Department of Early Childhood for licensing-related matters and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 78, 2478.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill adds outdoor nature-based preschool programs to the definition of child care center for licensing purposes. Again, the what of the bill. Outdoor nature-based schools have all the same child development goals of traditional schools, but they are committed to accomplishing these through experiences and with nature. Currently, there are over 45 early childhood education programs in Colorado that are either operating or similarly to the ONB, which is the outdoor nature-based preschools. When comparing children who attend ONBs to conventional preschool students enrolled in ONBs are equally equipped for kindergartens as students enrolled in traditional preschool programs. ONBs support students with diverse learning needs, and a study of 400 children diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactive disorder result shows decrease in severity of ADHD symptoms when the children spend more time outdoors. Again, I think this is a great bill. I'm delighted to have Rep. McLaughlin working on this bill, supporting me through it as someone, as you all know, she's an education champion, and I'm delighted to be running the bill. And in Boulder County, we have quite a few of these schools, and it is truly, truly an honor and a pleasure to carry this bill. Thank you.
Representative McLaughlin.
Well, thank you. These kind of schools are wonderful. It's kind of like what we used to do when we were kids, to just go out and play and play and play and learn and get muddy and dirty and come back in exhausted and extraordinarily happy, and you've been playing with your friends all day. And now this will be a license for just that kind of school, so that parents can take their kids, and there'll be site-specific parameters around what they can do. So everybody has to do everything with safety in mind. And as long as everybody is safe, they can figure out what kind of issues, and they'll be working with sheriffs, police, public health, everybody involved. So it's a really, really great program for kids.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard this bill, we all heard this bill in education, and it really reminded me of a program that we had at my middle school. It was outdoor ed, and we took the kids up to the mountains for 2.5, 3 days. And for some of those inner city kids, yes, in Colorado Springs, you can have an inner city environment. That was the first time they had climbed a rope, walked to the top of a mountain, got their feet wet in a stream that was ice cold, and had a campfire. So I do believe these experiences are really ones that are very, very important for kids to have. And if parents can't do it, what a shame. But if schools can provide these things, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 78. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 78 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 192.
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Michelson, Janae, also Representatives Soper and Snyder, concerning changes to the law requiring persons in the business of selling motor vehicles to make a consumer whole if the motor vehicle fails to perform, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Snyder.
Excuse me, but that's Representative Snyder and Soper.
Representative Snyder and Soper. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move Senate Bill 192.
To the bill.
So, folks, this is an area that's long overdue for some reform. Colorado currently ranks 49th amongst the 50 states as far as consumer protections here. What we're talking about is lemon laws. And you know how important a car can be to a family, especially a family of a lesser means and lower income. It's vital. They be able to get to work, get kids to school, daycare, whatever the case may be. So Colorado has got an F rating from the Center for Auto Safety in our protection laws, and it's also the third highest number of complaints that they receive concerns lemon law type automobiles. And with that, I'll turn it over to my co-prime sponsor.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Snyder. It's great to be on this bill with you. Members, hopefully none of you have had a lemon car, especially one that you've bought brand new from a dealer, but it can be one of the most terrific experiences you've ever had in your entire life. Current law says that the dealer has to have at least 4 chances to repair it before it can be declared a lemon. We're lowering that to 3 because 4 is actually a really high bar to overcome. Current law says you have to be not able to use your car for 45 days. We're lowering that to 30 days. Being without use of your car for 30 days is already a really, really long time, particularly if you rely on your car for work. The other thing we're doing is we're extending this to small businesses. So a lot of times a mom and pop business will actually have their vehicle under their business, not necessarily under their person. And so being able to extend that to the small business is also really important. And then we also have some changes that we've made for the used car side of things, where we definitely want to make sure that a person buying a used car could take that to a third-party mechanic to have it inspected, and if not, then they would have a week to be able to return it free of charge and get their money back if it does turn out to be a lemon, and that's if the car was deemed a lemon on the title. And I'll turn it over to my co-prime sponsor for the rest of what the bill does.
Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My co-prime sponsor did a great job of summarizing it up. So there are a lot of good, strong consumer protections in this bill. At the same time, it makes it very clear what the auto dealer can can do to remedy the situation. They have a right to cure. So it's a really good balance, but overall, it really strengthens the consumer protections. So with that, I would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 192. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 192 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 199.
Senate Bill 199 by Senators Robertson, Will, also Representatives McCormick and Catlin, concerning an appropriation for Species Conservation Trust Fund projects.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 24-199.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Folks, this is our annual Species Conservation Trust Fund bill, and we are lucky enough to be able to appropriate $5 million to the Species Conservation Trust Fund this year. A little background history, this fund was created in 1998 with House Bill 98-1006. And in the years since, the General Assembly expanded the SCTF to cover studies and programs within Colorado Parks and Wildlife dedicated to recovering and protecting species that are listed as threatened and endangered under state law, as well as federal candidate species, conducting scientific studies related to the listing or delisting of any species, and evaluating genetic, habitat, and declining species baseline data. So this bill will allow DNR, CPW, and the CWCB, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, to have the funding that they need to authorize the species that are on the conservation project eligibility list and to fund these important programs that you see in the bill. There's various amounts of money to about 5 different topics: Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program, a selenium management program, 3 species that are in recovery efforts, and native terrestrial wildlife conservation and native aquatic wildlife conservation.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a privilege to serve with you.
It is a privilege to serve with you.
Thank you, sir. Members, this is one of those pieces of legislation that we need to pass. One of the things that it does is it keeps the state of Colorado in compliance with the Endangered Species Act, and it does a number of other good things. The state of Colorado is the only state that has a recovery program with recovery goals in regards to the endangered species in the Colorado River Basin. That doesn't sound like much, but one of the things that it has done is that we've recovered enough in the numbers to remove one of those species from endangered to threatened. So what we're talking about is $1.8 million for the Upper Colorado River Endangered Fish Recovery Program and the San Juan River Basin Recovery Implementation Program. This focuses on those 4 fish: the bony tail, the humpback chub, the razorback sucker, and the Colorado pike minnow. They may not mean much in your world, but they mean everything to those of us that are in the irrigation business on the western slope, and a lot of you on the eastern slope, because they are native to the Colorado River. And as those numbers decline, more and more pressure is put on agriculture and diverters out of the Colorado River. We are seeing success with some of these. They are occupants of the 15-mile reach in Grand Junction that's critical to the recovery of these animals. You know, I could get down here deep with you. The other thing that it does, and I'll just talk about this quickly and then we'll move on, is that it has funded Selenium Task Force on the western slope. Selenium is a minor element in the water over on that side of the mountain. You know, we have to have selenium in our diets to remain healthy. But in fish and in lower life forms, the only way that they can expel that from their system is through their recovery or through their reproductive systems. What that's done is it's caused serious trouble with raising fry from these endangered species. When you see a photograph of a fish with a broken back that looks like that, that's from selenium. Selenium also impacts our migrant fowl by causing their nests to be dead. In other words, they have the eggs, but they don't hatch. This is one of those pieces of legislation the government should be doing. I'm glad that we are doing it, like they've told me. Good bill. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 199. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 199 is passed. Minister Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 32.
Senate Bill 32 by Senators Priola and Wintereff, also Representatives Vigil and Marvin, concerning methods to increase the use of transit.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 32, the Appropriations Committee report, the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report, the Finance report. Did I do those in correct order?
Thank you, Representative Vigil. I think we just have a finance report and a
My apologies.
transportation housing report.
Do you need me to restate my motion?
Would you please?
I will. I move I've grabbed the wrong folder. I'm so sorry. I move Senate Bill 32, my God, this morning, the Finance report and the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report.
To the finance report.
So in finance, I will remember what we did, I promise. So in the finance committee, we made a couple of small amendments. One of them removed thank you so much, Madam Majority Leader. Thank you. We removed an extension on the sunset for one of the tax credit programs that was in the bill, so that it will be set to sunset on schedule next year, and we will look at that then. We also amended in consideration for moving some funds around for the Burnham Yard Rail project, and both of those were approved.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Finance Committee report is passed. To the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being flexible. I was barely ready. Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee, we took on a pretty hefty amendment. We struck sections 2 and 3 of the bill, mostly to reorganize some ways that these funds are being distributed. So the grant program now has 2 major categories that transit agencies can use. They can either do zero fare during the high ozone months, which is already pretty standard, or they can do year-round zero fare for youth. They'll just need to pick one. And we're also asking that our other transit agencies that are outside of RTD work through CASTA. So CASTA will receive those grant monies and distribute them. And I don't think there's anything else significant that we amended in THLG, but I ask for your yes vote on the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion on the question before us is the passage of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report is passed. To the bill, Representative Marvin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as my co-sponsor talked a little bit about already, this bill is about making public transportation better, both now and in the future. So, when I was on City Council, I served as a part of the North Area Transportation Alliance, and that was a coalition of municipalities, and we met monthly, and we talked about a lot of things, including how to decrease barriers to entry for transit. I also remember when RTD came in to explain to us what they were doing with the Zero Fare for Better Air programs, as well as the free transit youth initiatives, and it was really wonderful to see the whole process with both of those, from the ideation of them to the implementation to seeing the data of how it really did have an impact and that it was, positively increasing ridership. The other part of this bill that I really like is the task force to look at a statewide transit pass, from everything from the technology to also how that would work. And I think that will really go along to making public transportation more easily accessible and efficient for people. So I'm excited to see what kind of innovations they come up with. All in all, this bill is another step in the right direction to continue all of our efforts with public transportation and also to start thinking about a bigger picture for connectivity across the state. And I would ask for a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Oh, okay. Well, that was-
Oh, sorry, Representative Vehil. Sorry.
Second, wait a minute. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
Thank you to my colleague for allowing me to hold down the spot for a moment. Colleagues, I really love this program. I'm a little attached to the zero fare fare box reimbursement program. I did carry a bill on it last year as well. And then we brought up this as well as a separate bill draft over the summer at TLRC on the statewide transit pass exploratory committee that my co-prime just described. We decided that everything kind of came together into one bill really nicely. And so we made this one bill, and I'm really honored to carry it again. My own transit agency in Colorado Springs, Mountain Metropolitan Transit, has benefited greatly from these programs. We've gotten a lot of transit-curious riders on board, posting record numbers of ridership during the summer months, including a lot of families who didn't necessarily used to be able to get around and go do fun things in the summer, but because they can get all the kids on the bus and just go and not have to worry about fares or downloading the app or doing any of that, they were able to just access more adventures and good times. And I love to hear that. I really think that freedom of movement is one of the undersold ways that we enhance our quality of life and our freedom and our access to opportunity in this state. And so I'm just really excited to carry this bill and get more of those services to our local transit agencies, and I'll ask for your yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
You might be surprised at this, but I'm going to ask for a no vote. All right. There's a lot in here, so I'll just kind of go through the notes on the first page. The bus ozone bill from last year, what I affectionately call the Bozone bill, is, except that it's really not funny. What it's doing is it's taking about $30 million and it's giving it to a system every year. And it went in the first time like any other government program, because there's nothing as permanent as a temporary government program, that about $30 million, 20 to 40 to $30 million was added for the purpose of decreasing ozone during the summer months, during the ozone non-attainment months. Now, if you were paying attention to my colleague earlier about the ozone, and you realize that the ozone has really very little to do with oil and gas, probably very little to do with transportation, mostly do with the upslope, and you're not going to get rid of the upslope, that you're not going to be surprised that the metrics for the attainment of what is it to be successful for this program. And the answer was, we don't know. I don't know, I'm just kind of funny that way. In engineering, it's a little different than politics. We actually have metrics. And metrics would be something that you'd measure. You're going to do a program, you'd create a metric, and then you'd see if you can achieve that metric, and by that metric you would know if it was successful, because if it's important, it's going to be measured. But now the importance in these programs is just how much is spent, not in whether or not you achieve anything. Because when I asked, what are the metrics, what drove this, how much ozone do you look to reduce by this program, they said, we don't know. And I said, well, what would your metrics? So the witnesses from the Energy Office said, we don't know, we don't have any metrics, and we don't really even know how we would make metrics. So when we say whether this program is a success, by what metric are we deeming it a success? Because when in terms of ridership, for the transit curious, I guess that's a new gender, is that during those months of free transit, there are people that ride the bus. But then when it drops off, they drop off. And when you increase the number of free riders, the other problem with the free riders is that, well, one, they're not paying, so it's being subsidized entirely. And then also it creates problems for the people that are paying. And so they have options. And so the option, when we have bus drivers that don't even want to drive buses, that they're hard, some places are having a difficult time recruiting bus drivers because of the crime that's on board, because of them getting harassed, because of customers getting harassed.
Right, Representative DeGraff, let's just remember that what we're talking about. We're talking about programs that are here to increase transit ridership.
Yes, sir, I'm specifically speaking to put that program.
Let's talk about the bill. We're not talking about harassment.
Well, the problem with free ridership is you just make it a non-valuable commodity. People jump on, people jump off, kids hang around on it, people harass the paying riders. Now, the paying riders are being subsidized at approximately $2 per passenger mile. So $2 per passenger mile to get on a slow-moving traffic jam, lumbering slowly in the wrong direction. And that's one of the reasons that people don't ride it, because their time is money. Time is money. Money is time. And so they look at the time that they spend on the bus and go, well, I can either spend some time on the other side of town and drive a vehicle, or I can be on a bus that is subsidized at over $2 per passenger mile. Now, Uber and Lyft, which would be a market solution, cost about $1 per passenger mile. When I looked that up, $1, $2, depends on whether you're, Uber Black or whatever. So if you really wanted to do a successful program, which is a big if, you would subsidize Uber and Lyft or any other of those ride shares, because there's lots of ride shares. There's Medicare Ride, there's all kinds of places. And you know what, when you're talking about the value of this, because when in the Ozone bill, it was going to help veterans, LGBTQ, small endangered mammals, everything. The benefit of Uber and Lyft is it shows up at your door. As opposed to you have a disabled vet that the transit system is supposed to help, and you say, well, we're going to give you a free bus ride after you wheel yourself a quarter a mile, half a mile up the street. Maybe hobble there on crutches. And then we'll subsidize you at $2. Well, then you'd be subsidizing at about $2.50 per passenger mile. And then the solution, because people were using Uber and Lyft, would be to put taxes on Uber and Lyft. So the programs that are actually successful, that are an exchange of good for good, you discourage. And a program that is subsidized at $2 per passenger mile, lumbering slowly in the wrong direction, is subsidized with $30 million a year. And because $30 million a year isn't enough, but that is automatic now. That $30 million is automatic now, so now we just come to the well and ask for $7 million per year. So really this program is $37 million per year. And did it actually increase ridership? No. Probably for the same reasons that when I look out in the traffic circle, all of the traffic parking spots are full. So everybody in this room that is such a big advocate of riding the bus doesn't. So if you want to make something, if you want to promote something, ride it. That's how the free market works. Get your backside on a bus and experience the bus ride. Then you could actually have a conversation about how to improve it. Because the way to improve something is not to throw more money at it. When you have something that is failing and you create a system where you say, well, this is failing, but we want it to work, so we're going to throw more money at it. Guess what happens when you subsidize failure? You get more failure. Now, this is not an indictment on our transportation system. I'm sure the bus riders, but they have a limitation. They have a limitation as to what they can do. They can't just trade their buses in. They can't get smaller fleets. They can't react to the market like a private company can. And so if you actually wanted a program that worked and decreased traffic, your best bet would be look into privatization. Because privatization can start and it can innovate. The government can't innovate. All it does is subsidize failure. And it's not the fault of the people that are driving the bus, not the fault of the people that are managing it. Now, in the Ozone bill, and I'm sorry my colleague isn't here oh, good. I didn't want her to miss any of that. All right. So with the Ozone bill, when I looked at the numbers, besides being subsidized at over $2 per passenger mile, and then the other thing that with that bill is it was specifically for August. But you know what? Then when they looked at some of these communities, well, they didn't want free bus ridership during July and August because, well, that's not when their transportation needs were high, so they wanted it during the winter months. And what did they find out that the ozone was from in their case? Well, it was not related to traffic, it was related to cattle. So here we have a program with no metrics for success, no idea how to create metrics for success, that is based on the awarding and subsidization of failure. And it's doing a good job because paying for failure will get you more failure every single time. So when you look at the buses, they are about $1 million a piece when you start getting into this save the world. And now let's just forget about the environmentally raping environmental practices and the child slavery that goes into these lithium batteries. Let's just ignore that for a minute. These buses cost about $1 million a piece, and they are way heavier. So when they break down, they can't be just towed. They wear out their tires faster, and then contrary to popular belief, they actually have quite a lot of maintenance. So they have a serious amount of maintenance. In fact, one school system, and I had the article on, I don't have it now, I think they got 4 buses. And in the process of getting 4 of these electric buses for their students, they had to destroy 2 of their diesel buses. Now, which was really awkward when they had to discontinue the use of 2 of the electric buses because of the maintenance. They couldn't get them maintained. They couldn't maintain them anymore. So they had to park them and cannibalize them to keep the other buses moving. And the diesel buses that would have been there that they could have used when this program inevitably failed like it was predicted, but they took a forklift and ran it through the engine block. That's one of those burn the bridges behind you so you have nowhere to go but forward. That's what they're doing with the electric power, the gas-fired plants or the coal plants. They're tearing those down so that there is no option, so that the cost of energy goes up to make solar and wind look viable. Never mind that we're going to have to pave over about 2 million acres with solar panels. So anyways, it takes about 4 buses, $4 million, and $1 million charger in order to do the job of one about $750,000, $800,000 diesel bus. So it takes $5 million to do the job of one bus for less than $8 million, until 2 of those buses fail and you have to replace them, and then you get another $2 million. So, and those buses for the school, they failed after just a couple years. So I can't imagine what a regular bus is going to do. So again, you're subsidizing failure. Now this whole program I guess the success is in increasing the bottom line of somebody's company or somebody's investments, but that's it. If you want to make it better, you're going to prioritize it. Zero fare for better air. Zero metrics, zero accountability. That's what zero was. Did it increase ridership? No. It increased ridership. It gave a blip of ridership increase. And people came and they testified and they said how wonderful it was, and then they went right back to not riding it because it was that good. They just didn't have the time. Same as most of you. Buses are great. Riding a bus is great for everybody else. Not for busy, important people like legislators. Then you have here, how are we going to solve this problem? We're going to look at $7 million, and we're going to have a what? We're going to have a committee of 15 members, a representative, an entity, an interest group in passenger rail system, an organization with statewide perspective regarding transportation, 2 representatives of the department, 1 who is knowledgeable about the department's intercity regional bus service, 1 who is knowledgeable about innovative mobility. What are you going to get out of a committee? You're going to get more of the same. You're not looking at running this as a business entity. You're not looking at it as creating an exchange of good for good. You're looking at it as the only incentive that these socialist type programs have is removing pain for compliance. Technology that would be necessary to monitor the use of statewide transit pass. If that doesn't sound ominous to you, when the goal of the carbon neutral road to nowhere map thing is 0 cars and everybody rides on the bus. Why do you want everybody to ride on the bus? Why do you increase to 40 houses, 40 units per acre? Well, you would do that in order to make transit viable, and you make transit viable by eliminating the ability of people to have cars. So that is not an exchange of good for good. That's not this committee going in and making it work. That is just going into the market and removing every opportunity for people. And why? Why? Because it's because of your climate carbon superstition. 1 drop in 20 swimming pools full of drops. Requires the state treasurer to transfer $7 million on July 1st and each year thereafter. Why? Because we subsidize failure, and this program is not going to be done failing in 1 year, so we need to pay for it next year to fail, the next year to fail, the next year to fail, the next year to fail. Now, it's only about $1 per person per year, per voter per year. Those add up, however. The bill creates a youth fare free transit grant program fund and transfers $7 million from the general fund to the fund July 1st. And that's fantastic. A problem that you have is when you fill the bus up with youth, and if that's what you want to do, fine. But you will find that the people that don't like to be harassed by energetic youth are not going to ride it. Those are called your paying customers. Now, those paying customers are still $2 per passenger mile subsidy. There's really not a whole lot of use to have them on the bus because all you're doing is just subsidizing more failure. Okay, so what is the driver behind this program? Let's go to page 5. The driver of this General Assembly, that's us, this room, finds that there is an over-reliance on personal passenger vehicles for transportation, and that contributes to poor air quality. Now let's talk about poor air quality. Poor air quality is mostly taken care of by catalytic converters. Catalytic converters take most of the pollutants out, and even if you do something stupid like do California's thing, which takes, so you take about 99% of the unburned.
I appreciate that you're talking about the legislative declaration. Let's just make sure that we're talking about the bill and not things that California are doing, okay?
Well, we're talking about poor air quality. Poor air quality would be done by any unburnt hydrocarbons in the air, because a hydrocarbon ultimately is going to, by definition, break down into carbon dioxide and water. And carbon dioxide is good for plants, and that's good for you, because ultimately more plants creates more oxygen. But anyways, so the catalytic converter, if you go to the catalytic converter and then you say, oh, well, look at how much the California catalytic converters decrease by paying about $5,000 to $7,000 for them, which is why they're being stolen, is that it reduces that 1% remaining, or less than 1%, it reduces that 1% by 50%. So your overall net goal is about 50%, but then they say, well, that's a 90% reduction, whatever they say. So anyways, nationwide. So this is the General Assembly telling Colorado, the General Assembly says you drive too much and you should ride a bus. That's what you should do. You should get on a bus and ride a bus. They don't, you should. Nationwide, the number of jobs with a typical commute distance for residents in major metropolitan areas has decreased over time. Now, one of the reasons that people drive a lot is because of failing schools. Now, my bill last year would have addressed this because it would go to school choice, so that people could live near their work.
Again, we're talking about the Ozone program.
We are.
We're not talking about schools. We're not talking about your bill from last year.
Nope.
Please keep it on the transit programs that are in the bill.
It's 100% related. It's 100% related. Failing schools are a reason that people drive long distances. So if you want people, well, they have to drive long distance because if they're in an area that has failing schools, which is indicated by decreasing property values, so people either move to a new district or they choice into a school that's 15, 20 miles away. We did that with my son.
Representative DeGraff, I would encourage you to make the connection to the bill.
My connection is page 5, 2A. The number of jobs within the typical commute distance for residents in major metropolitan areas. So if you want to decrease the commute distance, a major reason is kids. So instead of actually solving the problem, you subsidize a non-solution. And right now we have a problem with more of the failure. We're subsidizing schools. So schools are subsidized at about $18,000 per student. So we can fix this problem, but the system prefers administration over teachers. Coloradans drive more miles per person than they used to, in part due to stress on transportation infrastructure and increasing household costs. Well, there's an interesting one, increasing household costs. What are increasing household costs? Primarily, your increasing household costs are energy. Who is making energy more expensive? Does anybody have any idea who is making energy more expensive? Right. Yes, you. Thank you, Jenny.
Representative Graff, it's not call and response. You're not teaching a class. We're talking about the bill, okay? Please. And the members not in the well, please do not respond to people in the well. This is Representative Graff's time to talk. It is not call and response.
Sir, I just
Please continue to keep your remarks to the bill. They must be germane to the bill under the rules of this House.
They were germane and they were Jenny to the bill. Okay. We're talking about an increase in household cost, and I asked who is making the increase in household cost, and Representative Wilford had the correct answer, and that was...
Representative DeGraff, remember, we're not supposed to call members by their name from the well.
Northland. The representative from Northland identified the problem, nailed the problem on the head, hit the nail right on the head of what the problem is, an increasing energy cost, which directly increases household costs, and that is the General Assembly. And that is the governor's roadmap to nowhere for carbon. Oh, I'm laughing. This is funny. I think it's hilarious. So, Increasing household costs. That is a reason for that. So for an increasing household cost, so Colorado, the solution to the General Assembly increasing household costs is to force you to ride a bus because they don't want you to ride a car. How are they going to force you to ride a bus? They're going to increase the housing to 20 housing units per acre, up from, I think, a normal average is about 6. So they're going to quadruple, 2 to 3 times, triple to quadruple your housing density for your benefit, but they said, another unnamed representative had said that will keep you from becoming lonely because you will have at least 10 families living in every house, and that will prevent loneliness. So this is saying that buses are that Coloradans drive more miles because of the stress on infrastructure, but buses are underused because they are unwanted. So what the legislature is doing is effectively trying to reimpose the horse and buggy, something that it just doesn't work. It's a great idea in a high-density city like New York City, but you don't take a city like Colorado and increase the density or pretend you're going to increase the density, which people don't want, in order to make this system viable. You are trying to force the Colorado, the General Assembly, this is part of the General Assembly trying so badly to make the mass transit system viable that they have to eliminate all of your other options. They're not going to improve it to the point where you go, I want to ride mass transit and I want to do that. No, the way government does this is it takes away every other option except for the one they want you to choose. It's like when Henry Ford was selling Model Ts, you could have any color as long as it was black. So you can have any choice that you want as long as it's what the General Assembly tells you to, because it works great in SimCity. Let's go on. High transportation costs impact low-income households. What are the high transportation costs? Well, energy. Fuel costs. I think they were $3.19 when I drove past this morning. I remember a couple of years ago, I think they were below $2. Now, I don't know what the difference is between then and now, but probably about $2 a gallon. There seems to be some sort of correlation. Actually, I think it's causation. High transportation costs impact low-income households. That also goes to insurance costs. Why would insurance costs be up for transportation? Insurance costs would be up because car theft is up. Who made car theft? Who decreased the penalties for car theft? I see you in the back, Madam Majority Leader, and yes, you are correct. The General Assembly, once again, made car theft a lesser offense. You get more car theft. What happens when you have more car theft? What happens when you have more wealth redistribution events that everybody likes so much? You get more insurance costs. You get your transportation costs increased. It's almost like there's a intent behind it. I mean, there's not, I'm sure, like it would be incredibly cynical to think that somebody would decrease penalties for crime in order to increase car theft, to make car theft more expensive, so we could end up being steered into the convenience of having only one option, which is riding a bus, subsidized at $2 per passenger mile. Energy prices, insurance prices, directly related to the policies out of the General Assembly. So Colorado, what is the solution for policies where the General Assembly drives up your cost of living? Well, the General Assembly's solution is not to go back and fix the problems that they created. The problem is to eliminate your options and drive you into a solution that they had pre-planned.
Representative Graff, just a reminder that we're not talking about the intent of this body or anyone in it. You can continue to criticize the policy. That is totally within bounds, but to talk about what the bill intends to do or what the sponsors intends to do, that's outside the bounds. So
thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's why I said almost. It almost seems like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we talk about ozone, and ozone is not really a greenhouse gas. So if you're conflating those two, because water vapor, carbon dioxide, those have taken that all out of there. 1 drop in 20 swimming pools full of drops for the lady in blue. All right. One of the reasons for the ozone non-attainment, because we were not having enough ozone non-attainment, was to lower it from 75 parts per billion down to 70 parts per billion. Now, eventually you run out of the ability to get rid of ozone because ozone is a naturally occurring substance at ground level. Lightning creates ozone. Every time there's a lightning flash, and there's like hundreds of lightning flashes per second around the globe, it creates ozone. It's a high energy molecule, three oxygen molecules. It breaks down usually at night. It's not stable. And so actually what ozone does is it breaks down greenhouse gas molecules like methane. So if you wanted to get rid of methane, you would use ozone. But again, nothing in the General Assembly makes sense scientifically. According to the greenhouse gas pollution reduction roadmap, the transportation sector is the single largest source of greenhouse gas pollution in Colorado. Now, it's always interesting to me because the 2 greenhouse gases that are produced by oxidizing hydrocarbons are water vapor and carbon dioxide. So if you create water vapor and carbon dioxide, that's what all life is made out of. So Colorado, the General Assembly has determined that your constituent components, that you are made out of pollution. To get below 50%, below 2005 levels. That's part of the carbon roadmap to nowhere. Now that is incredibly stupid because one of the things that we do by trying to reduce, in the United States, has decreased its carbon dioxide output by 1 billion tons, from 6 billion tons down to 5 billion tons for the entire United States. And that's out of 3,200 billion tons. In the process, Asia, China and India specifically, have increased 10 billion tons. So for every piece of legislation that this does, it goes 10 times the opposite direction. So if you actually want to, so what this bill does is it is a representation of 10 times the wrong direction. But that goes along with the buses, which are slowly lumbering traffic jams, lumbering slowly in the wrong direction. There's some virtue preening here that they want to decrease that by 1,500,000 tons by 2030. 1,500,000 tons. It's not going to happen. Now, if you want to do that by electric buses, if you were doing it honestly, you would look at the overall pollutants across the board and do a life cycle cost, but you don't. What you do is you put all of the pollution someplace else. You impose all of your pollution of your good intentions on some country somewhere else. You take the benefit. You reap that privilege. Stick the harms on somebody else. And then you drive that electric bus until it no longer works after a couple years. Then you shell it. And then you start over again. And you feel good about it. Because this is all about virtue preening, virtue signaling. Look how virtuous I am. I'm saving the planet by killing it. It makes somebody rich. That's what it does. I can't wait to find out what the policy goals that are driven by this lie.
Representative McGrath.
So those are policy goals that are specified right here. And I'm calling those policy goals a lie.
Calling things a...
Those policy goals are based on non-scientific opinion. The environmental and economic, we're not even into the actual bill. Because instead of doing the actual bill and just saying, here's the law, we're going to put a bunch of rambling gobbledygook into the law. One of the key findings of the greenhouse gas lighting pollution reduction roadmap is that reducing growth driving is an important tool to achieve the state's climate goals. Well, that's really weird. The state doesn't have any climate goals. And the sponsors know that they don't have any state climate goals because I've asked the sponsors for the state climate goals so I could know what the state climate goals are. And I asked the Colorado Energy Office what the state climate goals are. I asked the governor's office what the state climate goals are. Does anybody know what the state climate goals are? I mean, everybody loves to enforce the state climate goals. Do you guys know what the to the sponsors question, do you know the state climate goals? This says that we are going to achieve.
Representative Graff, just as a reminder, this is not a Socratic method here. You can say your piece, but please do not try to engage with members who are sitting in their chairs or who are in the well.
Well,
you have the floor. It is your floor. That's it.
Well, I would like to pause for one moment because it's specific.
If you would like to yield the floor to give others the opportunity to answer a question, you're welcome to do that.
I think I have the option to maintain, ask a question, and then come back and continue.
No, with
okay,
all due respect, Representative
Graff,
Graff, I am in the chair.
Okay.
I am enforcing the rules here.
Valid. I'm going to come back to that question. So that would be my question for the sponsors when they come back here. What are the state climate goals? Because this document that they are promulgating into law says that this is an important tool to achieve state climate goals. And if I could reach over at my desk, I have some letters over there, but somebody would have to find them. I thought they were in here. And that expanding public transit is an important near-term action that can help. So normally, if you were doing this in an engineering like a credible environment that had something to do with metrics, we would have some indication about what can help means. It can help to do what? The climate goals. So what we'd have is a goal. A goal is something that is achievable. A goal is something that you can achieve. It's measurable, it's achievable. But you have to know what it is, and we don't. It is a state's responsibility to support. So how does it help? How much does it help? What are we going to achieve? Well, the overall state ability to impact climate via carbon dioxide is 40 millionths of 10%, less than 10%. So you're looking at the overall total capability that we could do for carbon dioxide, all of the state, if everybody stopped breathing, and we were going up to like 700, so if more people could stop breathing, that would help because we're probably all going to die from carbon dioxide. So 4 millionths of less than 1 million. That's what you're going to affect. So if you're saying it can help, I want to know how much of that 4 millionths of any impact on the greenhouse gas effect, how much this program will impact, because Colorado you're asking Colorado to invest another $7 million, and if you divide that by four parts in a million, what you'd do is you'd multiply that by a million, you'd get 7 trillion, divide it by 4, and you'd get about $2 trillion. So your overall effect of this that is going to achieve nothing is $7 trillion to achieve absolutely nothing. Colorado, that's what they're going to do. That's how much they love you. Statewide transit pass. Now, that's a really cool idea, except for the fact that you're looking to force everybody into statewide transit. That gets into complete ESG. The creation, implementation, administration of a statewide transit pass. So let's see, that starts there. And then it just goes on. And then the committee shall meet, and then it talks about 3 representatives from the largest transit agencies, government agencies, 8 representatives from diverse transit diverse group of transit agencies through the state, including at least one representative from a transit agency that serves a rural part, one representative of an entity or interest group involved in the promotion, planning, and developing a rail station, one representative organization, one representative from a disproportionately, oh, I'm starting to get an idea where this $7 million is going. It's pretty clear where the $7 million is going. Members of the committee serve at the pleasure of the executive director and without compensation. The executive director, so we're turning this over to the executive branch to basically determine whatever they want to do with this $7 million. It's probably going to go to the train. Everything is going to the train. The logistics of creating a statewide transit pass. The pass. The pass. So there's a page on the pass, making it easier. Oh, here's an idea right here. Make it easier and more appealing for users to use transit. Really? Transit pass, transit pass. You got like 3 or 4 pages on transit pass. Make it easier for people to use transit. Ozone system, Ozone season transit grant program. $30 million is already in the bank for it. So the intent is to make this as annoying as possible to adults by making it free for kids to hop on and off. I did this in New York City. The worst time to ride a subway was to get down there when school was getting out, because that was the most annoying thing, because they rode for free. And when the kids got on the bus or the subway, and then it became a free-for-all with the undercover cops and going back and forth, and the subway, you might as well walk the 10 blocks. If the office awards a grant, transportation district, another district. Why a district? Oh yeah, because that avoids Tabor. That avoids the taxpayer bill of rights. $4.5 million, that's chump change according to this. Now, I was accused the other day of not debating, and I'd be happy to have somebody come up here and tell me that I'm wrong. And I'm sure you're going to pass this because the General Assembly loves failure and loves to subsidize failure. My question will be, and it will be evaded by the sponsor, what are our climate goals, and how will this specifically achieve the climate goals? Carbon dioxide is not a climate goal. Carbon dioxide and I'm not sure if that's the Socratic method, but in the nature of debate, my presentation of science to the nonsense of this bill would be is an appeal for somebody to come up and tell me that I'm wrong. Not to tell me that I'm wrong, but to show me that I'm wrong, to demonstrate that I'm wrong. I would love it. I would absolutely love it. So, my question remains, can you give me a piece of paper? Just so the sponsor doesn't lose track, what are our climate goals? How will reducing carbon dioxide achieve them? How will carbon dioxide achieve that goal? What part of
Representative DeGraff, I appreciate your narration of your note. What we are talking about is a transit program, and while there are things about the bill, about ozone in the bill, if you would like to yield and ask a question, that is the way that you can ask your question. So you can ask your question and then yield the floor and let someone else come up if they so choose.
Okay. And this is in conjunction with page 7 on this engrossed bill, part of the bill I have. Line 6 and 7, it does specifically talk about climate goals, said this will help achieve those goals. So I want to know specifically, not just something nebulous like reducing carbon dioxide, that's the goal. How will reducing carbon dioxide achieve that very specific climate goal? So that's what I want to know, and I just wanted to write it down for the sponsor so that they could answer that when they come up. And I'll yield the floor. If I need to come up and clarify, I'll be happy to do so.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 32. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Senate Bill 32 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to proceed out of order for the consideration of House Bill 1247.
Seeing no objection, the committee will proceed out of order to the consideration of House Bill
I don't like to be on the left.
1247. Where is that? Thank you. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1247.
House Bill 1247 by Representative Bradley, concerning measures to enhance the integrity of digital education materials in public schools.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. I move HB 1247, the Education Committee report, and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
I ask for no vote on the Appropriations Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Appropriations Committee report is rejected.
Yeah.
To the Education Committee report.
I move L009 to the Education Committee report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. It is displayed. Please
Thank you. I'd like to
proceed.
thank the good representative from Denver, who's not in here, who helped me amend this bill. There were some legality terms that she helped me with, and so this is just changing the civil remedies to pursue remedies for breach of contract instead.
All right, seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Curious about both the striking of the Appropriations Committee report and the potential fiscal impact of amendments before us and as contemplated.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. Oh, gosh, that got loud. Thank you for the question. There's no appropriations. We struck all the appropriations off this bill.
Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Curious if the amendments impact a fiscal note.
Representative Bradley.
No, they don't. There's no fiscal note on the original, and there's no fiscal note now.
Further discussion on L009. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L009. All those in favor of L009, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The L009 is passed. To the Education report. Is there further discussion on the Education Committee report? Representative Bradley.
I move Amendment L010 to House Bill 1247 and ask for it to be displayed.
It is.
To the Education report, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. So this L010 is to the Education report. Please proceed.
This was also from the good representative from Denver. We didn't want there to be any confusion that this new bill conflicts with the Student Data Transparency Act, so we just added this in with the amendment.
Seeing no further discussion on L010, the question before us is the passage of L010. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L010 passes. To the Education Committee report. Representative Bradley.
The Education Committee report is now the bill because we did a strike below.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of the Education Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The Education Committee report is passed. The committee will be in a brief recess.
Okay. Man, y'all are making me nervous.
Committee will come back to order. Representative Bradley.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, this bill has been gone through 2 strike blows. We made sure that we brought everyone to the table. I want to thank the good representative from Denver. What this is doing is just protecting schools and students and letting school boards decide to get out of negotiations with vendors who create harmful ads. So it protects students. The bill ensures that digital research collections used in public schools are free from harmful material by prohibiting advertisements, promotions, or embedded links that direct students to harmful content. It prioritizes the safety and well-being of students. The inclusion of a termination clause, which what we talked to with the good representative from Denver, in contracts between public schools and vendors of curated digital research collections, provides a clear mechanism to address breaches related to harmful content. This clause serves as a deterrent, compelling vendors to uphold the standards set forth in the contract. And then it establishes a reporting mechanism for that harmful material that empowers teachers in our schools. Vendors are also held accountable for promptly removing harmful material upon receiving notice. This ensures timely resolution of issues and underscores the importance of maintaining a safe learning environment within public schools. This is a very simple bill that is related to school devices, and we're seeing on school devices that vendors are not they're going against the Internet Protection Act that was created in 2013, as well as Article 87 in Colorado, outlined a solution that is not being followed. We're just trying to make the vendors more accountable for the harmful content they're putting in schools, and we ask for an aye vote.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 100% on point. This bill is about protecting kids and allowing schools that have vendors that aren't wanting to protect their kids, the ability to get out of that contract so then it doesn't happen anymore to their children. I would like to thank our good colleague from Denver for helping us out with this issue. You know, in committee, we told her that we would hold true to our word to get this done. We worked really hard to get it done. This is something that we should all be able to agree upon, and that's to make sure that when our kids are at school and they're learning, that they're not getting harmful material pumped to them through vendors, through text that way. So with that, I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1247. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1247 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 207.
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Svenberg and Hansen, also Representative Soper and Valdez, concerning access to distributed energy and in connection therewith establishing requirements for the development of inclusive community solar capacity that investor-owned electric utilities must make available to utility customers, requiring the acquisition of distributed generation facilities paired with energy storage and making an appropriation.
Representative Valdez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 207.
To the bill.
This is a great bill, folks. This is a bill that's going to expand our community solar programs in the state of Colorado, both in size and in fairness, making sure that there's transparency across the program. Secondarily, I think one of the coolest things this bill does is it creates dispatchable storage, which would be like some solar and a battery out, you know, in the middle of nowhere where it's needed most. At that time. So what we're hoping to do here is really move the state forward, get us back in competition with other states nationwide, and become a leader in community solar again.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Valdez. Yeah, it's the detachable solar or distribution piece that I am very excited about. The ability to have batteries attached next to the solar array to be able to supply power to a small area is important. And then to be able to move the generation to the retail generation side so that it's not just considered rooftop solar, but that actually it can make its way back on the grid so it's not a waste of creating electricity.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 207. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 207 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 76.
Senate Bill 76 by Senators Van Winkle and Gonzalez, also Representative Lindstedt, concerning measures to address efficiency in the regulation of existing marijuana licensees.
The committee will, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 76.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L18 and ask that it be properly displayed.
1 second.
Great.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L18 is from MED, and it's a technical cleanup to ensure that their fees stay flexible up to $5K rather than losing their flexibility on a day certain. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L18. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L018 is passed. To the bill, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L20 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
L20 is a clarifying amendment for decontaminated or remediated products to be appropriately labeled before sale. No products that fail final test can be sold to the public. This is just clarifying that language. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L020. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L020 passes. To the bill, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L21 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. L21 ensures that unadulterated products cannot include gifted or sold cigarettes or alcohol, and it mirrors the same regulations that liquor stores have with a 20% annual sales cap. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L021. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L021 passes. To the bill, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L22 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment ensures that tax credits for enterprise zones that any eligible licenses can claim have a date certain to conform with standard tax law. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L022. All those in favor of L022, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? L022 passes. To the bill, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L23 and ask that it be properly displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment ensures that the department review and report back to the committees of reference here in the legislature on the testing practices and related to the intoxicated cannabis products. It's basically clarifying that they have to come back to us and give us the report. Good amendment. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L023. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. L023 passes. To the bill, Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is a compromise between public safety advocates and the industry to ensure that concentrates have the required health materials that the public safety advocates wanted to see at sale, and to reduce duplicative and unnecessary testing, RFID tags, numerous things that we did as a state in 2013 when we moved forward with legalization that are just unnecessary. We've learned a lot being the first state to legalize. We have a lot of duplicative testing that is, it needs to come out. Other states don't do it. It's hurting our competitiveness in the industry. Again, this is a very carefully stake-held bill. We got out of the Senate almost unanimously. People of all political spectrums agreed that we need to clean up these regulations and make sure that when the department is regulating products, that they're focusing on public health and safety. So it's a good bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members. I just wanted to talk briefly about the Senate bill in case we didn't have a chance.
And let me correct myself, Representative Bacon. I apologize. I should have called you Assistant Majority Leader. Sorry about that. Please proceed. Sorry
Only
about
for
that.
2 days? No, I'm kidding. So, I just wanted to, That's on the Colorado Channel forever. Okay. Okay, well, for those of you who are listening, I just wanted to point out, if you didn't have a chance to walk through this bill is, it is actually pretty heavy reform. If you have not had a chance to look at it, the provisions, quite frankly, have come together to figure out how to streamline the industry, but a lot of the language is looking at things that they would have figured to be inefficient to change that. And I just wanted to be sure that we kind of understood what was happening there. Ultimately, some of the things that are impacted in this bill include testing, how often products and materials are tested, what happens if materials fail the first time, should they be labeled and moving forward. There's conversation as well about the transfer of not necessarily product, but information around the product, including seeds. And there's also information about licensing and who has access to the different spaces around marijuana and retail. I'm not sure if many of you have had an opportunity to visit any of the spaces to which marijuana is grown, let alone it is cultivated or sold. And they are highly regulated, admittedly. There are different doors that you have to go through and swipe to get through. And so we just wanted to put it out there. Also, on behalf of myself and my colleague, we've been talking about social equity in the marijuana space for the last couple of years. 2 years ago, or 2 sessions ago, we ran a bill, and this session we ran a bill as well, to talk about how do we get those who have been typically disenfranchised by this industry into the industry. And so that premise, social equity in marijuana and cannabis, has actually been brought up not only 3 years ago, but 5 years ago and 10 years ago. And as we have seen this industry grow and this industry change, we want to be sure that people who have been actually most impacted by the overcriminalization of the use of this product, and also where this product is typically sold, there needs to be special zoning for you to open up retail stores, and they tend to be in communities that are lower income, or communities like mine. We don't typically see them in the middle of the suburbs or next to parks. And so we have been asking to figure out how we can have a seat at the table to be included as this industry grows and as we learn. And ultimately, one of the insights that we've kind of learned on this bill as it grows is to see where we can actually sit, to see if there is room for the marijuana growers and business owners, even of retail, to be able to engage. Ultimately, I can count on one hand how many African Americans own a retail store, and that is after legalization has been around for 15 years. However, the representation of people who are impacted when this was illegal is just astoundingly high. And so when we're thinking about deregulating, we're also thinking about how can this industry be accessible, and particularly to those who have been told they should have a pathway in it, given the social equity components. And again, the social equity components were created so that we could right the wrong of the disenfranchisement. Within OEDIT, there is a department called the Cannabis Business Opportunity Department that exists to figure out how to bridge that gap and how to get folks of color into the space. They created grants, they create support, they create insights on how to navigate the system. And that was something that we've had to fight for as well over the last couple of years to bridge that gap. And so when we take a look at some of the components in the bill that have to do with licensing, that have to do with access, that have to do with background checks to be able to enter the space, we also wanted to be sure that there are people at the table who have been historically kept out of the space, that we could have a conversation on inclusion to be sure that we know how to right that wrong. Again, people have been kept out of the space for having particular records that took a long time to seal and clear. People have been kept out of the space because they don't have the capital. And so as we look at the reforms here that would make some things easier and efficient, we're still seeing gaps in access, if you will, on being able to get licenses and to engage. And so if, again, just wanted to point out some of the provisions in the bill and where we can find opportunity. And with that, we'd like to ask, particularly the sponsors and most of the stakeholders, if they have had these conversations with that sector of the industry. Have you had the conversations with the social equity sector? Again, social equity in this space was legislated for. There is a whole division within OEDIT that supports this. And right now, the answer to that seems to be like they were even disenfranchised to some extent from the conversation. And so we were hoping to be able to entertain language to further codify, if you will, if we're going to make licenses and the ability to grow the business easier and more streamlined, could we also protect the social equity framework? Could we also say, in order to qualify for a social equity license, you need to have these characteristics to protect the money that was set aside and to protect the ability to identify that this group of owners needs to be able to have the ability to grow and thrive. And I do believe we are still talking about an amendment, and so I was just curious. Sorry. Just wondering if we had any insights into that, if there was anything that the sponsors could share about the conversations with the Cannabis Business Opportunity Office or the Social Equity Framework. And if not, I will grab the bill because I have one more thing that I wanted to ask about. I'm going to grab the bill then.
Any further discussion? Representative Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill has been carefully negotiated at this point, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Harrod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. This is a really important bill, and I want to just say that I agree with the underlying bill here that we're discussing today. There is just a conversation ongoing about social equity and how social equity can continue to be a priority of this legislature, and I know of the bill sponsors as we move forward in this conversation. And so we are just asking and thinking about social equity, specifically how we define social equity partners. Right now, there's some conversation around maybe wealthy owners who have multiple businesses not being able to qualify anymore as social equity partners, so that our licensees who maybe have their first, second, or third license and who are lower income or who have been impacted adversely by the criminal justice system have that priority and that classification as a social equity licensee. We believe that if you expand it out too much or you don't define that the social equity work that we've done will be taken advantage of by folks who are not considered social equity partners in the eyes of many who are passing this legislation.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you. We just wanted to point out, too, some of the changes made in regards to identification cards. Again, members, at every phase of operating, which includes growing to retail, you need to have a particular license. You need to have particular background checks as well to be able to enter certain spaces within those facilities and to engage in the different activities. And when we look at the bill, Section 2, it repeals the requirement that beneficial owners have identification cards, but retains the requirement that people with access to the limited access areas need to have identification cards. And so when we're talking about being able to build the business, it's not just about, hey, I have some capital, let me open a store and sell something. It is, hey, I have some capital, let me figure out who I can get qualified to come in here to be able to operate per the requirements of these licenses. And that's, again, why we have some of the social equity framework. To be able to operate in the space, communities of color were actually very intrigued. However, the requirements to operate seemed insurmountably high. However, we knew that the places that would ultimately end up being zoned to sell or grow would also be in our communities. And so what we are trying to figure out is what is it that we have to do and maintain to be able to access a license. I'm not sure if any of you have seen them. Licenses are very expensive in the state, upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars, at least in the early stages. You also had to have very particular criminal background checks done. And so in the first waves of legalizing marijuana, not sure if many of you remember, the governor commuted and pardoned a lot of people, and then we got record sealed. And we had to do that in the first years to even figure out if we could enter the business, particularly when it was made illegal, up until that point. And unfortunately, we just saw a disproportionate number of people of color, particularly African Americans, with marijuana criminal charges. So the first wave of the social equity path, so where marijuana was legalized to where we could operate, was to actually help us be eligible for licenses, which was to really work on record sealing into clearing those criminal files. But then we had to work on being able to build capital. But everyone who works in the space, again, still has to go through those background checks. And so it's been a little bit difficult to be able to enter the space. And so, as we look at the efficiencies, while on the one hand, this bill is doing a lot that is beneficial to the industry, we still want to be sure that there's some way to ask and activate if the communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the criminality of marijuana can also get these licenses to go in and through the spaces. We see also, I just want to bring this up in case folks had not seen it, the bill also talks about the testing of the products and what happens if the products fail a first round. Does it make the product ineligible to be sold later? And so within this bill, the bill removes the requirement that the licensees identify on the labeling that a product has failed a test when the product has subsequently passed. So if it failed the first time, now, under the law, you have to put that on the label according to this. But with this bill, if the product failed the test but then passed later, you don't have to denote that on the labeling. It also authorizes retesting when marijuana or marijuana product has failed a test, which means one test, you're not one and done. And I'm sure this has come from the space of really trying to get to that place where it's just right. Obviously, still upholding public health and safety, but the expenses behind that have become so high for a product that ultimately was cleared to sell, which is why I believe this bill is changing that. It also requires that when we're talking about transfers, if you will, of what the bill does, it allows for the transfer from or to a medical retail marijuana cultivation facility from or to a person permitted by another jurisdiction to possess or cultivate marijuana. And so the medical, and I'm just looking at the summary, the medical or retail cultivation facility must confirm that whoever it is that they're transferring it to is 21 years old and that the facility may accept online payments for the transfer. That is actually new, and that's kind of a big deal. But the state licensing authority may create rules to implement that provision, but limits are placed on the rules that the state licensing authority may adopt, again, to facilitate the transfers. The other thing is, I just want to be sure that people understand, too, that that was something that was heavily regulated and that we are in a better position on moving through and to, but the big underlying thing there, if we hadn't noticed about it before, particularly in the marijuana space, is that a facility may accept online payments for a transfer. That is new. So again, when it comes to the social equity pieces and when we're looking at what barriers are being removed, we also want to be sure that with the removed barriers that certain communities have opportunities to engage and to get be a part of this industry. The industry, even though things are changing as more states across the country legalize, we used to have that premium of people coming to Colorado for this. We still know that there's opportunity and growth opportunities. And so we just know that we have to be intentional about it by recognizing what the industry has put in front of people to get so that they have to meet it. We want to be sure that people can actually meet it and people can actually take advantage of this and grow their business and enterprise as well. And with that, I will pass it off to my colleague.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 76. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 76 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 167.
Senate Bill 167 by Senators Janal and Smallwood, also Representative McCormick, concerning portable requirements for direct care healthcare workers in assisted living residences and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 24167.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is, I look at it as a very logical bill. It will ensure that training of direct care workers and the testing requirements that they need through CDPHE can be portable in case they want to change jobs. So to make those testing requirements not site-specific. These include tests like your TB test that needs to be taken every 2 years, the fact that you have to take a test to know how to fit your respirator mask on, and employers would maintain the responsibility for ensuring that these employees are trained, and then the employers can choose whether to accept proof of that previous training, which is great. And then the employees themselves would be guaranteed access to proof of that training that they could take with them to the next job. So this portability is really good for employees as well as employers, and it can reduce the cost of training and limiting redundancy in training. And it's really also going to give these direct healthcare workers a sense of achievement, that they can learn these skills and then have a certificate that they can take to their next job and prove that they are trained in basic things like first aid, fall prevention, hand hygiene, all the things that our direct care workers need in our assisted living facilities. So it's really a great bill, pretty straightforward, and again, I urge and I vote on Senate Bill 167.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 167. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 167 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 216.
Senate Bill 216 by Senators Cutter and Michelson-Janay, also Representative Joseph, concerning standards that public libraries are required to include in policies regarding library resources.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 216.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, in Colorado, at least 136 unique book titles were challenged in the first 8 months of 2023. According to the Library Association, this is a 143 increase from 2022. The bill codifies existing and new protections around, around libraries in their roles as public spaces, and gives standards by which acquisitions, reconsiderations, meeting rooms, programming choices are to be made. The public has the right to access a range of social, political, aesthetic, moral, and other ideas and experiences through their public libraries. Public libraries have a duty in our system to challenge censorship and to stand firmly against partisan or doctrinal disapproval when making their decisions, requiring a diverse set of viewpoints be represented. So I ask for a yes vote on this bill. Again, ultimately, the bill is about transparency around decision-making and processes, and materials are not to be removed from libraries until after a process is completed. And also in the bill, it prevents retaliation against librarians for the collection, development, and programming choices. And we have stakeholdered this particular bill for months since the summertime. So if we're really thinking about it, for almost a year, we've been developing this idea. Again, we've seen that books have been challenged around the country. I grew up in Florida myself, and I've seen some of the challenges that have taken place, especially being a woman of color, a black woman. I have seen some of the challenges around race and ethnicity, and also when it comes to sexual orientation. Again, as a community, we want the full range of our community to be represented in our libraries, and because of that, I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Thomas Jefferson, who is intimately connected to the Library of Congress, said, "A democratic society depends upon an informed and educated citizenry." My great-grandmother Eliza was a librarian. My grandmother Eliza was a librarian. My mother, Eliza, was a French and Spanish language teacher, but instilled a deep love of books, libraries, and liberty into me. Librarians are educated and dedicated public servants who take their small budgets and make thoughtful choices for their communities when they select new books or what programming to offer. Let me enlighten you all on the thoughtful and deliberative process that goes into choosing each book. First, the staff uses recognized, respected resources for their research on trending books, such as a school library journal, and also award winners, such as the Newbery, Caldecott, National Book Award, Penn Faulkner, National Book Foundation, Hugo Award, National Book Critics Circle Award, American Book Award, Edgar Awards, and the list goes on and on and on. The staff also uses patron requests to guide their purchases and to develop their collections, all on increasingly restrictive budgets. Public libraries are at the center of their communities and take the responsibility to protect our fundamental personal liberties very seriously. So what does this bill do? The bill does several things. It codifies that libraries are not just books, but all aspects of the digital and physical collection, including displays and programs. It then gives a set of standards that collection acquisitions and maintenance must include at a minimum, such as the public has the right to access a range of social, political, aesthetic, moral, and other ideas and experiences through their public library. Public libraries have a duty in our system to challenge censorship and to stand firmly against partisan or doctrinal disapproval when making their decisions. When a library receives a request to remove a book, their process is up to them. Most have existing processes which they are allowed to keep. However, the book must remain in circulation until the process has been completed and the result made publicly available. To protect libraries from what's called ban bombing, where hundreds of requests come in, we're setting protective guardrails. One, the person requesting the reconsideration must live in the service area. If they don't live in Golden, they don't get to ask for books to be removed from Golden libraries. Secondly, a resource only needs to be reevaluated once every 2 years unless a library board requests for a longer period between reconsiderations. It takes a reconsideration request a public record, therefore subject to CORA instead of part of the library patron's private library record. And lastly, but importantly, it helps protect librarians who, if acting in good faith, believe they are making choices that adhere to the standards outlined, cannot be retaliated against. We want to protect Coloradans and honor libraries and librarians. Ask more and more states to move to ban, as more and more states move to ban books and work to actively take away their citizens' freedoms, we want to make sure we here affirm our commitment to those freedoms. We want to let parents and children and individuals make choices for themselves and not for others, to have access to a wide array of ideas, to show them a world wider than the one they might see in everyday life, and to be represented and welcomed in public spaces like libraries. In closing, I agree with Walter Cronkite. Whatever the cost of our libraries, the price is cheap compared to that of an ignorant nation. I urge and I vote on Senate Bill 24-216.
Any further discussion? Representative Winter, or Wilson, excuse me, sorry.
I don't think so. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard this bill in committee and have some concerns. My library district is one of the largest in the state. I think it's second largest in the state. And just has some concerns. They're not necessarily against it, but there are questions in here. And I will say that the legislative declaration is not too bad. Usually these are horrible. But this legislative declaration goes along with what we're trying to do, which is safeguard the First Amendment and people's right to engage in what they'd like to engage in as far as reading or entertainment. So that's great. The bill wants to protect those and keep, but what we're worried about is that it may open the door to more abuse. We need to focus on the efforts of neutrality and letting the individual decide. You know, that's what libraries are for. Learning, exploring, self-determination. But there are a couple things in this bill that we would like to discuss, maybe even amend. One of those things is having the moratorium or changed from 5 years to 2 years. That's an improvement, but this is a local control thing. I don't know why we need this in here or why it would be at 2 years or why it would be here at all. And then another thing is a written request for reconsideration of a library resource is not a library user record as described in the section. As written requested for reconsideration of a library resource, including the name of the requester, is an open record and subject to CORA. That's concerning. To me, it sounds like we are scarlet lettering individuals that participate in the process. When we want to get citizens engaged, we don't want them to be subject to ridicule through an open records request. So, for that, I would move L006 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Give us a moment. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What this amendment would do would strike that section, and it's a small section. It's just F under, what is that, section 3? Taking out the part that the name of the requester is included. These requests, I think my concern is, like I said, giving the scarlet letter. These requests can be weaponized. A lot of times these requests might be just to move a book from one section to the other. The example I used earlier was history of engineering. Some engineer thinks it belongs under engineering and not history. But if somebody wanted to make a deal of it, they could request that CORA request and say, hey, this person, and we've seen it happen a lot where a request for a book has been moved and somebody goes to the media and starts saying, hey, they're banning books. Well, they're not banning books. They're asking for history of engineering to go under engineering and not history. So I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for no vote on this amendment. I had the opportunity to read the amendment, and I really want to also thank the good representative for sharing these amendments ahead of time with us as sponsors. In this amendment, the author doesn't want the request for library resources to be open. We want this process to be transparent. And imagine if the request is not open, the library can remove both books without providing explanation to the public. Ultimately, this is about transparency, and this amendment will make the process less transparent, and based on that, we request a no vote. Thank you so much.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come down here to ask for an aye vote on the amendment and support my colleague from Monument. The issue here is if we don't accept this amendment, what ends up happening is those individuals who have made a request, for example, that a book is in the wrong place for reconsideration, we're calling them out in statute here that you can have their name through a CORA request. If you turn to 24-6-402, which is our open meetings statute, it defines what a public body is. And in addition to the board of the public library, it also talks about meetings of persons of the administrative staff. This would include the meetings that might occur below the board level to make decisions on reconsideration. So if someone wanted to hear that public open meeting on reconsideration, they would have that opportunity to go and listen in person. But calling it out specifically in this part of statute is like saying, hey, let's just start red lettering people, and that's not right either. We have a very specific Colorado Open Records law and very specific Colorado Open Meetings laws. Those generally cover this, and you can get that information there. But to call it out here is wrong, and that's why I asked for a yes vote. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Wilson. Oh, Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L006 is lost. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to present, I move L014 to SB 216, ask that it be displayed.
Give us a second. Thank you. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Okay. So 014, we go to page 7. And what this does on page 7, line 15, is it strikes, page 7, line 15, strike not. And what we're doing is we are, wait, do I have the right? I have re-engrossed, okay. Is what this does is it declares this is a library record and not subject to CORA. And the reason for this is that that people have, and I understand the sponsor's concern with the records requests, but we also have had the problem in some areas where the records requests, which are a legitimate records request, might be turned over to groups of people, and then for a concerned parent, so if a parent is concerned about the material, and depending on where these amendments go, I'll be sharing some of the material with you, and maybe you'll understand why the material is troubling to some parents. Well, when they do challenge that, and then their names and records are released, then what that does is it creates a problem called doxing. So this is just to make sure that it is a library record and not subject to CORA. That's the way it is now. So instead of specifically, where this bill specifically makes it a non-library record, that would be private, and makes it something that is subject to CORA, something that can be requested. And this is a private conversation between the parents. They're not public entities. They're not public. They're not hired by the government, so they should not be covered by CORA. So this request would be kept private. So I think that was just a oversight in the way the bill was written. So I would like to see that removed to make sure that we don't end up with a problem that we have with other locations, that the records have been released and it's led to a harassment of the people making the request.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This would be similar to the protections you would see for a whistleblower. If somebody is making a request to have a book revisited, that they be able to, the CORA request could still happen if need be, but their name could be redacted so that they're not being paraded.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I want to thank the amendment drafters, sponsors for, again, providing these amendments to us earlier. I asked for a no vote to L14, and it's interesting as an attorney just reading this amendment. It's very creative. Actually, it's the same as Amendment 6. This amendment would make it impossible for the public to know what is happening in their community when it comes to the removal of books. Again, the bill is about transparency, and this amendment would take away from the transparency that we want to accomplish as part of the review and reconsideration process, and we ask a no vote on this amendment because it is exactly the same amendment as 6, except drafted a little bit more creatively. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think this amendment is good because when we get elected into office, we understand the concept of CORA, and we're voluntarily stepping into that arena. The parents out there of children that are doing the best they can to protect the children, and even if you don't agree with how they think their children should be protected, That's what they're doing. And to do this is pushing these parents into a place where they are not supposed to be pulled according to the Constitution. We're coring, I mean, think about this. I may say this clear for later use. We're coring parents. You say, no, we're coring the library. We're coring parents for trying to do something that is best for their children. We're going to put their name out there in the public. The only reason that that could possibly be is for harassment and doxing. That's it. You're not gaining anything. You can't sue these parents. You can't make them do something. This is just for harassment purposes. And this is not okay. This is highly unethical for this body who knows they were coming into a Cora situation, knows voluntarily at some level, said that's what they want to do, and we're forcing parents into this? Come on, this is not okay. This is wrong. This is horribly wrong, and I think extremely unethical, and I don't think the voters are going to appreciate when they hear this shouted loudly from my social media.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would reiterate that what we have is a challenge. A parent concerned about material, and again, I'm trying to get to a point where we can accept enough, where we can get this bill amended, where we don't have to cover the material. But we have parents that are concerned about the material, and then they present a request. There's really, and then that goes to a board. So there's really no reason whatsoever for that record to be released. And for whatever small reason that there might be, and I don't think there is a reason, then what you have is, I think you would need to come up with a compelling reason, not just a casual reason of maybe some people want to know. There's lots of stuff that goes on at the library that people don't necessarily, but those are corable events because those are being paid. So this is something that the parents are engaged. If they are doing this, they are executing their right, their First Amendment right to petition their government for grievances. The library is a government institution. The library is not a private institution, and this is where we get to this idea of censorship. The idea of censorship is a red herring here, because no one's talking about censoring books. What parents are talking about is saying, I don't think that these books are something that are appropriate to be purchased by my tax dollars, placed in a building at the expense of my tax dollars, by a person paid by my tax dollars. So somebody has a constitutional right. Every parent, whether you like it or not, has a constitutional right to express their grievance, to petition their government for grievance. That library is part of the government. There is no censorship here. So the idea that we're talking about censorship needs to be nipped in the bud right now, because none of the books in question, none of the 136 titles are in question are at risk of censorship. Anybody can buy them on the internet. You can go buy it on the internet, and nobody's going to care. It's not being censored. What people care about is whether tax dollars are being spent on a book that is inappropriate to be housed in a taxpayer-funded library by somebody that is paid by taxpayer funds. That's it. So this is about the redress of grievances. That is the right of the citizen. And the citizen, it is not appropriate, rather, for the library to then take those records and then release them to the public for absolutely no value whatsoever, except for the possibility of being harassed. And you can't say that the possibility is not there because it has happened. It has happened a lot. And so if you're going to not take a simple amendment like this, the only reason for not taking an amendment like this is so that parents can be harassed for exercising their First Amendment rights of petitioning their government for a grievance of how their tax dollars are being spent. I recommend an aye vote on this amendment because we are protecting the First Amendment right of parents. There's not really a First Amendment right for these libraries. They are government entities, and they are responsible, they are beholden to the public whom they serve and whose money that they operate on that money. It's a First Amendment right, petition grievances. I recommend an aye vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm down to support this amendment. There's a town in one of my counties. A lady called me and said that she'd gone in and had concerns about one or two books that were in the library, and she'd gone in and told them that what her concerns were, wanted it to be addressed. And she didn't get, they didn't talk to her, they didn't help her. So she wrote she wrote a letter, she did all the things that she could think of as a citizen. And evidently it angered somebody in that library because they put all of her information in the local newspaper. Her name, address, phone number, and all of this. And that lady has put up with one heck of a lot of harassment since then. I don't want to put that in the book that we are able to do that to these citizens. This is a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I was just checking on another representative and just came out to this bill. We've talked about decorum in here, and I think going forward we're going to make some changes so that it's a much better place to work in. I will tell you, though, I have been doxxed for going to school board meetings, and they have come after my business. They have come after my physical therapy clinic with false claims because of views that I have. If anyone in here thinks that that's right, it's not right. It's not right for parents to be doxxed and their information to be out there because they disagree with content. No one's asking for censorship. We're all here to protect our children. My clinic, where other people work, where I provide a job for other people, has been put on the record as a bad place because of my political views, and that is not what this country was founded on. That is not how we should be passing legislation in this House. Parents should be allowed to disagree without the fear of being doxxed or without people going after their homes, their families. We've heard it in here from the well. I've received death threats. Many of you have received death threats. Is that what we want for people? We want them to be doxxed and their names out there and their addresses out there because they don't agree with content in a book? I hope that we can all agree that that's not right. If we can't agree on everything, we should be able to agree that people that have a disagreement with content in books should not have people going to their homes, should not be receiving death threats, should not be receiving letters in the mail. We have to protect people like that. That is a simple amendment. It's a simple ask. And if we can't agree on that, then we can't agree on protecting kids or protecting our constituents. I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative McGrath.
Thank you, sir, and I will, as always, I will try to keep this germane to the bill. All right, so this paragraph right here, my colleague mentioned a specific scenario where this happened, and we know this happens. And this happened before this bill was written. That happened, that doxing occurred to a citizen while that record was a library record. It was a library record. It was not corrable. And yet it was released. And it was released in a malicious, malevolent way for malevolent purposes. So this bill, as written, takes the active step, and this is a big problem with this bill. This bill that was brought by the agencies that the sponsor mentioned is taking the active step of ensuring that those records can be released. And we already heard the result of that. So if the outcome is obvious, the intent is inferred. And the only thing, and if you have this in here, the outcome is obviously doxing. And if the outcome is obviously doxing, the intent is obviously doxing.
Representative DeGraff, again, the outcome, you can talk about the outcome of the policy. Intent, you cannot know what the intent of the sponsors are. That is beyond the scope of our discussion.
It would appear, based on the obvious outcome, that the intent is doxing. It appears. I'm not saying it is, it appears. It has the appearance, it gives the appearance thereof. This bill takes the specific step, and now not only is it taking the specific step of doxing, it's taking the specific step of we could look at this and say this is inadvertently allowing doxing. And now in this deliberative process, I mean, let's just pretend it's a deliberative body, that when we have identified a risk to our constituents, to the citizens of Colorado, because again, this whole bill is about the right of is about the right of citizens to exercise, to petition their government for grievances. And our job, what is our job here? Our job is, well, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men deriving their just power from the consent of the governed. So what is our job? Our job is to secure the right of our citizens to exercise this First Amendment right of petitioning their government for grievances and do so in a safe manner. Now, we already have an example, one example of many, that this bill actively threatens. And there are 3 changes that we can make to secure the rights of those that we represent. If we don't make those changes, then this General Assembly is making the active statement that it does not wish to secure the rights of those individuals to petition their government for grievances over materials they don't feel are appropriate to be taxpayer funded in a taxpayer building by an agent of the government at taxpayer expense. So again, if the outcome is evident, if it's obvious, and it is, what is going to happen is obvious. Now, that might not have been the intent of the bill, but now knowing and having examples of the obvious outcome, if you block changing the obvious outcome, I can only infer that the intent is doxing. That's the appearance. That's the logical conclusion. I guess we'd have to have an explanation from the sponsor why the outcome, if the outcome is obvious, why I cannot infer that intent. So I would like to hear why I think we need to secure the rights of our constituents to petition their government for grievances as protected in the First Amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L014 is lost. To the bill.
Okay,
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the bill sponsor said they wanted to be here a long time, so we'll just keep going. Again, I was contacted by my library district, the second largest system in the state. They are very much in support and committed to the First Amendment. Last year, rather than using intellectual freedom, allowing staff, last year, rather than using intellectual freedom, allowing staff members to push and peddle their own ideas, they focused on our library system as a neutrality so patrons can decide what they want to read and study. Neutrality means supporting the First Amendment and upholds the core library values of self-determination. Now, while they applaud the sponsor's efforts to codify the First Amendment, they do have a few concerns with this bill as written. First, the 5-year moratorium, which the bill sponsors did correct into a 2-year moratorium, even though it's not needed at all, or on reconsideration should be a local control issue. That's why it shouldn't be in there. That's what library boards are for. Libraries will be required to have a reconsideration policy, and these policies often specify this number. In 5 years, many books will succumb to the weeding policies, making this constraint impractical and immaterial. So, again, my library district acknowledges that librarians, as in the legislative declaration, librarians are highly trained, educated professionals. The sponsors are dictating how to do their job regarding collections inclusive of thought, identity, and opinion. Although allowing the librarians to make those decisions on their own would go further than mere words to demonstrate the sponsor's belief in librarians' ethics and professionalism. They would like to remove the request for reconsideration as an open record. Our reconsideration requests are not always seeking to remove materials. Most of the times, these requests are to reshelf materials rather than remove. I already mentioned this with the history of engineering. Does it go in the engineering or does it go in history? The bill sponsors have refused to take this simple amendment. In Section 4, we do not want discrimination in our communities of any kind, especially when it comes to the reconsideration process. Unfortunately, by including community members' requests as open records, we are assigning the scarlet letters and discouraging community members from engaging in the process for fear of retaliation. This whole bill is built on wanting people to have equal and fair treatment, but this piece we've been trying to get amended deliberately targets people, and that's not necessary. This process creates the fear of retaliation, something the sponsors have already identified in this bill. In Section 2, subsection 4 to this bill, that was the original, the phrase making displays, although unintentional, this will promote insubordination by not allowing discriminatory action of the displays made in the library. There is more that we need to discuss on this bill, but let's change it up a little and let's jump to the end. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L008 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This is my colleague will probably be disappointed that I ran this instead of him, but to keep it on the lighter side because we do have a lot more to go through on this bill. I thought I'd start with a simple one. This replaces the safety clause with a petition clause. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We ask for a no vote.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask the bill sponsors for their explanation for a safety clause on a library policy bill.
Seeing no further discussion. Oh, Representative DeGraff. Representative DeGraff.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. I thought the sponsor was coming up. The safety clause, the petition, again, we're talking about the ability with the petition clause, we're talking about the ability of the rights of the citizen to petition their government for a redress of grievances. Now, I'm pretty sure, and let's see, the safety clause determines and declares, the General Assembly finds, determines and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, and or safety. All right? It seems like we've been going for quite some time without this bill. We have not descended into riot. It certainly has nothing to do with health. There's nothing in here about health, and there's nothing in here about safety. There's nothing in here about the budget, that we would have to do this to get the budget squared away immediately. So what this is a means to avoid allowing the citizens to exercise their First Amendment right of petitioning the government for the redress of their grievances in response to, in this case, from the last amendment, possibly doxing citizens for exercising their right to redress government, to petition government for the redress of grievances. So then, to say that basically the citizens of Colorado now cannot take this and say, hey, wait a minute, we don't like this. This just is something that will go into pretty much immediate effect. So we're doing an end run around the First Amendment in order to restrict the First Amendment exercised by our citizens. I think that should give everybody a little bit of pause. Just a little bit. We're limiting the First Amendment to restrict the First Amendment exercised by the citizens of Colorado. Wow. Wow. Where are we? Like I said this morning, day 118, this Constitution isn't going to shred itself. We need stuff like this to help. And this is really, really scary stuff.
Representative Wilson.
So I just want to ask the question again, what is the purpose of the safety clause in this? With our last amendment, you alluded to the fact that we don't care if people are targeted, but we do want to put this in effect right away for safety. So, like I said, I'll just put that out there again and ask, what is the purpose in this particular bill behind the safety clause? Which category does it meet?
Is there further discussion? Representative Bradley.
Thank you. I, too, rise in support of this. If this is about the people of Colorado, the people of Colorado should be able to vote about it. I mean, you're going to dox the people of Colorado. People of Colorado should have some say in whether or not they get doxed or not. We just had a resolution that's now a bill that's going to take a ballot initiative to the ballot on marriage, which isn't going to clarify anything, but this bill, we're going to put a safety clause on and not let the people of Colorado vote. My mind is blown. We continue to strip parental rights. We continue to have doxing going on. And now the people can't even have a say-so on it. I say vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, a division has been called. The committee will stand in recess.
I'm so sorry.
The committee will come back to order. A division has been called. Is it? The question before us is the adoption of L008. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L008, please stand and remain standing, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Please be seated. Amendment L008 is lost. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a sad day for the First Amendment. But in keeping with trying to protect our citizens, because the role of government is to secure the rights. And what we need to do is we actually need to protect our citizens in securing those rights. And so the body has determined that these records need to be made public. Now, we know from a very specific example that was given, and you only need one example to know that this action is putting citizens at risk for exercising their First Amendment rights. Now, be clear that the citizen has First Amendment rights, the government, not so much. The library and the librarian are the government. So, a bill that acts to act, and it's always good. I like the fact that these, when they become law, it's a bill for an act, and it is an act quite often. So anyways, I move L016 to Senate Bill 216 and ask that it be displayed.
It is displayed. Please proceed.
All right. So what this does is it redacts the personal information of the individual. So we're saying that the public, through a CORA request, is now that the library, that the government, we're now saying that the government is compelled to inform when somebody is petitioning their government for the redress of grievances. The majority party has determined, or the majority of the body, I guess, since we had some people voting on the side of the First Amendment, that has determined that these records need to be sent out there, so people need to go. But what they don't need to know is the personal identifying information of the individuals, because that is how they would be put at risk. So with that, I would like to, we go back to page 7, line 19, and substitute 24, and then we continue, except that the custodian of any record provided in response to a request under the Colorado Open Records Act shall redact all personally identifiable information from the record before providing the record to the requester. So this allows the public to know what's going on with the bill. I think it would protect the citizens that my colleague mentioned earlier. The public will know what's going on. The public will know what requests have been made, what books have been challenged. But the personal identifying information will not be there, would be redacted, so that we avoid. So I think this is a good compromise. The sponsor wants the information released so that people know. What we want to do is we want to protect the identity of the voter. So this is, I think, a pretty obvious compromise to protect the citizen, protect the First Amendment rights, and actually allow the public to know. I still don't think this is that this record needs to be corable, but at least this will protect the identity of the individual and do everything that the sponsor wants, except put citizens at risk of doxing for exercising their First Amendment right to petition their government for the redress of grievances. So this is a pretty obvious aye. I recommend an aye vote. Thank you.
Representative Arbogast.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree with my colleague on this and the last amendment. I think this is, between this and the last amendment, these are two things that I'm not really sure why these are hills that anyone would choose to die on. This is something that's a pretty simple fix, and for good reason. It's not something that we're, in any case would be gutting the bill or the content of the bill or the intent of the bill. This is something that simply is protecting people. That's why we're in here in this building for our 120 days to debate things, that we can make sure we're not sending bills forward with these unintended circumstances that really can harm people and their lives and their livelihood, between simply pushing something forward without a safety clause, or with pushing something forward that keeps somebody from getting doxxed, keeps somebody from getting their personal information into the wrong hands. We live in a day and age where people are constantly getting scammed by other people using their personal information. This is people getting harassed at their homes, through their social media, through their address, people showing up at their house, all kinds of ways of invading privacy. And we have a simple request to keep that from happening in this bill by just taking that requirement out of the bill. So if we're going to be pushing bills forward, if the intent of your bill isn't reliant on something like this, why are you not willing to compromise on something so simple? There's very simple amendments. I think these are very simple asks, and I'm really not sure why this is something we're standing here debating ad nauseum. So I don't know if we're going to get an answer on that. I would hope that there's some consideration of this amendment. Obviously, we didn't see the same for the last amendment, but moving forward, I think we need to really choose what we're willing to pick as our hills to die on this bill, because this is really getting to a point where we're more worried about the semantics of the bill that can be harmful to people versus the actual intent of the bill getting through and hitting its mark. This, I don't think, hits the mark that the bill, or even the bill sponsors for that matter, intended to. So I'm not sure why there's not more compromise on these portions of the bill that really have no impact on what the bill purpose is. So I would also encourage an aye vote on this amendment, and hope that the bill sponsor can agree with that on the same.
Is there further discussion on L016? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And a question to the bill sponsors about this policy. If this isn't adopted, is there a provision in the bill for those groups that we've already determined to be protected classes who are not allowed to have their information shared? Firefighters, teachers, healthcare workers, different groups that we have said these people can protect their information from being made publicly available. Is there some protection for them outside of this if this amendment is not adopted?
Is there further discussion? Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very, very complicated question. And would this person be requesting a review or reconsideration of a library material based on their job classification? Then is that part of the question? Because if they're not asking for a reconsideration of the library material as a firefighter or all the other classes, I'm just not clear on how would that be part of one of the concerns that, hey, this person's name should be left out of a CORA request, because within the four corners of the bill, there is no contemplation of these classifications of employees or employers.
Any further discussion? Representative Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then in some ways, that is the point. The unintended consequence of this could actually create a situation and impact those who we otherwise have deemed necessary to protect from this kind of exposure. DOC workers, folks that we have said, you know what, we don't want the public to know your particularly identifiable information. And does that then open them up to a situation where that can be actually found out in the event that they desire to participate in what they would generally have as rights as a citizen.
Any further discussion? The question before, seeing no further discussion, whoop, sorry.
No, sorry, I didn't.
The division has been called. The committee will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of L016. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L016, please stand or remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. L016 is lost. To the bill, is there further discussion? Representative DeGraff. Representative DeGraff.
I'm back. Did you miss me? All right. All right, so obviously the example that was given was not through a core request, since that would have been improper. But in order to at least try to protect, and my colleague has informed me that the understanding is that the PII should be redacted when it's given out. So those amendments would have been to safeguard the fact that the core request would have to safeguard that information. just another firewall in a paragraph in there in the firewall. So I move L015 to SB 216, ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Representative DeGraff. Give us a second. Thank you. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this would be if the information is, and the information should not be released, but we know that it has been released. So the firewalls to preclude that release, this would just add a paragraph to that. Wouldn't change anything. It would just say that it is illegal to use the sensitive or secret information, statements, or records for the harassment, exposure, financial harm, or other exploitation of targeted individuals pursuant to this legal case, Tattered Cover versus City of Thornton, which is upheld under Brookhart versus Riemann, 2023, COA 93. So that was a court case. That information cannot be used for that purpose. So this is just kind of this would just be a recommendation, a recognition for the people that are reading this, that if they want to release the information, that they would be liable for going against established legal precedent. So, in keeping with the majority opinion, the request will be corable. The PII, by the nature of the CORA, will hopefully be redacted. But to make that emphasis that whoever is releasing the information should redact that information, I would like to add this amendment so that they ensure that they understand the ramifications if they don't redact that information.
Is there further discussion on L015? Representative Wilson.
Never mind.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. L015 is lost. To the bill. Is there Representative DeGraff?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trying to figure out which one I want to do. I'm going to save that one, renumber sections accordingly. Let's start with L011. I move L011 and ask that it be displayed.
Give us a moment. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Page 4, lines 17 and 18. Strike that reconsiders the library resources as specified in subsection 3 of that section. So this is where I think amendments are really helpful in determining what the actual intent of the bill is.
Representative DeGraff, remember, we're not talking about the intent. We're just talking about you can talk about the ramifications. You can talk about the unintended consequences. You can talk about all those things, but we're not talking about intent.
Well, yes, sir, that's what I'm trying to ascertain, what the intent is. But you are correct. I do not understand, I don't know on the consequences. So if we read this paragraph, and I know that there's a number of you that think this is just an innocuous bill that tightens up some library procedures, but I assure you that there's more to it. And I'm really trying to avoid the material. In addition to the powers and duties specified in Section 24-90-109, a Board of Trustees of a public library shall establish written policies for the acquisition, retention, display, and use of library resources and for the use of a public library facility. In addition, the Board of Trustees of a public library that reconsiders library resources as specified in subsection 3 of this section shall establish a written policy for the reconsideration of a library resource. Did everybody catch that little bit of clever wording? A lawyer caught it. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Did everybody catch the clever wording? I missed it. You missed? I'll read it again. In addition to the powers and duties specified in Section 24-90-109, a Board of Trustees of a public library again paid with public funds extracted from the pockets of the citizens. Library shall establish policies for the acquisition, retention, display, and use of library resources and for the use of a public library facility. In addition, the Board of Trustees of a public library that reconsiders library resources as specified in subsection 3 shall establish a written policy. So here's what this says. And when I presented this to the drafter, a lawyer, it was quite clear that it was correct. So this clause here, that reconsiders library resources as specified in subsection 3 of this section. So what does that mean? That means libraries that don't. So this clause only applied, this clause right here would make this completely voluntary. This bill with this clause makes the reconsideration
It's getting loud in here. Let's keep our voices down.
I hope we're all
Representative
talking.
DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this bill makes it that a public library, only those public libraries that reconsider library resources. So if it's a public library that doesn't reconsider library resources, then they're exempt from this entire policy. And they would say, we don't have to reconsider library resources. So the entire intent of this bill, as written, should I say the entire intent of the bill? The entire outcome of the bill, as written, is to ensure that a library that does not want to reconsider the redress of grievances of the citizens that are paying the taxes for the librarian, the books, and the library itself, it ensures that they will not be reviewed. Not. So I'm going to assume that is inadvertent. That is just a grammatical oversight. And so the way to fix that clause that doesn't need to be in there is just to strike it. And so that's what this amendment does, L011, because a public library that is funded by the public should be responsive to the people that are paying the bills. I don't know why that would be a question. This would make it purely at the discretion of whether they wanted to or not. So this, with this clause in here, would make it entirely optional. So if a library has materials that parents, that agency, that people find objectionable, this clause right there would say they don't have to review it. How would they not review it? They would not review it by simply not creating a policy. And then they would just say, we don't have a policy for the review of materials, so we can put whatever porn we want to in the library. No, this is not a response to not using Rule 14. This is a response to a really poorly, a dangerously written bill undermining the First Amendment rights of the citizens of Colorado. I don't want to be here any more than anybody else does. But I'm also not going to be responsible for leaving the citizens of Colorado and the children of Colorado exposed to the material that this bill protects. We're talking about a public entity. This public entity is spending tax dollars that are extracted from the citizens of Colorado by force. This clause has the outcome of making the entire system protected from the redress of grievances. That clause undermines the First Amendment rights of citizens in regard to the libraries 100%. That's what it does. So just as a heads up, I don't know if anybody else has any comment on this, but I will be asking for a division on this because these are very serious aspects. I know everybody thinks that this is just a library bill, but this is a bill about protecting, this is a bill about foisting material on children that should not be. And parents using their First Amendment rights to redress grievances with the government, and this bill is intended to shut that down. And we will find out if that's true.
Seeing no further discussion, a division has been requested. Okay. The question. The question is the adoption of L011. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L011, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. L011 is lost. To the bill, Representative DeGraff.
Getting to the end of my pile, so good news. The next one is a substantive one, the one I've been trying to avoid. All right. I move L013.
Please proceed.
Thank you. All right, L013. Lots of striking, not all it needs to be, but maybe we can make it less bad. Amend re-engross bill, page 5, strike line 27, it's at the bottom. Reconsideration of library resources, except, and so this is, except as otherwise provided in this section, a public library may remove a library resource from its permanent collection only if the library resource has been reviewed in accordance with established policy for the consideration. And then this just goes on to make it all pretty much voluntary. The provisions of this section do not apply to routine collection maintenance. The Board of Trustees of a public library that has established a public policy for reconsideration of library that has established a policy for the reconsideration of library resource that complies with the requirements of subsection 2 of this section and that reconsiders. So again, these qualifications. So if it doesn't reconsider, in accordance with that policy, shall make its reconsideration policy available to the public on its website. To make a request for a reconsideration of a library resource, making the request must reside in a legal service area. I don't know why we would need to do that. Public libraries service the public, so you should not necessarily have to be from that area. It's kind of a broad general. A public library shall not reconsider the same library resource more than once every 2 years. There's absolutely no reason for, everybody has their right to redress grievances. If it's there and somebody else finds it, then they should be able to redress their grievances. So that needs to go. Resource may specify a period longer than 2 years by which it will not reconsider the same. So this just, it says 2 years. I don't know why it says 2 years, but then it says, well, it could do longer. So again, everything about this bill is to circumvent parental concerns. Everything about this bill is to circumvent parental concerns. Now, that doesn't surprise me. The Parental Bill of Rights, that was killed. And we've done, this body has pretty much done everything to get around the allowance of the parental per the 14th Amendment, parental responsibilities. Once a final determination has been made for a library resource that is the subject of a request for reconsideration, the Board of Trustees shall make the determination how it comports with the provision of subsection 2. A public library shall not remove, discontinue, restrict library resource as the result of a request to reconsider until the determination regarding the library resource has been made available to the public pursuant to subsection 3E of this section. Do you have anything on this? And then it goes on to line 19, a written request for reconsideration of a library record, user record. And this is a section that we need to definitely get rid of because these records need to be kept as part of the library record and not released. The public library may remove a library resource from its permanent collection only if the library resource has been reviewed in accordance with established policy, which does not exist. So this bill is a lot of words, and every single way that this bill is written is circumvent parental or any agency from exercising a concern. Yes,
Hang
sir.
on just a second. I just want to make sure we're talking about the amendment. The amendment strikes particular sections of the bill. So
I'm reading one of those sections, yes.
Make sure that you're talking about those sections that it strikes.
I am reading this section, page 6. Otherwise provided in this section, a public library may remove a library resource from its permanent collection only if the library resource has been removed in accordance with an established policy. So the only way that it can remove a library resource is if it has an established policy. So if the library does not establish a policy, so what this bill has done is the bill is to block out parents or anybody that is concerned about the type of material that is being covered. And I'll get to that material. I'd really rather avoid it, but we'll get there. So everything about this bill is to do an end run and block parents from exercising the right of protecting their children from the material that is being promulgated in these libraries. A public library that has not established a policy for the reconsideration of a library, or that has a policy for the reconsideration that does not comply with the requirements of this section, may not remove. So if the library just does not choose to have a policy, a parent comes in for the redress of grievances as per their First Amendment right, the library says, well, we just didn't make a policy, so pound sand. So Colorado parents, this entire bill is designed to say pound sand. That's a military term. That means start walking. Start walking. We don't care. Your input has been received, noted, disregarded. That's what this bill is. And it's throughout the bill. It is carefully crafted to tell parents trying to protect their children to pound sand. So, I recommend an aye vote on this, and I'm going to ask for a division on this one too.
Is there further discussion? A division has been requested.
This works.
The question is the adoption of L013. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L013, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment L013 is lost. Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had mentioned earlier we'd probably get back to the important stuff quickly, as it is all important. But I still want to get on the piece about us not targeting individuals that make suggestions or have questions for the library. So with that, I would like to move Amendment L19 and I move Amendment L19 and ask that it properly be displayed.
Give us just a moment. Thanks, Rob. It is displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. This amendment goes back to the first three amendments we had, looking just to protect people that submit a request. I do not find issue with the information being core requestable, but there is some concern about targeting if the person's name's disclosed. So I would ask you for an aye vote on this amendment.
Is there further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none. The question before us,
Representative Joseph. Yes, based on conversation with our colleagues on the other side. We accept this amendment. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. L019 is passed. To the bill. Representative DeGraff.
All right. Now we're to the heart of the bill. So the sponsor was correct. There has been a lot of bills, a lot of books that have been challenged. And I'm kind of torn. I think I'm going to read the material. I'll save the material if this amendment does not pass. I've got a good hour worth of material here. And this is material from some of these books that have been challenged. And they are uplifting books, and they are the books, some of the books that are specifically that this bill is specifically protecting. Now, and I think we could solve this problem with an actual review of the law, because we have a Colorado revised statute of 18-7-502 that really has this pretty well cleared up. And if you want to pull it up, CRS 18-7-502, if you'd like to read along. Is everybody ready? It shall be unlawful for any person to knowingly sell or loan for monetary consideration to a child any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture, film, similar visual representation, image of a person or portion of the human body which depicts sexual explicit nudity, sexual conduct, sadomasochistic abuse, and which, as taken as a whole, is harmful to children.
Representative DeGraff, please remember what we're talking about here.
Yes.
This is about concerning standards that public libraries are required to include in policies regarding library resources.
Correct.
Please keep your comments to the bill and that subject.
This is specifically to the amendment. You want to? So, I move L012 to SB 16 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you, Rep. DeGraff. Please proceed.
I understand that continuing to cover this bill puts our parents back under the threat of being doxxed. Amend re-engross bill, page 5, line 20, strike and. Page 5, line 26, strike spaces and substitute spaces and, because this policy should not be optional. And we already have a law that covers this. In the absence of a more restrictive policy, and this is something that the government does. We have regulations and then you have local procedure. A local procedure could be more restrictive than the regulation, but it can't be less restrictive than the regulation. So we have a Colorado revised statute that actually covers most of this material and most of this question. In the absence of a more restrictive policy, which could be set by the local, by election, public libraries act in the trust of citizens.
Excuse me, Rep. DeGraff. I'm going to put the committee into a brief recess. Thank you. The committee will come back to order. Is there further discussion?
We have another bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, sir. I would like to withdraw Amendment L016.
Amendment L012 is withdrawn.
L012, thank you.
Yeah. Amendment L012 is withdrawn. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 216. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 216 is passed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 141.
Senate Bill 141 by Senators Van Winkle and Michelson Janae, also Representatives Bradfield and Rootnell, concerning out-of-state healthcare workers providing healthcare services through telehealth to patients located in Colorado.
Representative Rootnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 141.
To the bill. Representative Rootnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm grateful to be joined by my co-prime, Representative Bradfield, to discuss an important piece of legislation, SB 141, which seeks to authorize out-of-state healthcare providers to deliver telehealth services to our residents here in Colorado. At its core, SB 141 is about accessibility. By allowing providers licensed in other states to offer telehealth services in Colorado, we are paving the way for increased access to medical care, especially for those in rural
Members, it's loud. Don't be loud. Okay, please, Representative Rootnell, please proceed.
Especially for those in rural or underserved areas where local medical services can be limited. Access to telehealth also makes it much easier on patients who speak other languages to find a doctor that they can speak with or to find a doctor who specializes in rare conditions. It will also critically help alleviate the shortage of mental health professionals and help Colorado address our mental health crisis. This bill ensures that Coloradans have the freedom to safely choose and keep their doctor no matter where they are located. The safety of Colorado patients and ensuring they receive the best high-quality care is extremely important. The bill mandates that these providers must have credentials that are unencumbered and equivalent to or surpassing our state's requirements. They must have a clean disciplinary record for the past 5 years and, where relevant, must pass a jurisprudence examination specific to Colorado, ensuring that they are not only qualified but also familiar with our state's specific healthcare laws and regulations. We should also take into account the economic benefits of telehealth, especially for lower-income Coloradans. By expanding telehealth, we reduce the travel time and cost for patients, increase efficiency, and potentially lower healthcare costs. This can lead to significant savings for our healthcare system and for the families of Colorado. Overall, SB 141 represents a balanced approach to modernizing our healthcare delivery system. It ensures rigorous standards for out-of-state providers while opening the door to more accessible and efficient healthcare for all Coloradans. Thank you for your consideration and support, and I urge an aye vote. And now I'll turn it over to Representative Bradfield to discuss the requirements that providers must meet to participate in this program.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Senate Bill 141 has a process in order
Members,
for...
sorry, Representative Bradfield. Members, please, I can't hear Representative Bradfield. Please move your conversations off the floor. Keep your voices down. Thank you. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you. In order for a medical personnel to qualify for this program, they, of course, need to complete an application. That goes without saying. But they also need to, in their home state, they need to be licensed in good standing and have no disciplinary reports against them for the last 5 years, no action on that. They must be willing to adhere to Colorado's state standards of care, our laws, and our regulations. And here's an interesting part. They can only see the patient via telehealth. And that means that these medical providers cannot have a brick and mortar presence in the state of Colorado. And I think that's very important. And I'd like to give you an example of how this would work. For my husband's military career, we were stationed in Kansas twice. And it was very possible that in Kansas, if the Army hospital could not take care of you, they referred you to a civilian doctor. And let's say that that civilian doctor was taking my case, for instance, and we were then moved to another station, maybe like Colorado Springs. I could continue getting service from this civilian doctor in Kansas, even though I no longer lived in Kansas through a telehealth telehealth. And I think there are more people in the state that would utilize this than we in this building can imagine. And so I urge an aye vote for this bill, Senate Bill 24-141.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 141. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Bill 141 is passed. Madam Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1178 until May 9th.
Seeing no objection, House Bill 1178 will be laid over until May 9th. Madam Majority Leader.
I move the committee rise and report.
Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Schiebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration of the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1247 as amended, passed on second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third and final passage. Senate Bill 16 as amended, 32 as amended, 76 as amended, 78, 80, 126 as amended, 141, 167, 168, 170 as amended, 182 as amended, 185, 192, 199, 207, 216 as amended, 226, 227 passed on second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading, final passage. House Bill 1178 laid over until May 9th, 2024.
Thank you. I do not see Representative Brown. Thank you. Members, you have heard the motion. There are no amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bradley, Catlin, Clifford, Epps, Frizzell, Garcia, Joseph Ricks. Bradley, Epps, Garcia, Joseph Ricks are excused. Please close the machine. With 41 ayes, 17 no, and 7 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the consideration of Senate amendments.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for consideration of Senate amendments. Mr. Schiebel. Please read House Bill title to House Bill 1034.
House Bill 1034 by Representatives Amabile and Bradfield, also Senator Fields, concerning adult competency to stand trial.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to adhere to the Senate version of House Bill 1034. No, I'm sorry. No, that's not what I'm
Withdraw the motion, please.
I withdraw that motion. I move to concur. With
Representative
the Senate version.
Amabile,
Thank you.
you
That's
are
the proper
definitely
response.
going to need to explain now.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Yes, the only thing that was ever on the table was concurring. And we have two competency bills, and they touched on some of the same parts of the law. And so both bills had to be amended in the Senate so that they weren't in conflict with each other. And I ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1034. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Bacon, Holtorf, Luck, Winter. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 2 no, 5 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1034 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1034 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Amabile? Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 12 no, and 5 excused, House Bill 1034, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1262.
House Bill 1262 by Representatives Garcia and Judah, also Senators Buckner and Michelson-Janae, concerning maternal health and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Judah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have not said that this session, but it is an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
I move that the House concur with Senate amendments for HB 1262.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the Senate, we continued conversations with stakeholders and made some changes based on their feedback. We also removed the changes we were hoping to make to the direct entry midwife status, but we ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1262. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Rep. Catlin. Please close the machine. With 62 ayes, 0 no, 3 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1262. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1262 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1262 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Majority Leader Duran. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 8 no, 3 excused, House Bill 1262 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1355.
House Bill 1355 by Representatives Mabry and Amabile, also Senators Michelson, Janae, and Gardner, concerning reducing the competency wait list and in connection therewith creating a wraparound care program and making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't have a poem, but I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1355.
Please proceed. Representative Amabile.
So this is the other bill that I referred to when I was here 2 minutes ago. And these two bills had some language tweaks that needed to be made so that they wouldn't be in conflict. I just also want to say that this is the biggest thing that I will get done this session. And so I hope you'll all vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1355. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 3 no, 2 excused, the motion to concur with Senate amendments is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1355 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1355 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Rep. Ricks, Winter. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 4 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1355 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1364.
House Bill 1364 by Representatives McCluskey and Bacon, also Senators Bridges and Lundin, concerning measures to support education-based workforce readiness and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate bills to House Bill 1364.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, we've worked on this for a long time, and so the Senate kind of saw where we were going, and with that, we just agreed to a few of the tweaks that they made to this bill, and with that, we urge an aye vote. I would also like to say on behalf of the Bacon delegation, oink.
Well done. The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1364. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote? Representative Garcia holds a thumbs up, votes yes. McLaughlin. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1364 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1364 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Duran Mabry. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 11 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1364 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1452.
House Bill 1452 by Representatives Ortiz and Bacon, also Senators Priola and Buckner, concerning airport accessibility requirements.
Representative Ortiz.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments on House Bill 1452.
Please proceed.
All right. Roses are red. Able bodies are neat, especially when they talk about disability rights tongue-in-cheek. Private right of action is how my civil rights are enforced, but from that viewpoint, the lobby made sure that the Senate and I are divorced. Folks, I'm trying to make light here by reading a poem, but this is a very serious issue. Shame on the airport for the disingenuous way they engage with community living with a disability for the past 3 years. And I say that because this initial effort was born from the fact that Denver received $22+ million from the infrastructure plan 3 years ago. And so I thought by gathering community with a disability and being proactive, that we could get them to do the right thing without creating a bill or creating a mandate. And we received lift service for the next 2 years after that. They went ahead and renovated one of the terminals. And one of the things that we asked for that they agreed to was adult changing stations with family accessible bathrooms, which they did not do. And that's when I realized that I was gonna have to pull a bill title in order for them to take this seriously. Folks, leading up to when I did pull the bill title, I allowed them to make the timeline on when they would implement this too. And they got that to me in January, even though we've been working on this for 3 years. What's even more disappointing is that this executive city's administration, the city attorney, lobbied and spent their resources, and the executives from the airport spent their resources lobbying against private right of action. Folks, that's how my civil rights are enforced. No one is, nor should they be immune. Whether we're talking about the state, whether we're talking about Red Rocks, whether we're talking about Fiddler's Green, that is how my basic access is enforced. Look it up. You'll see a list of litigation a mile long. The only time that city resources are supposed to be used to lobby against the bill is when the city council unanimously takes a position against the bill. They did not do that. And in fact, some members testified in support of this bill in committee. And you better believe I'm going to be filing a formal complaint on that. So yes, I'm disappointed that I have to sit here and allow the Senate to create a special carve-out against private right of action. And I'm not going to ding the individual senators too hard, because when you're getting called by the CEO of the airport, when you're getting called by a city attorney who was a prior member here, when you're getting called by everybody saying that this is an issue, I might buckle too. But shame on them. It's not right. That being said, I'm not here for my ego. I'm here to serve the community. So when the advocates, including some lawyers, say that they will still be able to, they think they will be able to bring a lawsuit forward on one or two parts of the bill if they don't stick by their word, I'm going to support the advocates. I am here for them. I am here for my district. I'm a public servant. I'm not here for me. So that's why I'm asking for concurrence. But please pay attention, because if the city attorney can come in committee and misinform the committee that, oh, they have a family accessible bathroom already, when the only one they have is insecurity, then I need y'all to be my eyes moving forward to make sure that they adhere to what this bill is about. With that, I urge an aye.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1452. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Please close the machine. With 48 aye, 15 no, and 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1452 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1452 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Degree Kennedy Winter. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 16 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1452 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1135.
House Bill 1135 by Representatives Soper and Snyder, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning offenses related to requirements for operating a vehicle and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Members? Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We move to reject the Senate version and form a conference committee and go beyond the scope.
There's a little more to the motion than that. How about you move not to concur with Senate? Maybe a script would help.
A script would help. Not had to do this.
Thank you, Representative. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1135 and request that a conference committee be formed and that the conference committee be permitted to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two chambers.
Thank you. Proper motion. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So an amendment was added in the Senate which was friendly. It's to refer to the TLRC to be able to look at ways to reduce number of careless driving incidents in Colorado. However, we wanted to pair it with what we added on the House side concerning DUIs and name specific members that the TLRC should consult, so we'd like to be able to add in those particular members.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to not concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1135, appoint a conference committee, and grant the conference committee permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the chambers. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Story. Please close the machine. With 61 aye to no to excuse, the motion to not concur is adopted. Conference committee members, Representative Snyder as chair, Soper and Byrd are appointed to the conference committee. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1304.
House Bill 1304 by Representatives Vigil and Woodrow, also Senators Priola and Hendrickson, concerning parking requirements within metropolitan planning organizations.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Get ready, turkeys. Waiting for my co-prime to come up. Madam Speaker, I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1304.
Please
take it.
proceed.
I don't. My apologies, colleagues. I do not have a poem, but I do have an explanation for my concurrence. If maybe that's of interest. In the Senate, our Senate sponsors and their colleagues narrowed the geographic scope of the bill to transit service areas and made it especially for multifamily and adaptive reuse projects. We established a clear path by which minimum parking mandate could be imposed on a case-by-case basis and pared down the reporting requirements quite a bit.
Representative Woodrow.
Please vote yes.
Seeing no further
great
discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1304. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 51 aye, 11 no, 3 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1304 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1304 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Ricks. Please close the machine. With 40 aye, 22 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1304 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1216.
House Bill 1216 by Representatives Bacon and Hernandez, also Senator Coleman, concerning multi-level supports for youth in varying stages of the juvenile justice system and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Yes, members, first, Rep. Ortiz, I got you. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for working on that. But to this bill, there once was a story all about how the Senate turned my life upside down. I'd like to tell you a story. Just sit right there. I'm going to tell you how both me and Tim concur. Woo!
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
We got 2 days. Madam Speaker, I move that the House concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1216.
I don't know that we need anything more than that, right?
That was sick. I can't do better than that, bro.
No, okay.
Members,
I did make a motion. Should
you want to explain any more?
No, it was just about how, you know, the Fresh Prince. This bill is about young people. I'm just, okay, so, sorry, I'll bring it back. I'll make it serious. Sorry, thank you. But the Senate did work with us. We just made a few amendments to support recommendations from schools and rural schools. And with that, members, we urge an aye vote on this very important bill for some wonderful young people. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1216. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Evans and Ricks. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1216 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1216 as amended. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1216 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine.
Oh, shoot.
Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1320.
House Bill 1320 by Representatives Lukens and Velasco, also Senators Marchman and Mullica, concerning creating a task force to study school staff safety issues and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1320.
Please proceed. Please proceed.
In the classroom where minds ignite, students dance to Taylor Swift's Light. With fearless hearts, they lead the way through love story lessons come what may. Begin again after every fall, their fully funded era standing tall. Shake it off when troubles loom, creating spaces free from gloom.
Representative Velasco.
With enchanted dreams, they strive to keep their spaces safe and alive. With 1989 funding levels all too well, we know that BS funding devil
In style, they learn with grace, making education a vibrant place. Blank space, a task force we create for the educator safety, their decree.
We ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further poetry, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1320. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Catlin Lindsay Taggart. Please close the machine. With 55 aye, 8 no, 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1320 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1320 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote.
I vote yes.
Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes, please.
Representative Garcia votes yes. ML Duran, can you vote? Please close the machine. With 46 ayes, 17 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1320 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, members, for your awareness, pursuant to House Rule 36D, in the last 3 days of session, the requirement to provide 24 hours notice before voting on disagreements between the chambers is suspended. We will now take action on consideration of Senate amendments received from the Senate today, followed by request for conference committee. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate amendments. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1335.
House Bill 1335 by Representatives Soper and Titone, also Senators Roberts and Gardner, concerning the continuation of the regulation of persons related to the final disposition of deceased human bodies and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making appropriation.
Representative Titone.
Madam Speaker, I move the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1335.
Please proceed.
I think we need to put the rest, the Senate amendments.
Oh,
It's a joke
Representative
about
Soper.
topic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know you're all dying to hear what the Senate did. So they talked about the residue that's within the oven when a cremation has occurred and how to deal with that. It really was a technical cleanup, and yeah, we moved to concur.
Yeah. Please concur.
Assistant Minority Leader Winter, forgive me.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to request a 21C.
At the sponsor's request, AML Winter will be excused for this vote. The motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1335. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 1 no, and 3 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1335 as amended.
The motion before us, Assistant Minority Leader Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to once again request 21C.
At the request of the member, AML Winter will be excused for this vote. The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1335 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 4 no, and 3 excused, House Bill 1335 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1378.
House Bill 1378 by Representatives Lindstedt and Valdez, also Senator Sullivan and Gardner, concerning consumer protection in event ticket sales.
Representative Lindstedt.
As concert tickets sell, the Senate's changes cast their spell. That's all I've got. So I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1378.
Would you like to, Representative Valdez.
I won't waste your time with some silly rhymes, so just vote concur just this one time.
That's pretty good. Anything else to explain, members? Yes, Representative Lindstedt.
They changed a definition. It's okay.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1378. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Clifford. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1378 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1378 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Rep. Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes.
Please close the machine. With 57 aye votes, 6 no votes, and 2 excused. Whoa. I've lost control. House Bill 1378 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Oh, it's getting splintery too. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1379.
House Bill 1379 by Representatives McCluskey and McCormick, also Senators Roberts and Kirkmeyer, concerning the regulation of state waters in response to recent federal court action and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I move to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1379.
Please tell us more. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Members, there were numerous changes that were made to the bill in the Senate, all with great collaboration with our many stakeholders, particularly grateful to Colorado Water Congress, who came along with us for this ride on the bill. A number of the changes included changes to 404B1 guidelines, additional changes for the San Luis Valley and some concerns they had around ephemeral streams, a few changes for the Water Quality Control Commission to set alternative deadlines, and additional feedback that helped us bring the 404 permitting in line with the Corps of Engineer work. So,
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. I also want to just say that with these changes and the great conversations we continue to have, that the bill passed unanimously through Senate Finance and Senate Appropriations and was on the consent calendar. This is a very strong bipartisan bill that's going to do wondrous things for our state. I think you could all be proud to vote to concur and also on the bill. So I urge an aye vote.
Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is whether to concur with Senate amendments on House Bill 1379. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 56 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 2 excused, the motion is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1379 as amended.
Seeing no discussion, the question before us is the repassage of House Bill 1379 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine, and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 52 aye votes, 11 no votes, and 2 excused, House Bill 1379 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors.
Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1432.
House Bill 1432 by Representatives Clifford and Soper, also Senator Michael St. concerning eliminating the requirement for a defendant to pay the Colorado Bureau of Investigation for costs related to sealing criminal justice records in the Bureau's custody and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Representative Clifford.
Madam Speaker, I move to concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill 1432.
Please proceed.
We didn't make a rhyme. We didn't realize this was coming so quickly. This was a change to the fiscal note was all that they made an adjustment to in this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1432. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Lynch. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 1 no, 2 excuse, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1432. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1432 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1432 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes.
That's right. Say it in the
Evans, Taggart. Please close the machine. With 58 aye, 5 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1432, as amended, is repassed. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please
with my brother.
close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1439.
House Bill 1439 by Representatives Wilford and Weinberg, also Senators Coleman and Baisley, concerning financial incentives related to apprenticeship programs and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I have a little something for you.
It's really long.
If he stops talking, it'll be shorter. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. In the halls of legislation where the debates never dull, a tax credit was crafted with intentions not null. Employers with apprentices the bill did attract, hoping for a juicy credit, and that's a legislative fact. The House proclaimed $25 million with a confident cheer. The Senate just rolled their eyes and said, "Please, hold my beer. We'll trim off $10 million, set the bill at $15 instead." And just like that, the tax credit was amended in its stead. Now, dear state representatives, don't you wear a frown, for a credit's still a credit when the gavel comes down. Through the Senate, sharp scissors have trimmed the House's dream. There's still gold in the coffer, a bet a lighter stream. So here's to the bill, with a numbers, a dance, a fiscal foxtrot, a legislative prance. While the Senate may slash and the House may propose, it's all in a day's work as lawmaking goes. In the end, let's be merry, for the credit's still sweet, a boon for the workers, and that's quite the feat. We'll toast to the changes and give and the take, for in the grand scheme of things, it's progress we make.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hashtag Representative Taggart. This is promises made, promises kept. Madam Speaker, I move that the House concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1439.
And we will gladly accept the gobbles.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 1439. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Luck. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 10 no, 2 excused, the motion to concur is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the repassage of House Bill 1439 as amended.
The motion before us is the repassage of House Bill 1439 as amended. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1439 as amended is repassed. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of requests for conference committees.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order for the immediate consideration of a request for a conference committee. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 65.
Senate Bill 65 by Senators Hansen and Fields, also Representatives Froelich and Ortiz, concerning the use of mobile electronic devices when driving a motor vehicle and in connection therewith making appropriation.
Representative Froelich. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate has voted to not concur with Senate amendments to, I really think it's to House amendments, to Senate Bill 65, and has requested that conference committee be formed. I move that the House assent to the Senate's request and form a conference committee.
Please proceed.
The Senate wants to talk about it, so we're not going to have a cow about it. We asked for a yes vote.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand, but just mentally raise your hand if I told you this was exactly what was going to happen. I do not expect you to follow the request I'm going to make, but so that I can rest with this, I'm going to ask that you say no to this request, because the only opportunity for us to get the version of 65 that has what I'm going to call the Soper Amendment, if I'm allowed to do that, the amendment that I said the other day, I haven't had a chance to read this, but I'm going to read it tonight, and if it actually says what I think it says, and it's a really good long amendment, I did read it very closely. It is a good amendment. That is what we sent back to the Senate. Our only chance to get that product, that is the product that I heard and listened carefully as folks, some of whom have worked against bad versions of this policy for years, and I heard them say very clearly that the amended version of this bill was a product that they not just could live with, but supported. Our chance to have that product become law is to decline the invitation to a conference committee and force a straight up and down vote on the bill as amended or not. The world does not fall apart if this bill goes to conference committee, but what does happen is that the carefully negotiated work with advocates, parties, stakeholders, law enforcement, it disappears. And unfortunately, those of us who suspected that something was afoot will have been right when they go to conference committee, and what comes back is the Senate bill as introduced to the House. I'm not going to hold you to it, but some of you committed to me that if this happened, your vote would change, because this isn't, it's very hard to get into the details, but the Soper Amendment was a good amendment. I don't have any feelings about whose name is on it. I would love to be wrong and for the conference committee to produce a version that has the safeguards, or has versions of the safeguards that we got in the House work, but that didn't happen. So I ask that you vote no on this request, decline to send this to 6 people, four of whom already have a predetermined outcome in mind, because we don't want to be in a position where on the last days we are asked, which is what we will be asked to do, we will be told we can either accept the Senate version of the bill or nothing. And most of us will agree, I would be one of them, that something is better than nothing. But that makes the good faith agreements and negotiations that were made, it makes them for naught. So please vote no. And if there is a conference committee, I hope Rep. Soper is on it and is a dissenting vote, because you won't get your way. But I'll be rooting for you.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank my colleague from Denver coming down, because I'll be honest, if I didn't have a family member that was killed by a distracted driver, I would also be a little bit suspicious, especially if it's something that the Senate wants. Believe me, I just came down here and had very big feelings about what the Senate has done to one of my bills. But something else that I hope a lot of you know about me is that I am a man of my word. And if I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it, which is why we've been negotiating all day to make sure that those that are going to be in the conference committee are going to be those that support the position we took with the House. If we are going to have a conversation and make changes, we're going to make small changes. We are not going to change the spirit of the work that we've done already in the House. I truly believe that we did a good job threading this needle, for sure. And so I'm committed to sticking to that. I hope that you vote yes and show some faith in me and my co-prime, as well as the individual that is getting assigned with us to work on this bill and make sure we continue to thread this needle and respect the work that was already done here in this chamber.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is to assent to the Senate's request and form a conference committee for Senate Bill 65. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Bacon, Judah, Joseph, Soper. Please close the machine. With 52 aye, 11 no, and 2 excused, the motion is adopted. Representatives Froelich as chair, Ortiz, and Soper are appointed to the conference committee. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar till Tuesday, May 7th, 2024.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. Announcements. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. in the Old State Library, House Appropriations will meet to hear Senate Bills 139, 153, and 212, and another appropriations meeting will take place later that day. And we might hear any other bills referred to appropriations at either meeting.
Representative Parenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The conference committee for House Bill 1273 will be tomorrow morning at 8:30 in room 0107.
Thank you. Representative Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Finance, we're going to meet tomorrow. Not exactly sure when. We could gavel in, gavel out, go right to Finance, or not. And we have 3 bills so far that we know we're going to hear. Senate Bill 228, 231, 095, or not. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs will also be meeting tomorrow upon adjournment to hear whatever bills end up getting assigned to us. How exciting.
And Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The final Bible study will be tomorrow morning in room 107. I hope you can come, 7:15.
Thank you. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today, and members will see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
The House will stand in recess until later today.